Chapter 301 Xiao Xiu surrenders. Xiu, is it really okay for us to do this? At the gate of the Lu family villa base in the north of the city, a boy asked softly. He looked a little immature, but there was a sense of determination in his dark and deep eyes. The four people who came this time, Xiao Xiu and Teacher Wang, are all supernatural beings. Both men, one big and one small, are reinforcers. The library where they are located is 3 kilometers away from the base of the Lu family villa. In the chaotic city of Modu, a distance of 3 kilometers is not considered short. The average survivor can't make it that far. But Xiao Xiu's ability can help them plan their route in advance. So the four of them were safe and sound along the way. I can't explain that either. Xiao Xiu was holding a notepad, a look of worry flashed across his face, but after a while he said with certainty, but after this period of investigation, this is the most suitable place for now. Really? But why do I feel something is wrong? The older man frowned and said. Like Wang Jing, he is a teacher in this school. After 4 months of the apocalypse, people turned into zombies, and those who were eaten by monsters were eaten by monsters. The survivors of the entire school are only a few hundred of them. The reason why they were able to survive was that apart from Xiao Xiu's good ability, this man's sixth sense also helped a lot. Something's wrong? No way. Really? The man said with a serious face, on the way here, I felt flustered and short of breath, and now the feeling is getting stronger and stronger. Oh, you two shouldn't have followed. Teacher Wang looked at the two men, one big and one small, and said, it's so dangerous outside, if something happens to us. Mr. Wang, what are you talking about? How can we two big men watch you two women take risks as a team and remain indifferent? That's right, Mr. Wang, it's meaningless to say these things now, let's think about what to say when we go in later. Hey, you guys, Master Lu let you in. Before the young boy could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the shouts of the base guards on the city wall. Crunch! The iron door opened slowly. At this time, the gate of the villa area was like a ferocious beast with a huge mouth, making the four of them in a dilemma. But everyone has already arrived here, so they don't care about Sankai 21 at this time. Can only bite the bullet and go inside. The villa area where the Lu family is located has more villas than the villa area in Nanshinj, with a total of more than 300 villas. There were originally 4 exits, but now there are only 2 directions, southeast and northwest. Building dash in the corner is a refugee area. There are more than 50 people living in one building. There was a big villa in the middle, which was used by Lu Mingyuan as a reception area. Since Lu is not only Lu Minjiayuan's son, but also the strongest person in the base, he has the absolute right to use any facilities in the base. At this time, the reception area, the meeting table in the living room. Lu sat at the main seat, with Luo Kikai and Xiao Manli on either side of him. To be frank, Lu was very curious about someone who wanted to find him by name. Because in this dangerous last days, it is a very stupid thing to take the initiative to seek refuge with others. If you are not careful, you will be lost forever. Even if you want to seek refuge, you have to investigate the other party for a long time. But now, 2 men, 2 women, 2 teachers, 2 students? Xiao Xiu today is still wearing a long white dress. White tights, white shoes. It's just that because of the end of the world, this white dress is covered with a lot of dust. After the 4 of them entered the door, they all lowered their heads slightly, as if they didn't dare to look into Lu's eyes at all. But Lu was sitting at this time and could see the faces of the 4 of them. The other 3 were strange to Lu. But after seeing Xiao Xiu's appearance clearly, he was stunned. Subconsciously looking at Luo Kikai and Xiao Manli on both sides, she found that their expressions were as surprised as her own. Xiao Xiu didn't notice any strange expressions on the expressions of the 3 of them, and directly explained his intention. Hi, Mr. Lu, we are survivors from Fudan High School, and now we don't have enough food, so we want to come to you to seek refuge. Of course, we won't eat and drink for free. Teacher Wang and I are both supernatural beings. My ability is the soul clone, which has a good detection function. This is the information I have obtained during this period of time. Xiao Xiu directly handed out the notepad in his hand. In the last days, it is also a very stupid behavior to disclose one's whole cards and abilities at will. By doing this, Xiao Xiu was obviously preparing to burn the boat. Hearing Xiao Xiu's words, Lu came back to his senses, and slowly raised his hand. Under the effect of the power of thought, the notepad floated gently into his hand. Seeing this, Xiao Xiu didn't dare to disturb her. The 4 of them seemed extremely nervous at this time, especially Xiao Xiu himself, who bit his lip and remained silent. The image of Lu killing Tan Ji and forcing the Lang family to sign a covenant was all in his mind. The boy in front of him looked young and handsome, but he was definitely a more terrifying existence than any base leader. As long as he can get his protection, not to mention that he will definitely not die, but the chance of survival is greater than others. Liu didn't care about the nervousness of the four, but casually flipped through a few pages of Xiao Xiu's notes. The handwriting is beautiful, meticulous, and neat, and it is clear at a glance. It records the distribution locations of some powerful monsters, the distribution of zombies, bugs, mutant beasts and human forces. Not only that, there are also some canteens and supermarkets buried by collapsed floors. Although the food was buried by the collapsed concrete wall, there are still many usable living supplies inside. The things recorded in this notebook are very useful, so you dedicate it to me. If you want to seek Mr. Lu's asylum, of course you need to pay a certain price. Well, yes, you are very enlightened, but you just said that your ability is a soul clone. Yes. Have you investigated me with your avatar? Yes. Hearing this question, Xiao Xiu paused, and finally was forced to nod helplessly. Strong people don't like being spied on by others. Once they know that someone is watching them silently, it is easy to feel disgusted with this person. That's why she didn't dare to go to Jiao Manli in the first place. But since Liu asked this question, she could only answer honestly. Liu closed the notepad, and couldn't see any expression, but asked knowingly, "What's your name?" Xiao Xiu. Xiao Xiu replied honestly. Before the end of the world, how many people are there in the family? What? Xiao Xiu froze for a moment, wondering why Liu suddenly asked this question. Just answer me honestly. Add me 7. Are your parents still alive? I don't know. When she said this, Xiao Xiu's voice was a little choked up, but she still forced herself not to cry. It can be seen that the 17-year-old has learned what it means to be strong after experiencing the end of the world for more than 4 months. Although her home is on the outskirts of Shanghai, her avatar can't go that far. But the news of his father's death has basically been confirmed. It is not easy for a 17-year-old young girl to live for such a long time without the protection of her parents. There should be a sister or sister in your family, right? Nope. Xiao Xiu wiped away her tears and was stunned again. I'm an only child. Mr. Liu, is this very important? No, I just think that you look too much like a female friend of mine. Don't think I'm lying to you. If you don't believe me, ask them. Liu looked at Luo Kekai beside him. Luo Kekai said in time, I also think it's very similar. Jiao Manli also echoed, it's not just a resemblance, it's carved out of the same mold as Xiao Rou. No, isn't it? Xiao Xiu, you should have more than one soul clone, right? How do you know? Because my female friend named Zyro has more than one ability to awaken. When Liu said this, a smile rose from the corner of his mouth. Can you tell me, what are your other abilities? This. Light attribute. Xiao Xiu. Chapter 302 Light and Darkness. Liu's words were light and calm, and Xiao Xiu and her 3 companions were in a daze. Especially Xiao Xiu herself. Before coming here, she had already inquired about Liu's information. Know that Liu's combat effectiveness is very strong. After coming here, she was also mentally prepared. But at this moment, she realized that she still underestimated the handsome young man in front of her. He didn't even say anything, how could he know his ability? This is too incredible, right? Liu was also surprised when he read Xiao Xiu's information. Because the other party looked exactly the same from Qin Zyro's appearance, except for the hairstyle and clothing that were different from Qin Zyro's. Delicate and lovely facial features, petite and exquisite figure. Xiao Xiu, special heroine trapped in the library of Fudan High School, seeking shelter from a strong man because of running out of ammunition and food. Name, Xiao Xiu. Age, 17. Enhancement level, Bronze Intermediate. Ability level, Light Attribute, Bronze Intermediate. Advanced abilities, Soul Clone Blessing of Light Power of Faith. Like Qin Zyro, she is also a special heroine. Although the enhancement level and ability level are not high, it has attributes and abilities that are completely opposite to Qin Zyro's. Qin Zyro is a dark loli, her power basically belongs to devouring and absorbing. Xiao Xiu is a bright lolita, power basically belongs to giving and blessing. If we talk about the dark ability, it can make a person have negative emotions such as fear, sadness, and depression. Then the power of the light department can dispel these negative emotions and fill this person with positive emotions. At this time, the age, figure, and appearance of the two are exactly the same, but their strengths are completely opposite. If you want to say that the two have nothing to do with each other, that would be really outrageous. Mom opened the door for Outrageous, and Outrageous came home. Looks like I guessed right. Liu's flat voice brought Xiao Xiu back to reality. Xiao Xiu lowered her head, no answer was regarded as tacit consent. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Since you are here to seek asylum, let's talk about asylum first. Liu didn't care, and continued to speak, your abilities and this information are very useful to me, but the consumption of more than 100 people is not a small amount. And the base has its own rules. If you want to stay with me for a long time, you must fully obey my orders, help the base build, and participate in the defense of the base. You will be rewarded for your achievements and punished for your mistakes. If you can accept these, then go and bring your people over. I still have a lot of places to live here, and someone will arrange accommodation for you. Really? Thank you so much for that. Thank you, Mr. Liu. You're welcome, that's all. The four of them were overjoyed when they got Liu's consent. He didn't pay attention to the rules proposed by Liu at all. If you depend on others, you have to abide by the rules, which is a matter of course in any base. Before they came, they had already considered even worse plans, so how could they care about such trivial things? But just when they were about to leave, the female teacher Wang Jing was in a bit of trouble. Mr. Liu, that. You still have something to do. Wang Jing was a little embarrassed. Our base has not enough combat members, and we can't escort them here with our current capabilities. I don't know where you are. Before Wang Jing finished speaking, Liu already understood what the other party meant. Although Xiao Xiu can rely on his avatar to inquire about information, it is difficult for a clever woman to cook without rice. No matter how much information there is, without enough combat power, nothing can be done. It's like she knew that there was food buried in other places, but she didn't dare to take people there to collect it. Can a person with supernatural powers of the light department heal people? Yes, in some games, but not in this world. The light-type supernatural beings in this world have certain offensive capabilities, but more functions are defense and status enhancement. For example, light shield, disperse, blessing or something. Healing and detoxification are the unique abilities of the healing system. Their team has no healing abilities, let alone battle pets with sacred bodies and super resilience. Once casualties occur, it is very troublesome. When the number of combatants is not enough, it is simply a dream to bring more than 100 people from the library to the Liu family base. If there is any accident in the middle, it will definitely pay a very heavy price. Do you need armed protection? Liu touched his chin. Okay, I understand, you come with me. Said that Liu got up directly, and led everyone to the outside of the villa. Ding Feng. When Ding Feng was in Nanchinj, his leg was broken by that guy named Chen Sihai. But with Yan Yun's current healing ability, as long as her limbs are not completely broken, she can restore them to their original state. At most, it consumes more energy and takes longer. So now Ding Feng is as lively as before. After returning to this base, he and Shui Li were still Liu's personal bodyguards. Hearing Liu's words, he looked respectful. Young Master Liu. You take this notebook and give it to my dad. Yes. Shui Li. Young Master Liu. You go and organize a team of 10 people with stronger combat power, and wait for me at the gate of the base. Okay, young Master Liu. There are people with supernatural powers who seek refuge and need armed forces to escort the opponent's team? This kind of thing can be done by his subordinates, and there is no need for Liu to do it himself. But Xiao Xiu is a special heroine. Liu didn't know why this special heroine who was supposed to attract the protagonist appeared in front of him in this way. But at this time, he didn't have time to delve into it. Just in case, he decided to take 2 women with him to have a look. 2 women, 5 battle pets, and a team of 10 people, this kind of combat power is already very impressive. My god, it's amazing. Are these his 5 pets? So handsome. When Liu transferred the 5 pets to the gate of the base, Xiao Xiu and the others were amazed. Xiao Xiu is fine, after all, the soul avatar has seen these monsters. But the other 3 had only heard descriptions. Seeing these 5 monsters appear in front of them with their own eyes at this time, their hearts can only be described as shock. A monster of this level should have been the nightmare of ordinary awakened people, but now it is this guy's mount? Of the 5 battle pets, Xiao Jin and He Shui are the main force, and Xiao Xie is usually a loading vehicle. So today, the Wind Wolf and the Fire Leopard are still leading the way. Shui Li led a team of 10 to support, while Liu walked behind the team with 2 women. Xiao Jin and He Shui sat on Xiao Xie to give Liu a back seat. Whether it's bugs, monsters or zombies, none of them can get close to them. It was only when Xiao Xiu brought everyone back to the library. Did the accident really happen? Hey, where are they, people? How could this be? Days? Fatty? Li Hui. The 4 of Xiao Xiu searched and called their companions' names. But the base is empty. What? Boom. Following Xiao Xiu's exclamation, a corpse with a lot of blood on it fell in front of her. At the same time, in the community about 1 kilometer to the east of the school. Boss Lei, is it really okay for us to do this? Kong Zhe said with a worried look on his face, that kid is a super strong man who solved Tanji. If he is really willing to take them in, we may cause trouble. Eh, master? Hehe, you can put one hearts at ease. No matter how powerful a master is, he will become a dead soul under the knife when he comes to our place. Chapter 303 Things gather by like, people are divided into groups. How can this happen? How can this happen? Looking at the corpse on the ground, Xiao Xiu was stunned. There are a total of 107 people in this base. There are 21 awakened people. Among them, there are only 9 combat-type awakened people. The other awakened ones either died in the first few days when the monster broke out, or they never returned while looking for food. They are the only ones left who share weal and woe and help each other. You know, birds of a feather flock together, and people form groups. These people can get along in a team for so long, so they are naturally the kind who get along well in all aspects. Everyone is gone now, there is still a corpse on the ground, how can they not be confused? It was fine when we left in the morning, why did it become like this? Here, what happened? Did you get attacked by some monster? Attacked by a monster? How is it possible? Luo Kekai casually glanced at the layout of the library and said, basically the important luggage of the base has been taken away, and there aren't many traces of fighting. It should be something wrong inside your base. Internal problem. There's another body here. There are also here. My god, isn't this teacher Zhou? And here. Qiao Manli found a bloody male corpse from behind a shelf. Zhaiman. Over time, a total of 4 bodies were recovered. Also 2 teachers and 2 classmates. One of the male teachers was attacked from behind and had no power to resist. Another strong student showed signs of resistance, but was crushed by his strength. The last 2 corpses had their sternum smashed from the front and their throats crushed. Who? Who the hell? Which beast killed them? Although they are very reluctant to admit it, their wounds seem to be caused by Uncle Kong. Uncle Kong? No way. You can't be wrong, this claw mark was caused by Uncle Kong's transformation. Why did he do this? Seeing the wounds of 2 of the corpses, the 4 of Xiao Xiu already had guesses in their hearts. It's just that they can't believe their own judgment. Uncle Kong not only saved them, but also experienced fear, and despair with them. But now. Don't study this for now, you should think about what to do next. When everyone was filled with grief and indignation, Luo's voice suddenly sounded faintly, the thing has already happened, and it is meaningless to go into the reason. Luo didn't care at all about the life and death of other survivors in this base. After all, it is not too common for human beings to kill each other in the last days. The purpose of his coming here is to take care of Xiao Xiu, a special heroine, and to see if it is possible to find another protagonist. If you can find it, it's good, but if you can't find it, then forget it. Now it seems that there is not even a hair here. Hearing Luo's words, Xiao Xiu and the others fell silent. Yes, Mr. Luo is right. The situation is so urgent now that we shouldn't be thinking about it. Thinking here, the 4 of them discussed quickly for a while. In the end, Wang Jing led Xiao Xiu to Luo, summoned up her courage and said, Mr. Luo, I'm sorry to cause you trouble. Although we know this kind of request is too much, we still want to ask you for a favor. Help find someone. It's not about looking for someone, but taking us to Grand Yubei. Shi Yu said that they are probably in the Jun Yubei community. Jun Yubei community? It seems not far from here, right? Well, no more than 1 kilometer at most. Okay, let's go. I'm really sorry to trouble you. It's okay, it's just a matter of raising your hands. Jun Yubei is the name of a neighborhood where Xiao Xiu once saw Kong Zhe. She was smart enough not to startle the enemy, and secretly used her avatar to investigate here alone. Just. Grand Hyatt Bay is very abnormal. There are very few guards outside. And there is an invisible force inside, covering most of the base, and my clone can't get in. Along the way, Xiao Xiu was telling Luo the information about the base. Your avatar can't get in. Hearing Xiao Xiu's words, Luo couldn't help squinting his eyes. Luo didn't care about Xiao Xiu using his soul clone to investigate him. Because the other party wants to find a reliable base to defect to, it is normal to investigate their own information clearly. But it was precisely because of this that Luo knew how powerful her clone was in finding out information. Can't even get in her avatar now? Well, I tried it before, and the surrounding area of this community was blocked by that energy. Kekai, do you know what's going on? I can guess some. Luo Kekai thought for a moment, and replied, but I'm not sure, I need to go in and have a look to be clear. That's fine, the others stay outside, I'll go in with you too. Take me, maybe I can help. Xiao Xiu offered to propose. After all, Luo was looking for someone for them. But before Luo could answer, Luo Kekai glanced at her first. You? It's better not to make trouble. Although your ability is very good, there is no need for this kind of situation. Just wait here obediently. Manly, watch them. Okay. Seeing that Jiao Manly agreed, Luo Kekai stopped talking and quickly followed Luo ahead. The two were very fast, and after going around a street, they came to the entrance of the Junya Bay community. There is no city wall in this base, and there are no gatekeepers at this point in time. Liu and Luo Kekai easily entered the community. The two walked forward slowly, but found that there was still no one inside. When he walked under one of the tall buildings, Liu subconsciously took out the induction jade pendant. The power of the induction jade pendant instantly spread in all directions centered on Liu. The perception ability of the sensory jade pendant, like thermal imaging, can help Liu perceive other life forms in any environment. When Liu was at Leng's house in the middle of the night before, Liu was able to deal with Nangongling without much light, and this thing also had some credit. But the treasure that was able to perceive dash meters originally failed this time? As Xiao Xiu said, there is an invisible force here that blocks the invasion of other spiritual forces. Just when Liu was puzzled, a strange voice sounded out of thin air. Hehe, Kongzhet, is this the strong man mentioned in the mouth who solved Tanji? I don't think so. That's right, not alert at all. As soon as the two finished speaking, a giant monster slowly appeared from behind them. Liu and Luo Kekai turned around at the same time. Roar! The huge roar rang through the eardrums of the two of them. Liu and the two subconsciously covered their ears. Looking at the monster in front of them, the eyes of the two turned cold at the same time. This is a stone man made of concrete. Huge body, at least 5 meters tall. Fifth, don't talk nonsense, these two guys are very powerful, kill them first, so as not to have long nights and dreams. This chick looks so good looking, wouldn't it be too wasteful to just kill her? Waste your sister, hurry up. Alright. The man named Lao Wu looked impatient, but didn't say much. Directly launched an attack on Liu. Swish, puff. The space fluctuated for a while, and the long knife pierced into the flesh. Holding Luo Kekai's tang knife, Liu moved 5 meters behind him at an almost teleporting speed. Almost the same time. Where there was supposed to be nothing but air, a puddle of blood actually flowed out. Seeing this scene, everyone in the base was dumbfounded. Liu's cold voice also reached their ears. A group of rats who only hide in the dark and attack? Very good, I will let you all die. Damn it, what's going on? Old five, what the hell are you flying? Nothing will happen, right? Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the figure of a man named Lao Wu appeared in front of Liu and Luo Kekai. And fell limply to the ground. Grass. Luo Kekai, this shouldn't be an ordinary illusion, right? Well, this is an enchantment illusion. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 304. Boundary Illusion. Hearing this term, Liu raised his eyebrows subconsciously. Xiao Xiu is a special heroine, and she may have a lot to do with Qin Xiao. So Liu paid more attention to her. Agreeing to come here to help find someone, besides being really effortless, also has something to do with her. But he really didn't expect that he would meet such a special guy here. Illusion is a means of influencing the judgment of other people's brains through mental power. Affecting people's 5 senses and causing people to have hallucinations is the ultimate goal of illusion. Su Bao from the police station and Zhang Luo, Liu's mother, both awakened to this ability. But this ability has a disadvantage, that is, it cannot influence people with stronger mental power than oneself. The stronger the mental power of the opponent, the worse the effect of the illusion. With Liu's current mental strength, it can be said that there is no one who can make him fall into a real hallucination. But enchantment illusion is different, this kind of ability is generally only possessed by enchanters. It will not invade your brain like spiritual power, but use its own power to separate an entire space for its own use. Under normal circumstances, others cannot see the situation in this space. But after all, this is only the ability of the enchanter, so the enchanter can share the line of sight in this space with his teammates in advance. That is, within this space. Others can't see them, but they can see others. In this case, it will be difficult for enemies who enter this space to come out of it. Not bad. You can also call it a formation. Luo Kekai paused at this point. If I remember correctly, there should be someone in your team who has this ability. You mean Chen Yang? Hehe, you've observed very carefully. Hearing Luo Kekai's words, Liu smiled, but he was not surprised at all. Chen Yang is a talisman master. With the ancient book, he will definitely become the strongest talisman master in the world in the future. There is no doubt about it. It is only natural that spells come with a raise. Luo Kekai had dealt with Chen Yang in the super secret realm, so she could see Chen Yang's ability. It's just that after Chen Yang awakened this ability, he was on the road most of the time. There is no time to study any enchantment formation. People who don't observe carefully can't live that long. Well, you're right. Liu knew that she was talking about the previous life, however, his enchantment illusion is not too strong. That's because the guy who arranged the formation is not high level, otherwise even if you come in, You may be trapped here. Is it? Of course. Hey, have you said enough? Hearing the two chatting in the enchantment space, Layman was furious and said quickly, Damn, Lao Lu, hurry up and rescue Lao Wu, I still have a few pieces of meat roasting on the stove, if you procrastinate, the meat will almost burn. Already working on it. Whoosh whoosh. Clap clap clap. A few vines entangled Lao Wu on the ground, and quickly dragged Lao Wu out of Luu's sight. Kill them. Coming. Snapped. The man hiding in the shadow folded his hands together, his eyes flashed brightly, and then he raised his right arm. The huge stone man also raised his concrete arm. The stone man has a huge body, and his strength is naturally terrifying. However, its speed was a bit too slow in front of Luu and Luokikai. Boom! The terrifying blow destroyed the world, and the two easily dodged. This enchantment can affect vision, and it can also prevent sound from coming out of the enchantment. So this blow will not attract the monsters outside. Just. Is the stone man real? Luu's eyes froze slightly. What ability? Summoning. Not like. The two asked and answered, and the voice in the shadows sounded again. Old 7. Receive. Be careful. SHHHHH. Two arrows flew out of the shadows and went straight to Luu and the two under the tall building. Facing such an arrow, the two stepped in unison, and they avoided the arrow with just a slight sideways movement. Although they couldn't see the archer, they could catch the arrow after it flew out. What's more, Luu still has a sense of danger, and Luokikai also has a jade pendant to warn her. Luu, hold on to this stone man, and I'll deal with them. After dodging the arrow, Luokikai suddenly spoke. Luu nodded without the slightest hesitation, okay. Although Luu has the information of every profession in the last days, the memory of talking about soldiers on paper will never be as deep as that of actual combat experience. What's more, Luu didn't record in detail what enchantment the other party used. So let Luokikai, a reborn person with rich experience, break the formation. It will definitely be faster for Luu to use brute force to break the formation. Whizzing. As soon as the words fell, the two disappeared in place at the same time. Old 7, be careful. The moment the two disappeared, the enchanter in the shadow suddenly roared anxiously. Even the voice became hysterical. What are you careful about? What do you think they are still lying about this woman? Boom. A fireball with a diameter of 10 meters rushed towards him with a terrifying heat wave. Since the level of crystal nuclei is really limited, most of Luu's abilities are at the elementary level of gold. And Luokikai not only has the support of Luu's crystal nucleus, but also the Ling Chuan of UPI space to assist in her cultivation. So her current ability level is stronger than that of Luu. With a gold level ability, it is not difficult to release a fireball with a diameter of 10 meters. A man named Lao Qi, holding a compound bow in his hand, was hiding on top of a huge green tree in the open space of the community. Seeing the huge fireball flying towards him, he didn't have time to think about it, so he quickly gave up the big tree and dodged to the side. Just dodging the fireball, Luokikai's icy voice reached Lao Qi ears. I see you. As soon as Lao Qi came back to his senses, Luokikai had already appeared in front of him. He didn't react slowly, and wanted to draw a bow and set an arrow at Luokikai, but Luokikai's ancient ingot knife was faster than him. Swish! With the knife in hand, he chopped Lao Qi into two pieces with his bow in hand. Blood sprayed all over the ground in an instant. Lao Qi held the bow in his hand, and fell to the ground with a beautiful arc. The figure of Lao Qi clutching his arm also appeared. Oh my hand! Originally still firing a cold arrow, Lao Qi, who was confident in his chest, let out a howl like killing a pig. Goodbye. Don't kill me. Seeing the other party attacking with a long knife, Lao Qi hurriedly begged for mercy. Luokikai reacted quickly, and kicked the man to the ground after withdrawing the knife. This was not because she was merciful, but because she sensed a different aura in this man. The previous fifth child and this seventh child were all covered in black robes. After being kicked over by her at this time, the slightly pale skin came into her eyes. Don't want to die? Yes. Rumble. Luokikai's entire aura exploded in an instant, and the four earth walls surrounded the two of them. A simple torture chamber was formed. Answer my question immediately. You ask. What's your boss's name? Why did you let those survivors come to your base? My boss is Layman. As for why we let other survivors come to us, that's because. The man named Lao Qi originally answered Luokikai's answer submissively. But before he finished speaking, he suddenly opened his mouth wide. The corners of his mouth quickly split open on both sides of his cheeks, his tongue became thicker and longer like a liquor, and he went straight to Luokikai who was interrogating him. Stinky bitch, go to hell. Humph, over your own strength. If it was an ordinary woman, or even some powerful awakened ones with good strength, they might be directly hit in the face of such a sudden attack. But who is Luo Kekai? She is a reborn person who has experienced the end of the world for 10 years. Being prepared for a long time, she not only easily dodged Lao Qi attack, but also easily chopped off Lao Qi head with the ancient ingot knife in her hand. Swish! Blood spurted from Lao Qi neck. A head with a monster's tongue kept spinning in the air, and finally fell to the ground and couldn't die anymore. Looking at Lao Qi who was neither human nor ghost in front of him, Luo Kekai couldn't help frowning, and subconsciously tightened the ancient ingot knife in her hand. Whoosh! With a vertical leap, he jumped onto the earth wall beside him. Luu, hurry up and get rid of these guys, they are eating people. Oh! Luu's eyes froze, and he quickly glanced at the man who had just sneaked up on him with his villain's eyes. Ogre, evolved from humans eating the same kind after the end of the world. Chapter 305. In the last days, humans sometimes kill each other. But in general, humans are justified in killing each other. Either for power, or for women, or for treasures, or for survival materials. So when she was at Xiao Xiu's library base, Luo Kekai had already had some doubts. That man named Cangyun may have a reason to sell the base for power. But for other bases, there is no reason to want a group of useless trash. Even at the expense of killing a few leaders, bring them here? This is not normal. But the life and death of those students had nothing to do with her, so she didn't think much about it at the time. I just noticed the abnormality and asked casually, but I didn't expect the answer to come out instantly. These guys are eating people. It is really eating people. Bringing those students over is also to kill and eat them. The boss of this base is named Lei Min, and he is also a vicious criminal. Like Su Bao and Yanchenj, he had already done all the bad things before the end of the world. When the end of the world came, he had just been released from prison for a few days. In the city of Modu, the monsters that have just appeared are extremely powerful. He was trapped in an electrical shopping mall on the side of the street with dozens of survivors. There's no food around, and they can't get out. The guy who controls the concrete stone man is an earth-type power user plus a puppet master. Combined, the two abilities create living rock golems. But in the early days, he only knew that he had the ability of the earth system, and he didn't know that he was a puppet master. And the fighting power of the other enchanter was even lower in the early stage, so if they wanted to survive, they had to think of other ways. Originally, they also thought about eating monsters, but they couldn't tell which monsters could eat them. After roasting the monster's meat once, everyone who ate the monster's meat turned into zombies at night. Since then, they have never dared to eat monsters again. In the end, when the ammunition and food were exhausted and there was no other way, Lei Min turned his ideas on his compatriots who were also human beings. Relying on his usual prestige in the team, he tricked a young girl into the warehouse. Brutally killed, cut his flesh, drank his blood. Eat the meat on the grill. In the process of eating, he found that human flesh was not only delicious, but also gave him strength. Even if this girl is not an awakener, she can still give him a lot of power. Several survivors smelled meat and appeared in front of him. He lied to these people that what was roasted was rabbit meat, and the others were already panicking with hunger, so how could they care so much? So one or two all joined the cannibal team. In this world, monsters can eat their own kind, but humans cannot. Because human beings, even if they are not awakened, have certain changes in their genes. Once human beings eat their own kind, they will become monsters that retain human consciousness, ogres. Ogres, in this world belong to the outcasts. If the awakened eats human flesh, there may still be a few chances to repent. But for an ordinary person, even if you have only eaten human flesh once, you will not be able to eat other foods in the future. Neither can eat whole grains like humans, nor can they eat other zombies like zombies. Monsters are even more inedible. Ogres can only eat human flesh, eat other food, and are not hungry at all. Although they can gain powerful power from human flesh, they will not only be attacked by monsters, but also regarded as evil spirits by humans, so they are called people who are abandoned by heaven. Damn it! A bunch of disgusting things. After reading the man's profile, Luu cursed angrily, go to hell. Without even thinking about it, a few wind blades flew over, cutting the ogre in front of him into several pieces. Although it is understandable for Luu to eat the same kind of behavior when he is extremely hungry, it does not mean that he can tolerate it. I am just a villain, not a pervert. What's more, the two sides are still enemies now. If these people are in the enchantment space, if they are still, Luu will not be able to see them. But as long as the opponent moves, he can easily capture it. This is also the reason why the fifth brother missed. But now Luu knows the nature of these people. After trapping the stone man directly with a powerful earth-type ability, he started his own slaughter mode. What's up with these two guys? They seem to be able to see us. How is this possible? So strong. Grass. Go, go. Seeing Luu and Luo Kekai, they walked with strong whines. Layman and his party wanted to curse. Originally, they were invisible to other people in this enchantment. But these two guys not only have all kinds of abilities, but also have strong melee combat ability. The gust of wind brought wind and sand to them, immediately making them appear. Next, they will face a crazy massacre of two people. The ability they are usually proud of doesn't work in front of these two people? Layman didn't have time to think about it, so he hurriedly took his subordinates and fled towards the back of the community. Hey, you guys, wait for me. Kong Zhe couldn't hear the voice in the enchantment, nor could he see the situation in the enchantment. So he didn't know that Layman and the others were ogres. All he knew was that for the sake of power, he united with Layman and the others and killed several managers of the base together, forcing that group of students to come to this base. Now that the other party has come to the door, Layman, who patted his chest and promised to turn the other party into a dead soul under the knife, wants to escape from this base while taking advantage of the chaos. They ran away, can they still live? Kong Zhe, who wanted to understand this, hurriedly followed. Is it just that Layman will give him a chance to join the group? Will not. They let Kong Zhe join the base only for the rations of those 100 people, not for Xiao Xiu at all. So in a panic, a steel bar pierced his heart from the back. Sorry, you can't come with us. Kong Zhe's eyes widened with disbelief. Why? Why? Hey! Layman sneered, but did not answer Kong Zhe's question. Just leading a group of subordinates, turned around and jumped from the window of the room. Seeing this scene, Kong Zhe was even more confused. This is the 20th floor? There is no special ability to jump from this position, even a gold level enhancer can't be intact, right? Facing the pursuit of a strong man like Liu, even a little injury would kill them. Didn't expect it till now. At this time, Kong Zhe didn't even know that these people had turned into monsters. Not only can it climb walls, but it also has great jumping ability. Their group of ogres originally had 12 core brothers and more than 30 younger brothers. Being disturbed by Liu, more than 30 younger brothers basically became cannon fodder. 3 of the core brothers also died. Layman and his party of 9 people tossed and fled between several floors. The third child suddenly asked a question. Boss, we don't want anything. What do you need at this time? Is there something wrong with your brain? That meteorite. What's the use of that broken stone? Run quickly. The storage ring is a secret treasure, not everyone is qualified to own it. Layman is not the main character, he is still a monster, so it is impossible for him to have such a thing. Facing the strong invasion of Liu and the other two, they couldn't take away every plant and tree here. When Liu came to the main control building, the 9 of them had already disappeared. As soon as the enchanter ran away, the whole community naturally returned to normal. Shueli and Xiao Manli rushed in with their subordinates and 5 pets. Master Liu! Master Liu! Young Master Liu, are you okay? I'm fine, hurry up and search this neighborhood to see if there are any survivors. I don't care, what's the situation with this mother? These guys! Vomit! Shueli pushed open a door, and a strong smell of blood came over his face. Surrounded by human corpses, some have been disemboweled, while others are being cut and bled. The 2 corpses were tied with ropes, their mouths were stuffed with rags, and they were obviously dead. But the bloody body was cut off, and there was a charcoal oven next to it, making people who saw it sick again and again. The barbecue on top is still sizzling with hot oil. Seeing the scene in this room, even if they have experienced the end of the world for a long time, they can't stand the stomach churning at all. Hey, what is this? In one of the rooms, Liu found a grey oval boulder about 1 meter in diameter. The whole body of this stone is round and smooth, and it is placed in a master bedroom where the leader obviously lives. Liu glanced subconsciously with the villain's eyes. Meteorite, after the apocalypse, the meteorite that descended from the space crack to the earth can be extracted from the meteorite. The material of the meteorite is special and can be used for forging weapons. Seeing this, Liu couldn't help being stunned, and quickly took out a book from the ring. Soul Fixed Bow Forging Book. Materials required, Kyunji Wood 10, Meteorite Iron 2, Demon Dragon Tendon 1, Demon Dragon Horn 1, Soul Fixing Orb * 1. Meteorite? Sure enough, there must be a protagonist around here. Chapter 306 The Summoned Sacrifice. In this impetuous and cruel end times, the scope of human activities will be greatly reduced due to the existence of monsters. So according to the normal situation, wherever there is a heroine, there should be a hero. This routine is almost universally accepted. But now, Xiao Xiu appeared, but did not see the leading actor, it's a bit counterintuitive. If it's just that the main character didn't appear, Liu wouldn't care about it. But in Xiao Xiu's storyline, there are not only ogres, but also meteorites. This is a little unusual. You know, the meteoric iron from the outer space is the material for making legendary weapons. According to Luo Kikai, Even 10 years after the apocalypse, legendary level powerhouses are still at the top of the human food chain. In any city, you can enjoy emperor level treatment. And even such a strong person may not necessarily have a powerful weapon that matches his identity. Now that the apocalypse has only started for more than 4 months, how can there be such legendary materials here? And it still appeared with Xiao Xiu, a special heroine. Apart from the protagonist, Liu didn't believe that anyone else could have this luck. This feeling is just like when I snatched Xiao Fan's predator before. It made Liu feel that this thing was tailor-made for the protagonist. However, the current situation is a bit complicated, and it is impossible for Liu to ask about Xiao Xiu's situation at this time. He could only collect the meteorite and take his subordinates to do the rest of the finishing work. He looked at the soul-fixing bow forging book in his hand. The soul-fixing bow forging book, legendary, is a treasure obtained by Liu in the super-secret territory of Nanchinj. Along with it, there is also a natural language forging book, artifact. In addition to marking the materials needed for forging weapons, this kind of forging book also has another very powerful function, forging. After all, the soul-fixing bow forging book is the treasure at the end of the 8th round of the secret realm, and the language of nature is the ultimate secret treasure of the secret realm. The ultimate secret treasure is a very powerful existence. The bigger the secret realm, the stronger the power of the ultimate secret treasure. If the ultimate secret treasure of a super secret realm is just a weapon forging blueprint, it only records the materials needed for forging weapons. So how useless is the ultimate reward of this secret realm? As long as enough materials are collected, artifacts can be copied infinitely. What qualifications does the forged weapon have to be called a divine weapon? Therefore, this kind of forging book comes with a separate space, and the forged weapons are also unique. When forging this kind of weapon, you don't need the forging skills of the blacksmith, you just need to put the required materials into the separate space of the forging book, and let the blacksmith inject his own forging ability into the forging book. The blacksmithing book will fuse these materials into artifacts on its own. The higher the blacksmith's ability level, the faster the artifact can be forged. Forget it, let's put away the meteorite first. Liu withdrew his thoughts and stopped thinking about it. There are 5 kinds of materials needed for the fixed soul bow, and I have only found one of them so far, so it doesn't make sense to think about more. The meteorite iron, with a light grey appearance, has a diameter of 1 meter and is already more than caddies. The density of meteorites alone is already more exaggerated than that of lead. Layman barely managed to transport the meteorite to this location by relying on 2 rock puppets over 2 meters high. With the storage ring, there is no need to care about the weight of the meteorite. Put the storage ring on the meteorite, and the meteorite disappeared instantly. Liu stopped by to look at the work progress in other places. After some searching, the survivors of Xiao Xiu's team hadn't died yet. Layman killed half of these people and kept half of them on the grounds of arranging dormitories. The unfinished body was frozen in the cold storage by an ice-type power user. They survived only because these people couldn't eat so much at one time. Fresh meat is also better than frozen meat? That's Tian Liang, our captain. These bastards. Osawa. That head belongs to Osawa. Vomit. Seeing such a cruel and bloody scene, someone started to vomit again. Xiao Xiu's face was pale and trembling. Qiao Manli helped comfort her. Liu didn't bother with them either, and asked his subordinates and 5 pets to get all these corpses into the open space of the community. Luo Kekai dug a hole in the ground by using the soil ability, and everyone threw in a lot of clothes and sheets, poured in 2 barrels of gasoline, and lit a fire. Boom! The flames burned the bodies with billowing smoke. Over time, the body was reburied with earth. Liu led everyone back to his villa base. Meanwhile on the other side. Damn, why are these 2 guys so strong? It's unbelievable, isn't it? On the east side of Shanghai, there is a commercial center. Layman took his only remaining 8 brothers and fled all the way here in a panic. Seeing that Liu didn't come after him, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, it's ridiculously strong. The 3rd child among the 9 agreed. From Kongzhe, they knew that Liu was very strong, but they never thought that he would be so strong. After human beings become ogres, the originally awakened abilities will not disappear. And the speed of improving strength and its own combat effectiveness will be faster and stronger than ordinary enhancers. But no matter how fast and strong they can't be stronger than the protagonist. If the normal plot followed, Liu would not have the chance to snatch Luo Kekai in the secret realm of Nanchinj. In the secret realm, Luo Kekai should be able to strengthen to the middle level of gold. In other words, the protagonist at this time is basically around the golden middle class. This is true even for the protagonists, not to mention the stepping stones of protagonists like Layman. The reason why Layman dared to deal with Liu was because of the enchanter in their team. The profession of enchanter is best at overcoming the strong with softness, and defeating the strong with the weak. In the face of ordinary awakened people, even if the opponent is of gold level strength, Layman is sure to let the opponent lie down. It's just that they didn't expect that both Liu and Luo Kekai were cowards, not ordinary awakened ones. Boss, do we want revenge? Revenge? I'll report to your mother. Layman scolded Renminbi angrily and glanced at his brother. Are you fucking full of shit? Those two guys are obviously not ordinary awakened ones. It's good that they didn't come to trouble us. Why are you still thinking about revenge? That's right, these two guys are not something we can compete with. When I put away the barrier just now, I felt a few powerful auras approaching. The second child of the enchanter is a man with glasses, and he looks gentle, although these powerful auras are not as powerful as that kid with terrifying strength, they are not something we can deal with head-on. Is it? Of course. Then what do we do now? What can we do? Of course, we need to find another place to build a base. Grass, it's a pity for those freshly grown ingredients. Oh, that's right. Hey, boss, look quickly. A group of 9 people is preparing to make a comeback by relying on the enchantment of the man with glasses. Before the old 8 finished speaking, he let out an exclamation. Everyone followed Lao Ba's line of sight and looked over. A young man with black hair and black clothes appeared at the corner of the street with a sexy and charming woman. This is a young awakener. Tisk tisk, what a beautiful woman. Very delicious food. Seeing a man and a woman appearing in the distance, everyone subconsciously licked their lips. Brothers, go and find out the truth. Okay, look at mine. I'm coming too. Whoosh whoosh. 3 figures rushed over very quickly, surrounding a man and a woman. Seeing these men rushing towards him, the young man in black was a little surprised, but he didn't show any fear. A bloodthirsty and cruel smile flashed across the charming woman's face. Master, these guys seem to be looking for death. Isn't that right? Hey? Wait, you are ogres. Seeing the pale skin of the people in front of him, the young man narrowed his eyes, and a coldness flashed in his eyes. The charming woman fanned the air in front of her nose with her hands pretending to smell bad. This smells disgusting all over. He, it seems that the sacrifice for the next call has been found. Chapter 307 Come out, my most loyal servant. Layman was forced to become an ogre because of lack of food. After becoming an ogre, he also evilly turned several of his companions into ogres. In order not to be attacked by other survivors, even if these people were unwilling to join Layman, they could only be forced to join his team. Over time, they were assimilated by Layman. After a period of development, they have the current scale. But the appearance of Liu broke their life trajectory. They were devastated by Liu's hands, and they could be said to be full of resentment. Seeing this young man and a woman at this moment, he naturally wanted to vent his resentment on them. It's just the conversation between the young man and the woman that made them a little confused. Brother, this kid seems a little weird. How does he know us? Damn, kill them. Layman rushed over with the others, and roared with a gloomy expression. Although ogre is what people later called them, but a fool can understand what these 3 words mean. So of course Layman didn't allow the other party to leave alive. It is also the purpose of their team not to let other survivors know their true colors. If you couldn't beat Liu before, could you still beat the kid in front of you? This is Layman's inner thoughts at this moment. It's just that they never thought that the young man in front of him was still a piece of iron. Want to kill me? He, are you qualified? Hearing that Layman wanted to kill him, the young man raised a cold and disdainful smile. As soon as the voice fell, there was a wave of fluctuation in the space behind him. Immediately afterwards, a black space crack appeared. Whoosh whoosh. Countless tough and swift black tentacles protruded from the space crack. Fuck, what is it? Where did the monster come from? Everyone's complexion changed and they quickly dodged. But these tentacles are not only very fast, but can also affect people's mental strength, making Layman and the others unable to accurately judge the trajectory of the tentacles. It only took a moment for these tentacles to grab the 3 people who rushed over at the beginning. Clap clap clap. The tentacles are also very powerful, with an average of 5 tentacles can completely control one person to death. You know, the core members of the ogre team are all at the silver level. Ogres are also slightly more powerful than normal enhancers. Now the 3 people with such powerful strength were actually controlled to death by several monsters covered with tentacles. Oh, it hurts. My arm is going to break. Unbearable. It hurts so much. Save me boss, save me quickly. Seeing this scene, Layman, the enchanter, and the puppet master were already terrified. The monster summoned by the young man has a strange appearance and is very different from common monsters. It was like a puddle of mud all over its body, bloated and huge, and these tentacles protruded from the puddle of mud. After the tentacles grabbed the 3 of them, they dragged them abruptly to the monster. The slime monster crushed one of them, and in just a few seconds, that person's arms, legs and sternum were all crushed. The whole person is strangled to death by these powerful tentacles? Even the pieces of internal organs were vomited out. Next, a more terrifying scene appeared. That slime monster stuffed the dead man into its muddy body like eating. The ice-type power user wanted to rescue, but an arrow suddenly flew from the flank. Call out, puff. The arrows are extremely fast and powerful. Even if he dodged in time, his cheek was still cut. He looked up, and saw that hot, sexy, and charming woman, holding an elf longbow, staring at him jokingly. Don't worry, handsome guy, you have to come one by one when you die, don't you? There was a joking voice, and another core member screamed. Immediately afterwards, the third one. 3 mid-level silver ogres were tortured to death by tentacles in this mud. Run, run. Seeing this terrifying scene, Layman's expression changed slightly and he quickly gave the order to retreat. In just one afternoon, he experienced 2 failures in a row. This was completely unacceptable to him who had been fighting and winning repeatedly. But at this moment, Layman couldn't care too much. No matter what, save your own life first. Want to run? Don't you think it's too late? Hey! The young man jokingly smiled, and was about to order to deal with them, but suddenly found the direction in which Layman and the others were fleeing. Suddenly, a dozen flies bigger than people appeared. The wings of these flies are very large, both wings are 4 meters long, and they are as sharp as blades. They seem to be attracted by the sound of fighting here, and come here to hunt their own food. Silver-winged demon fly. Seeing the appearance of a dozen magic flies, the corner of the young man's mouth raised a smile. Hee, there are more and more sacrifices here? Very good, since this is the case, let's make this place more lively. After saying this, he raised his hand. The space behind him fluctuated again, and 2 space cracks opened, one left and one right. A giant vicious dog with 2 heads and a giant taller than a giant zombie walked out of 2 space cracks respectively. 2-headed dog of hell, giant of the abyss. Name, Silver-winged demon fly. Level, Silver intermediate. Description, alien creatures with extremely high attack power and dodge ability. The silver-winged devil fly is a silver-level monster. This kind of creature has extremely high sensitivity and dodge ability, and it already existed in the magic capital in the early days of the end of the world. Not only are they terrific in combat, but they can also use special abilities and the unique insight of flies to avoid bullets flying from dead ends. This is also one of the reasons why there are so few survivors in the capital city. Layman and the group of ogres did not expect to kick the iron board twice in a row, wanting to take the opportunity to escape from the opponent's clutches. But in front of the strong luck of the young people, they could no longer escape. What? Help me, save me quickly. Drafted, how could this happen? I don't want to die yet. No. There are more than a dozen silver-winged magic flies in front, and a young man with a large number of terrifying monsters behind. In less than a moment, the group of ogres was slaughtered by the monster and the young man back and forth. Even the enchanter and the puppet master did not escape the siege of both sides. Puff puff. Blood spurted, stumps and broken arms flew around, and screams were endless. The smell of blood soon spread in this street. After all the ogres were killed, the silver-winged devilfly was also eliminated by the charming woman with the bow and the slime monster. What follows is a head-to-head confrontation between the young team and the magic fly team. Facing these extremely aggressive monsters, the young man did not hide his clumsiness and squeezed his fist. Boom! The scorching flame instantly burned all over his body. The young man grew taller and stronger, and the flames burning on his body made him look ethereal. The face is also ferocious like a ghost knight, terrifying. Hira, you help me. The young man's voice also became hoarse, like a devil whispering. Seeing the young man transformed into a flame body, a look of fear flashed across the eyes of the charming woman next to him. Okay, good master. A few minutes later, a large number of corpses of magic flies that had been roasted by the flames were scattered all over the place. The young man heaved a sigh of relief after returning to his original appearance. Take them to pile up these corpses. Yes, master. Facing the young man's order, the woman named Hira dared not disobey at all. He could only bring together a few other monsters to pile up the corpses of the magic fly and the ogre. Looking at these corpses, the young man nodded in satisfaction, raised his hands to the corners of his mouth, and chanted difficult spells. The evil spirit buried deep in the dark world, follow the ancient covenant, listen to my call, I am willing to exchange your loyalty with powerful flesh and blood. As the spell ended, a scarlet crack about 10 meters long opened on the ground. This rift seemed to come from hell, and also from the abyss. It is like the mouth of an evil god, devouring all the corpses piled up on the road. Come out, my most loyal servant. Chapter 308 Abyss Summoner. Nanshi Shangcheng Villa area is located in the eastern suburb of Nanshi. It is the first base established by Liu since the end of the world. The more than 700 survivors living in it all followed Liu's team all the way from Yancheng. Those who dare to travel long distances with the large army in the early days of the end of the world must not only have strong courage, but also have certain strength. The current leader of this base is Qin Zairo's father, Qin Zheng. Lu Ruobing, Qin Zairo, and Yan Yun are also helping at this base at this time. Combat awakened and young and strong men are responsible for standing guard, patrolling bases, hunting powerful monsters, searching secret places and delivering supplies. Women are responsible for cleaning, washing and cooking, and learning medical knowledge. Special occupations like Li Wanning and Tong Nangeo are studying their own exclusive abilities. Enchanting is Li Wanning's ability. With this ability, you can enchant weapons and armor with special powers. However, the enchanting formula needs to be researched by oneself. Li Wanning is just the heroine, unlike Chen Yang who has an ancient book that records all ancient spells. So she wants to find out what materials can be used for enchanting, and what effect these materials will have when enchanted. She can only try one by herself. Even Liu would use the villain's eyes at most to save her a little time. For example, the low-level wind attribute enchantment is based on the fusion of wind wolf blood and wind attribute crystal nucleus, which was researched by herself. Is this their current base? Standing in a dark corner of a building, Gao Tian looked at the villa area in the distance with a telescope, and muttered something to himself. Gao Tian, a necromancer, is also the CP of Shen Tingting, a $1 million internet celebrity. Although the corpse King Tang Cheng and the current Gao Tian no longer have the fun of being a man. But the hatred of taking away his girlfriend must be reported. In his mind, without Liu, how could he become the person he is today? Without Liu, how could Shen Tingting abandon herself so cruelly and leave her? Although Shen Tingting is also a slut in his heart now, this does not affect his hatred for Liu. So he used his awakened ability to inquire about Liu's news all the way to Nanxi, and knew the location of Liu's current base. Very well, next, you are ready to meet the wrath of the undead. Takata's voice was cold, and a blue flame appeared in his sunken eye sockets. He put down the binoculars, and prepared to give the guys in this base a big blow this evening. Just the next second. A powerful spiritual force suddenly reached his mind. Hey, this is... Gao Tian was taken aback. Before he could react, a space barrier wrapped him inside, and white runes lit up on the space barrier. Call out! With the fluctuating space, Takata disappeared in place when his eyes went dark. Appearing again, he has come to a scarlet cave. There is no sun and no light here, and it is full of gloom and terror. Followed by... A hole was cracked in the rock above the cave, and dim light came into his line of sight from this hole. An ethereal calling sound also entered his ears along this ray of light. Without thinking too much, he subconsciously crawled towards the top of the cave with both hands and feet. Who is it? Who is calling me? The decadent voice, full of cold air, penetrated into people's hearts and made people feel hopeless. Black bowler hat, black long coat, black mask, and long scarf. With a skinny figure, only a pair of strange blue eyes are left. Humans? How come? Looking at the thin man crawling out of the scarlet crack, the young man couldn't help but narrowed his eyes. He is a summoner. Abyss summoner. Logically speaking, shouldn't the creatures he summoned be monsters in the restricted area of the abyss? Why is it human? This is a bit unscientific, isn't it? After Takata crawled out from the cracks in the ground, the cracks merged together immediately. Except for the disappearing corpses and blood, there were no traces of fragmentation on the ground. Gao Tian didn't pay attention either, staring at the two people in front of him, he said with a dissatisfied face. Boy, are you calling me? Although I don't know what happened, but I was indeed calling you just now. Are you courting death? Takata was furious, and wanted to vent his anger on the young man in front of him. Since gaining the power of the necromancer, he has enjoyed the fun of strength and power. Now being dragged to a strange place for no reason, his mood is not beautiful. It's just that when he wanted to do something, a powerful spiritual force suddenly restricted his actions. The young man's playful voice also reached his ears. Bound by the power of the contract, you can't resist me. Contract. Okay, let me introduce myself first. The young man calmly said, my name is Lin Feng, an abyss summoner, from now on, I will be your master. Lin Feng introduced his information in a calm voice. He is 24 years old, an abyss summoner. The corpses of awakened people and monsters can be used as sacrifices, and monsters in the restricted area of the abyss can be summoned to help in the battle. The monsters in the abyss are all evil and bloodthirsty. The monsters in the restricted area of the abyss are even more powerful. And every time he improves a large stage, he can summon 2 more. The higher the level of oneself, the higher the rank of the corpses, the more the number, the stronger the monsters summoned. Only this time, he didn't know why. After consuming so many high-level monsters and ogre corpses, only 1 human was summoned? Master? Do you think I need this kind of thing? You want to defy the power of the contract? Hearing Gao Tian's words, Lin Feng's eyes froze slightly. Takata is not to be outdone. You think I dare not? Boom. The scorching flames burned all over Lin Feng's body in an instant, and Lin Feng rushed towards Gao Tian with a terrifying heat wave. Every time he took a step, there would be a scorched footprint on the ground. Seeing Lin Feng's current appearance, Gao Tian's eyes flashed brightly, and he wanted to start the summoning to be tough with Lin Feng. But the mental power that limited him appeared in time. Boom. Taking advantage of the moment Gao Tian was restrained by the power of the contract, Lin Feng hit Gao Tian's face with a flame fist. Bang bang bang. With one punch, Lin Feng didn't show any mercy. Relying on the powerful force after the transformation, Gao Tian was quickly knocked down to the ground. Gao Tian, who fell to the ground, felt burning pain all over his body. He wanted to use his ability to fight back against Lin Feng, but he couldn't do it after raising his hand. You really don't know your situation. Lin Feng walked up to Gao Tian and condescended, his voice became as low and hoarse as before. From the moment you are summoned by me, your life belongs to me. Maybe you are stronger than me now, but under the shackles of the power of the contract, I can easily kill you 100 times. Boom. Lin Feng stepped on Gao Tian's chest with Lai Yan's right leg. Give you another chance, surrender or die. At this time, Takata was beaten into a very embarrassing situation, his black bowler hat was blown away, his hair was blown in the wind, and there was blood on the corner of his mouth. Especially the scorching flames on his chest made him feel like he was about to suffocate. Looking at the guy who turned into a flame monster in front of him, Takata also began to feel fear in his heart. I don't know how long it took before he gritted his teeth with difficulty. Surrender. From now on, I am your master, get up and follow me. Where are you going? There is a base of 10 people over there, let's borrow some food first. Chapter 309 It is easy to conquer the country, but it is difficult to sit on the country. Necromancers possess the extremely powerful ability to manipulate the dead. If they have sufficient strength, they can form an army of undead in a short time. With this kind of strength, Takata naturally doesn't want to be ridden on the head by others. It's just that Lin Feng got God's favor and awakened the ability of Abyss Summoner. The Necromancer is also a type of abyssal creature. According to normal logic, as long as Lin Feng's level is high enough, the corpse of the sacrificed monster is strong enough. The creatures summoned by him must obey his command. So, unless the current Takata can break through to the dark gold level, there is no way to get rid of Lin Feng's control. What? Magic City? Is this the Magic City? Enduring the pain in his body, Gao Tian, who followed Lin Feng all the way, heard this amazing news from Lin Feng. What's the problem? I was originally in Nanxi, only 100 kilometers away from Shanghai. Lin Feng. What are you doing in Nanxi? I intend to. As the two moved forward, Lin Feng and Gao Tian began to exchange information. Lin Feng was very curious about Gao Tian's situation, and Gao Tian also became very interested in Lin Feng. Due to the existence of the contract, the two parties quickly opened their hearts to each other. After chatting for a while, they actually discovered that they still have many common hobbies. Ever since, the relationship between the master and the servant heated up rapidly. On the other side, Liu didn't know anything about Gao Tian's situation. After he brought Xiao Xia back, he began to concentrate on developing Liu Minjiayuan's base. After returning to his home in Shanghai, Liu himself did not have any particularly lofty ideals. He decided to help Liu Mingyuan survive the beast tide first, and then develop the survivor base. Not to mention anything else, at least let the Liu family become the top survivor force in the capital. Otherwise, the rich second generation of the villain himself would be more or less worthy of the name. However, it is not easy for the Liu family to become a top-ranking force in the magic capital. Because it is easy to fight the country, but it is difficult to sit on the country. What's the point if it ends up like Genghis Khan, with only a lot of territory and no people to manage it? So Liu needs a lot of strong people to work for him. Where can these strong men be found? Of course it was Luo Kekai and Xiao Xiu. Luo Kekai is a reborn person and knows a lot of information. She only needs to tell Liu the names of those strong people in her previous life, and then Liu will ask Xiao Xiu to use her avatar to find the traces of these people. In the end, it is enough for Liu to visit in person. So in the next period of time, Liu, who had this idea, started to get busy. In addition to leading people to hunt and kill the powerful monsters that Xiao Xiu inquired about, they also had to talk about love and find strong men. In the end, you have to exchange weapons with the military. A few days later, on the wall of the Liu family villa base. Brother Liu, what do you want from me? Xiao Xiu, who just came here, looked at the young and handsome boy with a serious face in front of him with admiration in his eyes. The incident with the ogre had a certain impact on her state of mind, but she is an awakener of the light department after all. After a few days of recovery, nothing serious happened. The reason why she has admiration for Liu is because when she first came to this base, she was very nervous. He thinks that in the last days when strength is the most important thing, super strong people like Liu will be very difficult to get along with. There may even be some special idiosyncrasies. After all, the strong are the ones who make the rules, and no one dares to complain about anything they do. But it turns out, she was thinking a little too much. Not only did Liu arrange their life and work properly, but he never made things difficult for them. This alone was enough to impress her. What's more, in the past, she didn't have enough food, didn't wear warm clothes, and was still afraid every day, for fear that a powerful monster would appear outside, and everyone couldn't solve it. Now she can not only eat, drink, and sleep, but the base also has a water reservoir for bathing. The base was attacked by monsters, and some people helped to solve it. Liu can easily deal with monsters that others cannot deal with. The most important thing is that the powerful monsters she detected before were also defeated one by Liu. Just ask such a young, handsome, and powerful boy. Which girl doesn't like it? So when Liu did it deliberately, her address to Liu changed from Mr. to Brother Liu. At this time, Liu was holding a piece of A4 paper and studying something carefully. Hearing Xiao Xiu's voice, he came back to his senses. Xiu, are you sure these are the only people you wanted to take refuge in before? It's true, Brother Liu, don't you believe me? Xiao Xiu bit her lip, feeling a little sad in her heart. Although she and Qin Xiao have the same appearance and body, they seem to have completely different personalities. Qin Xiao is the daughter of a rich family, and she is an innocent, lively, and cheerful loli. And Xiao Xiu's family is not rich, and she belongs to the type of good girl like Cangyun. Even she gave Liu the feeling that she was more mature and sensible than Cangyun, but she couldn't hide her own thoughts very well. Seeing that Liu doubted herself at this time, she directly wrote unhappy on her face. It's not that I don't believe it, but I'm afraid you missed it. Liu explained casually. He can't use other methods to improve his strength now. Not even a pharmacist could refine a medicine that could enhance his dark gold strength. So he can only pin his hope of improving his strength on the protagonist. In his thinking, if he didn't show up, Xiao Xiu should go to other bases. It is entirely possible that the leaders of these bases will appear as protagonists. That's why he asked Xiao Xiu to give him a list. But when he approached Xiao Xiu and the people on the list one by one, he didn't find a protagonist. This made him a little puzzled. Could it be that he made a mistake? The main character hasn't come yet? Remembering? Xiu's ability can strengthen memory, how can it be possible to remember? It's so loud. The figures of Luo Kekai and Xiao Manli appeared in Liu's sight. That's right. Hearing this, Liu said thoughtfully, forget it, you guys go and prepare, and I will go to the military base with me to change some weapons later. Now? Of course. Well, anyway, now that I'm on your thief ship, I can do what you say. Due to the complicated situation in Shanghai, there are several military bases. However, there are not many people in these bases. The exact number is not clear, anyway, it is much less than the Lang family's base. At this time, the east of the Magic City is heading towards the outer ring, and the military base is heading west. In the base of a large clothing shopping mall, a man in his 40s was crying and kneeling in front of another man, begging bitterly. Brother Guang, please give me some more. My daughter is very beautiful. As long as you give me a little more, I promise to give my daughter both hands. Get the hell out of me. The man named Brother Guang looked impatient. Damn it, no matter how beautiful your daughter is, she's not in Shanghai. What are you talking about? That's right, this old boy, the more he lives, the more he goes back. In these days, if it weren't for the person who appeared in front of me alive, anyone could become a monster's ration. This old boy doesn't know what he's thinking. A fool. Okay, hurry up and drag this trash out to stand guard. If Brother Chu Feng comes over and sees his aggressive appearance, he will definitely reprimand us again. As soon as Brother Guang finished speaking, two men walked towards the middle-aged man, one on the left and the other on the right. Good Ellie. Here we come, Brother Guang. Brother Guang, don't, Brother Guang. Get out now. Before the man finished speaking, Brother Guang waved his hand impatiently. This middle-aged man is a reinforcer. But because of the lack of crystal nuclei in the base, his current level is only high-level black iron. If it weren't for the fact that he was still useful, they would have thrown him out to feed the monsters. How could it be possible to keep him wasting food at the base? Get up for me, damn it, don't force me to do it. The two men were ordered to drag the middle-aged man to the gate of the base. What a coincidence. When they dragged the man to the gate of the base, the figures of several young men and women suddenly appeared in their sight. Fuck, Gangzi, look. Look at what? Beauty. What beauty? How can there be anything these days? Hey? Damn. Damn. Really beautiful. Hey, I didn't lie to you, did I? Okay, okay. Come 3 as soon as you come. Hey, is that man manly? Chapter 310 I and number 039, am not a bad guy. Yueguang is the leader of this small base. After the end of the world has been reshuffled, and all human beings have returned to the same starting line. Although everyone's means of transportation may be different, due to time issues, the distance between most people is not as large as imagined. At this time, on the street outside the mall, there are 3 women, one with a hot body, one with a holy white dress, and one with a cold face. It goes without saying about their looks and figures. Although in this last days, every base has so many beautiful women. But such a clean and temperamental woman as the 3 of them is really rare. Therefore, when these 2 subordinates of Yueguang saw them, they immediately wanted to take them as their own. Anyway, there is no legal constraint now, and no one can do anything. Just when they were about to act, the words of the middle-aged man caught their attention. Manly. What? Do you know them? Know it. The middle-aged man didn't dare to hide anything, so he quickly explained the relationship between the 2 parties. That's it. After listening to his story, one of the men narrowed his eyes. The other man was also thoughtful. Who could it be? On the street leading to the military base, Liu was obviously absent-minded. In this end time full of dangers, there are absolutely very few people who dare to wander on the streets of Modu. Liu is one of them. Although the rock-patterned Scorpion King who helped deliver the goods at the base today did not follow. But Liu's lineup is still strong. Wind Wolf Fire Leopard opened the way ahead, Shueli and Ding Feng guarded him on the left and right sides, and Xiao Manli assisted him from a distance with a bow and arrow. In Zaijian's normal form, while recovering arrows, it can also help dig out crystal nuclei. He Shui is also in the form of a little black dog, following Xiao Xiu as a guard. There are not many people, but they can make the best use of everything. This lineup combination, coupled with his own strong strength, gave Liu the capital to be unscrupulous. After these few days of getting along, Luo Kekai has naturally become his wife. As a rebirth heroine, she is not only strong enough, but also a know-it-all. The 2 also talked a lot in private. In addition to the future world structure and those strong people in the previous life, Liu also learned from Luo Kekai that the Liu family will be wiped out in the future. Not at the hands of monsters, but at the hands of humans themselves. It's just that Liu in the previous life didn't tell her who the person who destroyed the Liu family was, so now Liu can only guess by himself. Tanji? Impossible. Although Tanji is strong, he is not strong enough to crush the Liu family. If they cannot be crushed, the 2 sides will not easily start a war. It is also not in line with normal people's values. Cold family? That's even more impossible. In his previous life, he was just a small boss. No matter in terms of time, distance, or strength, it is impossible for him to offend the Lang family. In other words, there must be someone else who killed the Liu family. Who? Luo Kekai's cold voice interrupted Liu's meditation. Liu looked up. A bearded, oily face, about 176 or so. A wretched man with a bad spirit came out from the side. The man was slovenly, dressed very sloppily, raised his hands in surrender, nodded and bowed. Don't do it, I'm not a bad person. Not a bad person. Luo Kekai sneered, "Hat. Do you believe it yourself? I'm really not a bad person." The man looked aggrieved, and quickly explained, "I'm here to find my daughter." Your daughter? Luo Kekai frowned, and Xiao Manli also looked puzzled, but after seeing the person coming, she was completely stunned. Manli, you still know me, right? I'm your father. Seeing Xiao Manli looking at him, the man hurried to speak. Xiao Manli, dot. I'm really your father, take a good look at me. Seeing that Xiao Manli was silent, the man quickly stroked his beard and hair, and pointed to his face, I. Xiao Chongming. How will you be here? Seeing this, Xiao Manli finally spoke, but her face was a little ugly and her voice was a little cold. Hey. Xiao Chongming asked New Dama, Manli, I didn't expect that I would have a chance to see you again in this life. Speaking of which, Xiao Chongming looked at Liu and the others, and seeing that no one was blocking them, he quickly moved towards Xiao Manli. Manli, looking at you like this, you should have a good time, right? Dad is very worried about you, do you know that? Xiao Chongming babbled a lot in front of Xiao Manli in front of Liu and the others. It's nothing more than, Dad is very worried about you, and Dad misses you very much. Now seeing that you are doing well, Dad is relieved. Xiao Manli responded without saying a word, and would look at Liu from time to time in the middle. It seemed that he was afraid that Liu would dislike her because of this. But Liu didn't care, he just looked at Xiao Manli's father from the side. It has to be said that everyone's personality is not innate. The reason why Jiao Manli has a character of worshipping money is entirely due to her unreliable parents. Her parents divorced when she was very young. The mother ran away with a rich man, and the father poured out all his anger on her, punching and kicking her at every turn. After her father found a stepmother for her, he ignored her even more. Even so, she no longer needs to be beaten, but she also has no source of income. Fortunately, her grandparents are good people. Save food and money for her schooling. When she was in high school, her grandparents passed away one after another, leaving her alone in this world. She was unwilling to be teased by fate like this. After hearing that there was a girl in the school who was taken care of by the big boss, not only did she not despise her like other students, but she would show envy when she saw her give out some luxury items from time to time. In her impression, her mother ran away with others for money, and her father was unwilling to take money to support her. Even the money for her own schooling was provided by her grandparents who lived frugally. So money is very important to her. In order to change their own destiny, she humbly asked the girl for advice and began to learn the art of green tea. Finally, using this method, I saved enough money to go to college, and met Liu. This seems to be knowledge-changing destiny. Manly, my base is in that shopping mall, do you want to go in and sit down together? Xiao Chongming looked extremely happy, but Xiao Manli's voice was extremely cold. Sorry, we're not interested. Manly, we are father and daughter anyway, and now we meet again after a long absence, shouldn't you be happy? Xiao Chongming didn't care about Xiao Manli's attitude towards him at all, and looked at Liu with a smile. This one should be the son-in-law, right? Tisk tisk, he is really a good-looking person. By the way, where are you going? I know the surroundings very well. You can tell me where you want to go, and I can take you there. It's none of your business, have you finished? Wheel. Manly, is he really your father? Xiao Manli was upset and wanted to continue to refuse, but Liu interrupted her suddenly. Hearing Liu's words, she subconsciously bit her sexy red lips. Yes. Since it's your father, I have to say a few words. Liu looked at Xiao Chongming, you are Manli's father, let me call you Uncle Xiao for now. Good talk. Uncle Zhou, I have a few questions that I really don't understand. Oh? What's the problem? It stands to reason that our 6-person team, plus these 2 silver-level pets, don't look like ordinary awakened ones. You have spared no effort to gain our trust, are you trying to trick us into your base? What's the point of doing this? Are you sure you can solve us? You. Hearing Liu's words, Luo Kekai, Xueli, and Ding Feng all had no special expressions. But the others, including Xiao Chongming, all stared at Liu dumbfounded. What are you talking about? I don't understand very well. It doesn't matter if you don't understand, just take us to your base, it happens that my hands are itchy these 2 days. Xiao Chongming. Chapter 311 I am the rules. Xiao Chongming is Xiao Manli's father. Although there are many parents in this world who are willing to sacrifice themselves for their children, there are also many parents who are greedy for life and afraid of death, and entrap their children. Luo Kekai's father was one. Xiao Manli's parents were a couple. Xiao Manli has been separated from her parents since she was a child and has no feelings for her. After the end of the world, she didn't even think about finding her parents. The reason why seeing Liu helping Li Wanning, Yan Yun, and Qin Xiao to find their parents was uncomfortable, was just because they felt that Liu was unfair and felt unwilling. Otherwise, she wouldn't have waited so long to ask Liu why. Seeing her father today, to be honest, she was a little surprised and a little overwhelmed. Surprisingly, Xiao Chongming can be seen here. At a loss, he was afraid that Liu would look down on him when he saw such an inferior father. After hearing Liu's words, she became even more afraid. Did Xiao Chongming come out to meet him just to harm him? Son-in-law, what are you talking about? I really didn't. Stop talking nonsense and lead the way. Liu's cold voice interrupted Xiao Chongming's words. Not to mention that Liu knew about Xiao Manli's relationship with her father early on. Even if you don't know how to face an old man with a betrayal rate as high as 86% when you meet for the first time, Liu will never give him a good face. Seeing Liu's cold expression, and looking at the 2 grinning monsters, Xiao Chongming seemed to be aware of his current situation. After hesitating for a moment, he could only grit his teeth and admit his thoughts. Okay. Pretend that you haven't been discovered, and behave naturally. Maybe I will spare your life for your daughter's sake. Yes. Liu's cold words made Xiao Chongming sweat on his forehead. He didn't know why Liu was able to see through his inner thoughts, and he didn't know why the other party knew that there were tigers in the mountain and preferred to go to the mountain. He only knew that at this time, he had no choice. Honey, Seeing Liu leading the crowd to follow, Jiao Manli hurried forward and grabbed Lu's arm. Her voice was very small, as if she was begging Lu for forgiveness. Do not talk. Lu knew what she was going to say, so he interrupted it in advance. Now is not the time to talk about this. Yueguang is the boss of the base. The body is strong and the limbs are well developed. As the boss of the base, a group of subordinates respect him every day. Whatever you tell them to do, they have to do. Whichever woman I want to sleep with, no matter whose wife this woman is, I have to lie down in front of me like a dog that night and let myself do what I want. To be honest, as long as he is a normal man, he will enjoy this feeling very much. He is also included. Today, as usual, he was frolicking in the room with a woman in his arms. But suddenly he heard his subordinates report that Jiao Changming's daughter appeared outside the base. He couldn't believe this information, but it was the truth. And after a short observation, he found that Jiao Changming's daughter was actually exactly as he had described. Good figure and good looks. Not only that, but the other two women who appeared with her daughter were also rare and stunning. Such a superb woman should be enjoyed by myself. This was Yueguang's first thought after seeing the three women. Although he also knew that the other party could tame the two silver monsters, it was absolutely impossible for him to be an ordinary awakener. But he also has his own confidence. This is a large clothing store. The clothes, shoes, socks, and gold and silver jewelry inside have already been swept away by them. Lu put the two big pets on the ground floor, and together with others, took Xiaojin and He Shui to the top floor of the shopping mall behind Jiao Changming. Hey, Uncle Zhou, is this your daughter? As soon as he went upstairs, Yueguang put his arms around his woman and came up with a dozen younger brothers. Looking at the three beauties behind Lu, he couldn't help admiring. Tisk tisk, it's better to be famous than to meet. You guys should be exhausted on the way here, right? Come, take them down to rest, my side. No need. Yueguang commanded the younger brother, but Lu interrupted him by raising his hand before he finished speaking. Are you the boss of this base? Boy, be careful what you say, our boss can. Whoosh. Boom. Seeing Lu's questioning tone, a younger brother wanted to flatter Yueguang, but before he could finish speaking, Ding Feng kicked him away. Ding Feng's speed was so fast that only a few of the group could react. But that little brother is too strong, even if he reacts, he has no time to dodge. When everyone came back to their senses, Ding Feng's cold voice also reached their ears. The adults are talking, why do the children interrupt? Grass. Oh shit. What are you? Seeing this scene, everyone was filled with righteous indignation. They rolled up their sleeves and wanted to fight with each other, but Yueguang stopped him in time. He looked at Lu and frowned. Boy, what do you mean? Come to my base, beat my people. What's the problem? You don't follow the rules. Where I am the rule. You. Okay, don't ink blots, either. Lu was too lazy to talk nonsense, and said impatiently, what did you plan to do? Let the horse come here quickly. I don't have much time to play with you. Very good. This is what you asked for. Yueguang's eyes were cold. Give me all, keep the women, and kill all the men. Yes, boss. Those who do it, don't leave a single one behind. Yes, young Master Lu. Hear the conversation of the people. Xiao Xiu's complexion changed slightly, and he quickly turned his wrist, and a holy white light appeared in the palm of his hand. She hit Shueli and Ding Feng with this holy white light without the slightest hesitation. Blessing of light, according to the self-enhancement level, increase part of the teammate's strength, agility, supernatural power, and resistance to attack, and restore part of the physical strength. Note, the higher the self-enhancement level, the stronger the amplification effect and the longer the duration. Current reinforcement level, Bronze Intermediate. Amplification/recovery effect, 20%. Effect duration, 10 minutes. A skill is strengthened in all departments, and the special heroine of the light department is so terrifying. Shueli and Ding Feng, who were enveloped by the white light, felt warm and full of strength. Yueguang is the boss of a base. In front of the public, being so bullied by a yellow-haired kid? If he doesn't do anything again, how can he be the boss of these people in the future? What's more, he originally planned to kill Lu, but now he just put his thoughts on the bright side. So just do what you say, just do it without explaining. Windwolf and Fire Leopard felt Lu's call and wanted to rush upstairs to rescue Lu, but they were surrounded by several strong silver men who had ambushed in advance. The traps came in handy just in time. Seeing this scene, Yueguang raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Ha, just two pets and two enhancers dare to pretend to be aggressive in front of me? Don't even look at it, what the hell? Yueguang didn't finish his sentence, he just looked surprised, and the others were also dumbfounded. Because of Xiao Xia's blessing of light, after hitting Xiaojin, Xiaojin instantly became excited, and after getting bigger, he rushed into the crowd with the mace handed over by Liu. With an agile body and strong strength, there is an unstoppable tendency. Tisk tisk, Shi Yu's bright blessing is very powerful. Quick, kill that monkey! Damn it, supernatural being, stop it for me. Manly, those supernatural beings are handed over to you. Understand? Kikai, you protect Shiu. Roger that. Luo Kikai nodded, then continued after a pause, are they only this little fighting power? Shouldn't they be? I think so too. Looking at the almost one-sided situation in the field, Liu also agreed with this statement. Although the other party didn't know the fighting power between himself and Luo Kikai, he also underestimated He Shui and Xiao Jin. But it's not enough, dare to do it directly to yourself? He, beauties, beauties, so many beauties. As soon as Liu thought of this, a wretched voice rang out, Yueguang, why didn't you wake me up with so many top beauties here today? Damn it! Please forgive me, my lord. Hearing this voice, Yueguang hurriedly begged for mercy with a terrified expression. It seems that this is a very terrifying existence. Okay, I don't have time to talk to you right now, a few beauties, throw yourself into my arms, take the initiative to hand over your fat times, I can spare you from dying. The obscene voice just ended. Whoosh whoosh. The door of the utility room not far away was suddenly opened, and several black monster tentacles rushed straight towards the three women. Tentacles, an abyssal pervert who loves beautiful women to the point of going crazy. The mucus on his body has a fascination effect. Women who are strangled by tentacle monsters will be disarmed of all their equipment and be charmed. Chapter 312 He Shui vs Tentacle Monster. Of Liu's current 5 battle pets, the highest level is the rock pattern Scorpion King. When Liu caught it, it was already a silver bottleneck, and now it is a middle level gold. Because He Shui ate the blood of the divine beast, the potential of the bloodline has been greatly improved. Therefore, the enhancement level has barely caught up with the Scorpion King, and it is now between the gold level and the middle level. The other 3 battle pets, Zijin Bai and Pingjing, Wind Wolf and Fire Leopard are high-level silver. I want to ask why Zijin is the silver bottleneck? Because although it is the Monkey King brought out by Liu from the secret territory, its species is only the golden snub-nosed monkey. The golden monkey was originally a timid and docile monkey. The blood is there. No matter how much Liu took care of it, its potential and combat power could not be stronger than other large beasts. However, such combat power is barely enough for now. During this period of time, the awakened ones who can be strengthened to the level of silver and above must have both strength and luck. Facing 3 high-level silver monsters at the same time, how would ordinary awakened ones resist? If you try your best, it's probably a desperate fight, not to mention that there are 6 awakened people on Liu's side. So Liu guessed that there must be other strong people in this base. It's just that he never thought that the strong man in this base would be a tentacle monster? What? Flash! Luo Kikai reacted the fastest, seeing a few tentacles flying towards her from the side. She quickly dodged and at the same time wiped her right hand towards the jade pendant on her neck. The ancient ingot knife was unsheathed. Drink! A squeak! The sensitive movement combined with the sharp ancient ingot knife cut off a tentacle with mucus in an instant. The broken tentacles were like severed earthworms, bouncing around on the ground. Luo Kikai didn't have time to think too much, so she quickly dealt with the other tentacles. Among the 3 women, Xiao Xiu reacted the slowest. Facing the extremely fast attacks of several tentacles on the flanks, she couldn't react at all. Fortunately, He Shui's reaction was very sensitive. Ho ho! At the same time as it grew bigger in an instant, a beast roar came out of its mouth. A strong body, with billowing smoke and flames, blocked Xiao Xia behind him. Hey, I'm saved! Seeing He Shui's tall body, Xiao Xia couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As an enemy, He Shui is a very terrifying existence, but as a companion, he is so reliable. However, Xiao Xia was out of danger, and Qiao Manli not far away was not so lucky. For ordinary supernatural beings, the profession of Bao Soul is very deadly. Although Qin Zyro is the nemesis of supernatural beings, her suppression is more reflected in defense. It takes a lot of effort to kill the opponent. But the Bao Soul is different, this thing can directly kill the supernatural being. Everyone is attacking from a distance. Bao Soul's arrows are not only farther away than them, but also released faster than them, and their single target lethality is also stronger than theirs. Use a short bow to call names one by one, relying on 1 bow and 1 arrow and Shui Li Ding Feng can suppress the firepower of those supernatural beings. That's why Liu asked her to deal with those supernatural beings. At this time, these tentacles belonged to the sneak attack from the side, and her attention was all on those supernatural beings. So after she reacted, she barely avoided the 2 tentacles. The 3rd tentacle was wrapped around her slender waist. Not good. Qiao Manli's complexion changed. Whizzing! The tentacle monster succeeded in 1 blow, and the subsequent attack was a violent storm. While pulling Jiao Manli away, 5 or 6 tentacles rushed towards Jiao Manli. Soon her wrists were all entangled in the other slimy tentacles. The short bow fell to the ground. A strong force pulled her towards the utility room, and she couldn't break free at all. Right at this juncture. Swish! The dark golden sword light appeared in time. Get out of here! The wind blade, the sword light, instantly cut off the 2 tentacles wrapped around her waist and one wrist. A strong arm wrapped around Jiao Manli's slender waist, and she turned around. Boom! A terrifying heat wave rushed towards the face, and a huge fireball rushed towards the utility room along the tentacles of the other wrist. The door of the utility room was not closed in time, and the flame accurately hit the tentacle monster inside. Soon there was the scream of the tentacle monster. Ah, it's hot, it's hot. You bastards, how could you hurt me? I want you to die. As soon as the words fell, a few puddles of disgusting mucus sprayed out from the utility room. Heh, how dare you come out and make a fool of yourself at this level? Liu smiled disdainfully, and knocked back the mucus flying towards him with a strong wind. He Shui went in and killed it. Wang, ho ho. He Shui got the order, and rushed into the utility room covered in black smoke and flames. My god, this is... The battle on the field changed rapidly, leaving Villain and the group of survivors dumbfounded. I couldn't believe what I saw with my own eyes. Xiao Chongming even hid in the corner of the shopping mall and shivered. The tentacle monster is Brother Feng's summon. Because it is spiritually intelligent and connected with Brother Feng, it can speak the language of Xia Kingdom. The reason for staying in this base is to protect the safety of Villain and the others, and to allow them to help raise them. This tentacle monster is very powerful, and it also eats monster brains, so they don't have any pressure to raise them. It is enough to bring it downstairs and attract other monsters to its attack range. But this tentacle monster has a problem, that is, it has a soft spot for beautiful women. The purer and more beautiful the beauty, the more it likes it. Although there are many beautiful women in this base, they are basically so dark that they shine. So it doesn't have much interest in the women at the base. Originally, Villain's original intention was to separate Liu and the others from men and women while the tentacle monster was sleeping. Use the hand of the tentacle monster to kill these men, and the woman hides and enjoys it by herself. Didn't expect the tentacle monster to wake up because of the fighting outside? Didn't even think that the fighting power of Liu's team is so terrifying? How could he avoid the tentacle monster's attack while dealing with them? Strong, too strong. Go. If you don't go, we will all die. Oh shit. Boss, wait for me. Seeing the giant dog emitting black smoke, and the textured weapons in Liu and Luo Kikai's hands, Villain knew that he had kicked the iron plate again this time. If you want to survive, you must leave here. As for the life and death of the tentacle monster? He can't control that much. Ah, you nasty bug, get out of here. Want to go? Just as Villain was about to leave, the tentacle monster roared from the utility room. Before he could react, he felt himself being controlled by an invisible force. Jiao Manli took the opportunity to roll over, picked up the short bow on the ground, and pointed it at him with an arrow. Phew, poof. Another chill. After the arrow penetrated the opponent's body, Liu took advantage of the situation and threw the opponent downstairs with his mind. Boom. Villain fell heavily to the ground. This scene frightened the other awakened people, and also made the wind wolf and fire leopard downstairs break free from their restraints. At this moment, the battle in the utility room came to an end. What is the strongest tentacle monster? Tentacles and slime. Although it has spikes on the top of several tentacles, the attack range of the spikes is too small, mainly relying on the tentacles to wrap around. Therefore, He Shui's sensitive figure, coupled with the dark fire on his body, and the ability to switch sizes at will, can perfectly restrain all its attacks. After several fights, the tentacle monster couldn't bear He Shui's torment and quickly rushed out of the utility room. It's a huge monster like an octopus. The surface is black. Not counting the tentacles, they are at least 2 meters high, and there are 16 disgusting tentacles in total. Luo Kikai and Liu chopped off 3 pieces, He Shui bit off 2 pieces, and now there are still 11 pieces left. The moment he came out, He Shui shot into its body from the wound with a burst of flame. Boom! Burst flames exploded inside it, and slime-stained flesh flew everywhere. Tentacled monster mucus, it has an extremely powerful effect on women, and can be used in the production of various medicinal powders and potions. Tisk tisk, good stuff. Chapter 313. This base is now surnamed Lu. Monsters, whether they are alien creatures or mutant beasts native to the earth. As long as it is strengthened to the silver level, a little wisdom can be born more or less. Monsters with wisdom are very life-saving existences. Tentacle monsters, originally creatures from the abyss, are very interested in girls themselves, and their levels are generally above the high silver level. There are not many such monsters, and they basically act alone. The mucus on their bodies and the unique structure of their bodies make them extremely resistant to supernatural powers and blunt weapons. If coupled with the intelligence equivalent to human beings, ordinary monsters and humans of the same level are no match for it at all. The tentacle monsters in Yueguang's base are golden beginners. Among the three women beside Liu, except for Qiao Manli, who was a frequent guest on Liu's bed, the other two were fatally attracted to him. Especially Xiao Xiu. Not only is she a young girl, but she is also of the light attribute. The girlish aura on her body can excite her from a long distance away. But sadly, it met Heishui, an ability that could restrain its existence. Heishui has the blood of a divine beast, and also possesses considerable intelligence. The fusion of darkness and fire turned the fire on its body into a dark fire. This kind of fire can not only burn the skin, but also reduce the enemy's resistance to fire and affect the spiritual power. So when two monsters are at the same level, it is no match at all. After being bitten by Heishui and escaping, he was blown apart by a burst of flames. Luo Kekai threw a few wind blades and a few fireballs, making it lose its ability to resist in an instant. Bastard, bastard, you humble reptiles, I remember what you look like. Don't let my uncle. Ah. No. The tentacle monster originally wanted to say something cruel, and then use the power of the summoning contract to return to the abyss. But Heishui didn't give it any time to react. Seeing Heishui rushing towards him, he panicked and launched an attack. But in its current state, none of its attacks could hit Heishui. Instead, Heishui bit off all the tentacles while dodging, and finally opened the wound that had been blasted before, and spit countless explosive fireballs into his body. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions sounded. This time it was directly blown to pieces, and it couldn't die anymore. What a disgusting monster. Looking at the mucus and octopus fragments all over the sky, Liu couldn't help but complain. Shouldn't the species that this monster likes be also a monster? How can you like human girls? Could it be that there are girls on the other side of the abyss? More than disgusting. Qiao Manli looked at the mucus on her waist and wrists, and couldn't help but agree. After thinking about it, I thought it was wrong, so I couldn't help but took out a few pieces of paper from the ring and wiped it. Luo Kekai didn't care, but looked at the tentacle monster's corpse with a solemn expression. Disgusting is second to none. What I'm more curious about is why it appears here. This kind of tentacle monster, even in the late end of the world, is an extremely disgusting existence. It can be said that it is incompatible with humans. How could it be that in less than half a year in the end of the world, it was kept in captivity by human beings in this survivor base? Liu sneered, shouldn't you just grab someone and ask? Don't come here, I will kill him if you come here again. Just when Liu was about to arrest someone to ask about the situation, a cold shout suddenly rang out. Liu looked sideways, the shopping mall has a total of 6 floors. At this time, the silver-awakened people who were in charge of rounding up the windwolf and fire leopard on the ground floor had already run away. Yueguang, who was pierced by the arrow, was bitten to death by the windwolf and fire leopard who broke free. And he was in the corner of the 6th floor. A tall, thin man kidnapped Jiao Chongming, with his hands clasped around the latter's throat in the shape of claws. This man is Yueguang's younger brother, and his awakened ability is a rooster. Although the fighting power is not as good as other birds and beasts, the lethality of the claws is still very impressive. The two of them are doing this action now, as long as he exerts a little force, Jiao Chongming will undoubtedly die. Seeing this scene, Xueli and Ding Feng, who had been pushing each other into a corner with weapons, did not dare to step forward. Anyway, Jiao Chongming is also Qiao Manli's father. And Qiao Manli is now his young master's woman. Without Liu's order, how dare they make their own claims? This kid has a strong desire to survive? Kekai, you and Xiu check to see if there are any other potential safety hazards. I'll take Manli there to have a look. It is good. After receiving Luo Kekai's reply, Liu took Qiao Manli and walked in that direction. Master Liu. Okay. Son-in-law. Save. Save me, save me. Seeing Liu approaching, Jiao Chongming quickly asked for help as if he had met a savior. In his mind, the kid behind him was just trying to survive. As long as Liu said a word, his life would not be in danger. Is it just that Liu will save him? Save you. Liu looked at Jiao Chongming, then at Qiao Manli, and there was no special expression on his face. What do you think should be done? You decide. Qiao Manli bit her lip and lowered her head, without even looking at Jiao Chongming. I have no relationship with him. In the past 10 years or so, I have only seen him twice at the funerals of my grandparents. Those 2 times were because he wanted to come back to get his grandparents' inheritance. Otherwise, even if my grandparents passed away, I wouldn't be able to see him. Is it? Manli, what nonsense are you talking about? I am your father. I am your biological father. Hearing his daughter's words, Jiao Changming's expression changed drastically, and he quickly said, even if I didn't take care of you before, that still can't change the fact that I'm your father. What's more, now that I know I was wrong, can't you give me a chance to be a father? Son-in-law, my good son-in-law, you let him go no matter what, I'm also Manly's father, you can't just watch me die, can you? You're right. I really can't just watch you die. After thinking for a moment, Liu nodded slightly, then turned around and left with Xiao Manly. The answers given speak for themselves. Can't watch death, can't watch it. Manly, do you know why your father came to harm us? It stands to reason that he is your father, no matter how bad he is to you, he wouldn't join forces with outsiders to harm us. On the way to leave, Liu asked suddenly. Xiao Manly shook her head blankly. I don't know. Liu raised the corner of his mouth, searched the crowd, and finally caught a person for interrogation. After a moment, Xiao Manly was dumbfounded. At the same time, the Lang family base of 10 people. Looking at the young man in black clothes and black hair in front of him, the 3 members of Lang Aotian's family clenched their teeth. Although they were very unwilling, they were helpless. Because in this world where strength is paramount, the weak will always be the vassals of the strong. Their Lang family couldn't beat Liu, and they were no match for the young man in front of them. So what young people want, they can only give. Mr. Lang, don't be unconvinced. The young man in black slowly stood up from the chair, looked at Lang Aotian, it is your honor that I can take food from you. What's more, I gave you a very important piece of information. This piece of information is more than enough for you to exchange 10 tons of food, right? This. Lang Aotian pretended to be suspicious. Brother Lin Feng, you said that there will be a wave of beasts in more than a month, I believe this. After all, the world is so big and full of wonders, it is understandable that you have awakened some predictive ability. But this base, now I am not in charge. Oh? What do you mean? Aren't you the leader of this base? Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes shivered slightly. Mr. Lang, don't tell me, you are the richest man in the Xia Kingdom, the leader of the base, and you can't even control 10 tons of food. 10 days ago it was possible, but now it's really not possible. What happened? To be honest, this base is now surnamed Liu. Surname Liu. Lin Feng frowned when he heard this. Lang's family name is Liu? I haven't heard that the base of the Lang family is named Liu in my previous life. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 314 Two Tigers Fight, One Must Be Injured. Past life? That's right, Lin Feng is also a reborn person. In the last days, rebirth seems to be the standard for the protagonist. But he is somewhat different from the 2 reborn Chu Feng and Luo Kekai. Although all 3 of them came from 10 years after the end of the world, both Chu Feng and Luo Kekai were reborn before the end of the world. And he was reborn half a month after the end of the world, shortly after Liu killed Chu Feng. His home is on the outskirts of Modu. When he was reborn, he went through the same psychological journey as Chu Feng. Surprised, confused, unbelievable, and then ecstatic. As usual. Every person reborn in the last days will have various regrets in his previous life. Development will also be much slower than others for various reasons. He is also included. It was too late to discover his abilities, which is a common point between him and Chu Feng. In addition, the end of the world has only started for half a month, and most people have never even seen the crystal nucleus. So even if he was reborn half a month after the end of the world, it would not affect his joy in the slightest. In his memory, demons have 7 major forces and 10 masters. The other forces only emerged in the middle and late stages of the last days, and only the Lang family stood out in the early stages. The hoarding of materials here is the most, and it also has the most powerful people. It's just that these strong people are aimed at ordinary awakened people. To him, it's not worth mentioning at all. My own development time is half a month later than others, and I can't find enough supplies? It is the most suitable choice to come to Lang's house to make food. It's just that Lang Aotian actually said now that the surname of this base is Liu? How can that be? In my memory, there is no such plot. That's right, it's not convenient for me to say more about it. Lang Aotian said slowly, in short, I am responsible for the normal operation of the base, but for this kind of matter, I think it is better to ask him for instructions. President Lang. Hearing this, Lin Feng suddenly sneered, you may have made a mistake. What's the matter? I want 10 tons of food from you, but I'm not negotiating with you. After 10 years of apocalypse, Lin Feng also has no habit of reasoning with others. Reason, that's what the weak say to the strong. Whether the strong listen or not, that is the freedom of the strong. You. Hearing this, Lang Aotian clenched his teeth, but did not dare to refute at all. Because the weak have no right to speak. It has to be said that as the richest man in the Xia Kingdom, it is no one to be bullied for this reason. If you don't accept it, you can come to me for revenge at any time. Lin Feng's voice was cold, but now, you have to give these 10 tons of food. Lin Feng's domineering air leaked out, and he never gave Lang Aotian a chance to refuse. It is obvious that Lang Aotian is looking for an excuse for rejecting himself. Facing the mighty Lin Feng, can Lang Aotian do anything? No way. According to the storyline of the previous life, the Lang family belonged to one of the 7 major forces even in the late end of the world. But it is the bottom of the 7 major forces. Because Lang Tianlin, the god of war with silver guns in the later period, barely managed to enter the top-combat power levels in the Magic City, and he could rank second in this base. The number 1 force in this base is Lang Tianlin's uncle. Ranked 8th among the top 10 masters in terms of combat power, Fenglai Sword Master, Nangongbao. That day when Liu attacked Lang's house at night, he was the one who cooperated with others and almost kept Luo Kekai. Of the 7 major forces, the strongest in this base is also ranked 8th in the Demon City? And it's only late to be 8th? It can be seen from this that there are so few real strong players in this base. When Lin Feng came here for the first time, he had already completely defeated Nangongbao. What else would the Lang family use to fight Lin Feng? Asshole, what an asshole. Boom, bang. Seeing the back of Lin Feng leaving, Lang Aotian shouted angrily, and slapped the coffee table directly, smashing the glass coffee table to pieces. This Lin Feng is so arrogant. According to the storyline of this life, the Lang family should be Luo Kekai's vassal. Lin Feng shouldn't be reborn either. But Liu, the butterfly, not only changed the original storyline, but also seemed to trigger some time and space effects. It wasn't enough for the Lang family to be bullied once by Liu, but also once by Lin Feng. I wanted to bring trouble to the east just now, but I didn't expect that Lin Feng would not take this at all. It's no way to go on like this. Dressed in a blue and white cheongsam, Nangong Ling, who was dressed as a lady, also had an uncertain face. Before Liu appeared, she once thought that the strength of the Lang family and the Nangong family would be enough for the 2 families to regain their pre-apocalyptic glory. But Liu's appearance undoubtedly gave her a blow in the head. It turns out that in this world, there are already people who are strong enough to ignore the number of people. It would be fine if it was just Liu, but now Lin Feng appeared? Met 2 in such a short time, doesn't that mean that there are people like this in other places? Although our family has a big business and we don't care about this little food, there is no impenetrable wall in this world. If others know that our Lang family and Nangong Ling can be manipulated at will, then there is no need for our base to exist. I know this too, but what can we do if we are not his opponent now? Let me see, or I'm going out to get some air. Before Nangong Ling finished speaking, Lang Tianlin stood up and left the villa without looking back. After being bullied by Liu and Lin Feng, who was the one who suffered the most? It wasn't Lang Aotian, nor Nangong Ling, but Lang Tianlin, the domineering president. He has been pampered and spoiled since he was a child, defiant, no matter how big a mistake he made, someone will cover him up. In his mind, his father is so powerful that he can do whatever he wants. Don't care about other people's opinions at all. But after the end of the world, he suffered 2 major blows in such a short period of time? How did he accept this? Tianlin, Tianlin. Seeing her son leaving directly, Nangong Ling subconsciously called twice, and finally could only sigh helplessly. Known child Moruomu. Of course she could understand what was going on in her son's mind. But at this moment, she was powerless. Forget it, let's deal with Lin Feng first. I think it's more appropriate for the Liu family to handle this matter. Let the Liu family handle it. Isn't that what I did just now? But Lin Feng won't take it. It doesn't matter if he doesn't pick up, why don't we let the Liu family take the initiative to find him? You mean? Lang Aotian thought for a moment, and then he was a little worried. No, you also know that our relationship with the Liu family is just a master-slave ally relationship, not the base surname Liu as just said. The Liu family has no reason to help us deal with this Lin Feng. Besides, the Liu family boy is very smart. If we borrow his knife to kill people, it will be troublesome if he finds out. That depends on how you tell him about this. Nangong Ling murmured, no matter what, he also wants to get benefits from us. Now that we have encountered troubles that cannot be solved, shouldn't it be right for him to help deal with it? You're right. Lang Aotian nodded thoughtfully, when 2 tigers fight, one must be injured. No matter who wins or loses, it will only benefit us. Then do that. Okay, come. President Ling. Go and ask Uncle Qing to come over. Yes. A moment later, the figure in tang suit appeared in the front yard of the villa. Aotian, what do you want from me? Go to Lu's house and send a message for me. Oh, okay. Hey, wait, where are you going? Lu. Lu's house. Chapter 315 5 Elements God Stick. Uncle Qing is the owl supernatural being from before the Lang family Feng Qing. Back then, following Nangong Ling's order, he went to the Menjiangsuan villa base in the north of the city to remind Liu Mingyuan. After Xiao Manli shot an arrow with a short bow, Wu Jiang took off her feathers and severely injured her. However, in order not to affect the future plan, after finding out the information, Liu not only did not kill him, but silently extended his life with the ability of the healing department. After reaching an agreement with the Lang family, he was thrown back to the Lang family's base. Hearing Lang Aotian's order at this time, Feng Qing immediately trembled in fright. Go to Lu's house? Are you kidding me? He still remembers the inhuman treatment he received at Lu's house more than 10 days ago. The ripped feathers have only just grown back. Let yourself go to the Liu family now. But fortunately, Lang Aotian didn't ask him to trouble the Liu family this time, but just to spread a message. After hearing these words, Feng Qing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although he was still a bit discouraged in his heart, he still took the task bravely. Over time, the other side. Liu had asked someone to collect some tentacle slime and left Xueguang's base. Xueguang died, in the hands of Windwolf and Fire Leopard. Xiao Chongming is not dead, but he is not far from death. The rooster was Xueguang's confidant. Seeing that Xiao Chongming was not a threat, he took Xiao Chongming and jumped off the building. At the height of the 6th floor of the shopping mall, the rooster can land safely with his wings. But Xiao Chongming is only a black iron level fortifier, and he will have to peel off his skin if he jumps down without dying. The reason why he is not far from death is that after killing the supernatural being, Liu took away all the things he needed and destroyed them. Poison powder, poison ice. Xiao Manli was completely hopeless when she saw her father's unwavering nature and entrapment for these poisonous fans. But Liu didn't kill him either. A person who has no relatives and no reason in this last world, is seriously injured, and is even obsessed with taking drugs. Even if he managed to survive, the result would be that life would be worse than death. Such an ant is not worth his hands. Of course, it's even more impossible to take him with you. Although he is Xiao Manli's father and Liu is also a villain, Liu feels that in a team, it is enough for the bad guys who do bad things to be alone. It's better for teammates to be upright. Someone like Xiao Chongming is not qualified to join his team at all. Shiyu, have you saved your clone yet? When approaching the military base, Liu suddenly asked. The young man in black and black hair had been to Xueguang's base, and the tentacle monster was left behind by that young man. This is the information Liu inquired from other survivors. With this information, Liu will of course have to monitor it. Xiao Shiyu's possession ability only needs to sneak in the middle of the night when possessing a strong person. Ordinary awakened people don't need to be so troublesome. So when Liu left, let her possess a female awakener to monitor every move of the base. Keep it, brother Liu. Xiao Shiyu nodded slightly and said, as long as that person comes, I can get his information. Well, good. Let's go. Starfire City is the name of the military base to the east of the city. The military has set up numerous roadblocks on the road, and behind these roadblocks are all black muzzles. Blocking is worse than sparse. This is the philosophy behind the military's establishment of the base. It is not the most desirable way to only set up a line of defense to keep all monsters out of the base. Appropriately set some gaps, and then arrange heavy firepower in these gaps. This is the most correct way to open the base defense. Nanchi is because the base is too big, the monsters can barely handle it, and the time is also too late. So there is no way to arrange more defensive facilities. And here. Tisk tisk, the military guards here are obviously much stricter than those in Nanchinj. Liu couldn't help admiring the heavily armed and serious-looking soldiers behind the barricade ahead. Just looking at the fortifications, it is much more exaggerated than Nanchinj. Yeah, I guess it's because there are too many monsters. Luo Kekai spent her life in Nanchi in her previous life, so she only knew some well-known people and things in the city. I don't know the specific situation of these forces in the magic capital. There will be monster harassment from time to time, it's normal to be cautious. Hey, stop! What are you doing? After a long distance, Liu and the others were interrupted from chatting. Immediately afterwards, several heavily armed soldiers ran out with assault rifles, looking at Liu warily. Wrong. To be precise, he looked at the Windwolf and Fire Leopard behind Liu. The 4-meter-long silver-level mutant beast has a strong oppressive force just because of its physique. If the gun does not hit the vital point, it is difficult to kill it. If it is a monster with a carapace, it needs armor-piercing bullets to deal with it. So when they saw the 6 people with their battle pets, they immediately became vigilant. We come here to change weapons. Liu replied honestly, you guys should support changing weapons, right? Xiao Shiyu had inquired about this base, so Liu was confident. Change weapons. Hearing this, the soldier couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief, but he was still wary. Have you brought supplies? Of course I did. Liu showed his left hand. The 3 gemstone rings on his left hand made several soldiers stunned. Storage ring? Or 3? My god, how is it possible? It's the first time I've seen a team with so many storage rings. Luu. Are those monsters yours? Yes. In order to ensure everyone's safety, you can go in, but these monsters have to stay outside. Okay, no problem, you four can rest outside here. Luu said indifferently to the four pets. The mutated beasts subdued by the animal trainer have the risk of going mad and hurting people, so these monsters are generally not allowed to enter the base. Luu was no stranger to it. Brother, hasn't your little black dog mutated? Why is it still so small? It's mutated, and it's stronger than that wolf, so don't mess with it. Hehe, don't worry, we don't have that much free time. Luu smiled, ignored them, and led everyone in. A group of 6 people walked forward slowly, and there were many ordinary people sitting on both sides of the street. Seeing Luu and his party dressed in bright clothes, there was a hint of envy on their faces. Although this is a military camp, they are not isolated from the world, so they naturally know what the outside world is like. To be able to dress so cleanly can only be done by a powerful awakener. And they are just ordinary people. Ordinary people and awakened people, no matter which camp they are in, their lives are no longer at the same level. Under the envious eyes of these ordinary people, Luu and the others entered the military base. Teams of patrolling soldiers immediately cast scrutiny and vigilance on the strange faces of Luu. Seeing this scene, Luu couldn't help but frowned. The atmosphere here is so depressing. It's normal. In this world where people cannibalize people, the military will also be tricked. Luo Kikai opened the mouth and said, it seems that someone has caused a terrorist attack in the base, that's why this happened. My god, Sister Kikai, what are you doing? Xiao Xiu admired, and felt something was wrong halfway through the speech, and quickly lowered her voice. How do you know that there was an accident here? I remember, I didn't tell you and brother Luu about this. Luo Kikai replied casually, can't you know this kind of thing just by looking at it? By the way, Xiu, where is the exchange list you mentioned? Why didn't you see it all the way here? It's right in front of the gate of the barracks. It's pasted all over the wall. You can see it when you turn this street. Okay. Hearing this, Luo Kikai nodded slightly, and stopped talking. Follow the crowd and walk in silently. Unexpectedly, as soon as they reached the gate of the barracks, a joking voice sounded. Hey, how many face-to-face students? Are you here to exchange for supplies? A man in sportswear, about 30 years old, walked over with a wave of hippie smiling faces. Luu glanced at him, what's the problem? No problem. I just see that the 3 beauties behind you are very beautiful. I want to ask if you are interested in transferring them to me. Transfer. Luu narrowed his eyes, and subconsciously opened the villain's eyes. Name, Xia Yuki. Age, 32. Height, 179. Weight, 144. Xia Yuki? The 5-element god stick that ranks 5th in the combat power rankings of the capital. Hehe, this dish is delivered. Chapter 316 Luu vs Xia Yuki. The top 10 masters on the list of fighting power in Shanghai. Although it is just the voting ranking of some good people, it cannot directly represent the strength of a person's actual combat ability. But being recognized by so many people is enough to show that these people are not ordinary people. If it wasn't for awakeners like Lu Ruobing and Qin Xiero who had awakened a single domain to the extreme, and they didn't have special abilities like Beast Soul God General. Then for those who can make it to this leaderboard, dual cultivation of magic and martial arts is their standard equipment. The dual cultivation of magic and martial arts here does not refer to ordinary people who strengthen abilities. Only strengthening the body, awakening 1 or 2 abilities, and becoming a master of a medium-sized base is already very good. Want to become the top 10 masters in the entire first-tier city, obviously not very realistic. Therefore, the meaning of the dual cultivation of magic and martial arts refers to the enhanced abilities who have awakened the soul of weapons. For example, Nan Gongbo, the 8th-ranked Wind and Thunder Sword Master of the Lang family, has the ability to awaken the sword spirit. Special abilities related to melee cold weapons generally provide the awakened with very powerful melee capabilities. And as the proficiency of this cold weapon increases, they will become stronger in the later stages. The powerful melee combat ability, combined with the supernatural powers of the 2 attributes of Wind and Thunder, made Nangongbo have the 8th level of combat power in the Magic City. The same is true for Xia Yuki now. Stick Soul, plus the ability of the 5 attributes of Gold, Wood, Water, Fire, and Earth. Let him have the title of 5 Elements God Stick in the future. That's right, it's a transfer. Xia Yuki looked at Luu with a smile on his face. I've always felt that there is nothing in this world that cannot be traded. If there is, then it's just that the chips given are not enough. Xia Yuki, 179 centimeters tall, has a well-proportioned figure and well-defined muscles. The face is not handsome, but it is the image of a rare tough guy. He grew up in Shaolin Temple. After returning to vulgarity, in order to make a living, he worked as a martial artist in the filming crew of Yanjing, and came to Shanghai to shoot a modern action movie. After the end of the world, everything will be in order. He became the boss of a base by relying on his impressive ability and strength. Hearing Xiao Yuki's words at this time, Xiao Xia shrank behind Xiao Manli in fear. Xiao Manli didn't speak, only Luo Kekai frowned slightly. Although he was very reluctant to admit it, there was really nothing wrong with what Xiao Liangke said. Not to mention the end of the world, this is the case even in peaceful times. When there are enough chips, human beings have no moral bottom line to speak of. Just like someone would think killing a cat is a cruel thing to do. Give you 100 yuan, will you kill me or not? You may also feel cruel for 100 yuan. But what if it was given to you, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million? 100 million kills a cat, I believe there will be a lot of people chasing and killing the cat, right? But what if the 100 million is for you to fight with an adult lion with your bare hands? I am afraid that most people will not agree. Then increase this amount to -million, 1 billion. There may be many more people who volunteered to single out the lions. That's what the chips are for. This is also the reason why there must be a brave man under a heavy reward. He he he. Liu also laughed, this kid is very interesting, you are very reasonable, but my woman is not a vase, are you sure you can give me the chips I want? Brother, what did you say? Xiao Liangke didn't take it seriously, no matter how strong a woman is, she's still a woman? In this crisis-ridden apocalypse, how many women can be called strong? How about this? Judging from the current external situation, strength can represent everything. Let's have a duel between men. I win, you let me choose one of the 3 beauties at random, and I lose, you can do whatever you want. How? So confident? Xiao Liangke had a proud expression on his face, just tell me if you dare or not. We accept your challenge. Liu was about to answer something, Luo Kekai replied directly, there's no need for Liu, I'll fight you. Luo Kekai was obviously annoyed by the guy in front of her. Although what this guy said was true, she was also a woman. Being so despised by the other party, of course she has to stand up and defend the woman. You. Seeing Luo Kekai standing up, Xiao Liangke was taken aback for a moment, and then he couldn't help but feel a little funny, ha ha ha, beauty, don't be joking, fights have always been a man's business, why are you just a woman? Forget it, let me come. Liu reached out to stop Luo Kekai, looked at Xiao Yuki and sighed helplessly, but it's fine to bet on women, they are mine, even if I won't lose, it's not appropriate to bet on them. Liu turned his wrist, and a set of shining golden armor appeared in his hand. I have a good set of armor here. If you win, the armor belongs to you. If you lose, I don't want anything else. Just swear allegiance to me. After saying this, Liu looked at Xiao Yuki, with a sly smile on his lips. He didn't let Luo Kekai make a move, not because he couldn't trust Luo Kekai, but simply because he didn't want to waste time. The strong players who can make it to the top 10 of the rankings are definitely not weak even in the early stage. With Luo Kekai's current strength, even if she can win the opponent, it will take a long time. But it's different on your own. Make a quick decision, just change the supplies after the fight. Boss, this is this a treasure armor? My god, this armor! Several of Xiao Liangke's subordinates were surprised when they saw the armor Liu took out. Originally, Xiao Liangke was only interested in beauties, thinking that no matter how awesome the armor is, it still smells like beauties. But after seeing Liu's suit of armor, his eyes widened. Brother, where did you get this armor? Are you sure you want to take it as a bet? In this time period, most of the human bases have not officially entered the right track. Before the foundry is widely used, it is already very good to have a handy weapon in general awakening. Armor is something that is hard to come by for most people. But Liu actually took out a gold-grade Xianming heavy armor as a bet? What's up with this Nima? Don't worry about where I come from, just say whether to gamble or not. With the way of the people, also treat the body of the people. Hearing Liu's rhetorical question, Xiao Yuki, who was originally full of confidence, immediately hesitated. After spending so long in the last days, he can certainly understand the truth that the strong have their own strong hands. The armor in the opponent's hand was obviously a precious armor. This guy can take it as a bet, which proves that he is not only confident in his own strength, but he still doesn't take this armor seriously? An awakened person who doesn't take this kind of treasure armor seriously will definitely not be too weak. However, Wenwu is the first and Wu is the second. How could he, who had never been defeated after the end of the world, admit defeat in front of Liu? Liu is so young, no matter how awesome he is, there is a limit. So. Hey, brother, don't blame me for not reminding you, I stayed in Shaolin Temple for 15 years before the end of the world. Xiao Yuki grinned, and took out an eyebrow-level stick with silver patterns from the ring, it's too late for you to regret it now. A lot of nonsense. Liu handed the armor to Xueli. With a touch of his right hand to the ring of his left hand, the Liquan sharp gun with the tip of the spirit snake gun appeared in his hand. I'll go, this gun. What is the origin of this young man? It's incredible. It's also a treasure armor, and it's also a sharp spear. Brilliant. Captain, come out and have a look, Xia Yuki is fighting with someone outside. Xia Yuki? Damn, hurry out and watch. Xia Yuki is a kid who doesn't attack lightly or hard. If he kills someone here, he will be in trouble. As soon as Liquan's sharp gun was released, everyone discussed again. Even the soldiers patrolling around the base were attracted by the situation here. They all ran over to watch the battle. Xia Yuki was a frequent visitor to this camp, and it can be said that many people have witnessed the combat effectiveness. Once, a silver wolf king was hit by the eyebrow leveling stick in his hand, so he couldn't fight back. But Liu is a new face. Of course, no one underestimated this new face. Because neither the treasure armor in his bodyguard's hand nor the silver gun in his hand can be obtained by luck alone. So it should be a fantastic fight. It's just that they never imagined that this supposedly wonderful battle between the two heroes would actually be a crushing situation. When the two sides combined abilities and moves, the weapons collided. Was Xia Yuki directly at a disadvantage? A long spear crosses the flower, and the pine wind chases the moon to accompany me. After repelling Xia Yuki with a standard move of sweeping thousands of troops, Liu quickly followed up, sidestepping and throwing a shooting star to chase the moon. Clang clang. Xia Yuki's tiger's mouth went numb from 3 consecutive blows with the spear. Before he could react, Liu's spear was like a golden dragon, riding the waves and wind, breaking through layers of obstacles and hitting his throat. You lose. What a handsome marksmanship. This person is so strong. Cheating, isn't it? How is it possible? Brother Liu, so handsome. Chapter 317. A little handmang arrived first, and then the gun shot out like a dragon. This is perhaps the highest admiration for a person's shooting speed. Liu is in such a situation now. Although the awakened soul of the cold weapon will awaken various special abilities related to this weapon according to its own level and user proficiency. But the end of the world has come to the present, and it has not been more than 5 months. People who have not practiced martial arts before the end of the world, after awakening this ability, will not be much stronger because the awakening time is too short. That's why Xia Yuki reminded Liu that he had stayed in Shaolin Temple for 15 years before opening it. The strength before the end of the world, combined with the ability to awaken after the end of the world, ordinary awakened people are really no match for him. But Liu's fighting power is beyond imagination. The King of Swords, the King of Spears, and the Ancestor of Sticks. Before awakening those special abilities, it is indeed more efficient for a person to kill monsters with a sword than a spear. But if the awakened one singled out or killed a single large beast, a spear would be better than a sword. Not only the length of the weapon, but also the weight of the weapon. After Liu obtained the full level of Liquan sharp gun and Chongbing proficiency, he hadn't used it yet. He saw the opponent using a stick just now, of course he would not be so stupid as to use a sword to fight the opponent. Swords and sticks are singled out, the sword is definitely a disadvantage. Moreover, his purpose was to subdue the opponent, not to kill him, so he decisively chose to use a long spear. The moment he got the spear in his hand, his whole body felt different. Every move is used, as if it has gone through thousands of tempers. Xia Yuki's stick technique is indeed very strong, every stick has left after images. But Liu not only doubled his attributes, but also directly reached the full level of his mastery. How to let him play? Not to mention him, even Liu's teammates didn't react. Isn't this too incredible? When did Liu's marksmanship become so handsome? The most incredible person among them is Luo Kikai. When dealing with those decapitated cavalry in the large secret realm before, if Liu used the Liquan sharp gun, it would save at least twice as much power as using the King Z sword. But Liu just used the sword from the beginning to the end. Even though there were several times of danger, he did not give up his idea of using a sword. But now sweeping thousands of troops, meteors chasing the moon? Every move and style used is so smooth and smooth. Are those famous generals with guns in ancient times so powerful? Do you take it? Liu held a gun in one hand, with a smile on his lips. The tip of the spear against Xia Yuki's throat remained motionless. This move alone is enough for many awakened people to practice for a lifetime. To know. When a mutant weapon absorbs energy to increase its grade, its weight will also change accordingly. This Liquan gun originally weighed 27 kilograms. Now the weight of the gold grade has exceeded 180 kilograms. Ordinary people, 2 or 3 people may not be able to lift. What is the concept of holding a spear more than 2 meters long and weighing more than 180 kilograms with one hand, and the tip of the gun is as stable as Mount Tai? I admit defeat. Feeling the cold light coming from the tip of the spear, Xia Yuekai's forehead was sweating, but he replied unwillingly. At the moment when the two sides met, he had already noticed the gap between the two sides. Therefore, even if you don't admit defeat and fight again, the final result will not change in any way. Then swear allegiance to me. Liu retracted the spear, took out the oath contract, and said directly, this contract will make you unable to violate the oath you made. What? Boss, you don't really want to? Brother, our boss was just joking with you just now, so don't take it seriously. Yet. Brother, it's just a sparring session, it won't happen, it won't happen. Hearing Liu's words, Xia Yuekai's younger brothers hurriedly flirted with Liu with playful faces. They couldn't figure out why Liu, a young man, was so strong. But their boss is going to be someone else's younger brother, so where do they have time to think about other things? This group of people can definitely be regarded as the management of the base if they followed Xia Yuekai to this barracks. Who gave this base management status? Of course it was Xia Yuekai. If Xia Yuekai left, there would definitely be civil unrest within the base. Once the base is in chaos, their current status will be lost, and their food will be robbed by others. Isn't it? Liu jokingly smiled, and turned his gaze back to Xia Yuekai, hehe, seeing that you are not weak, you are also someone who can't afford to lose? That's right, in this last world, credit is worth nothing. In that case, forget it. After saying this, Liu said no more, and directly led Luo Kekai and the others towards the gate of the barracks. He really needs a large number of powerful subordinates to work for him now. But this kind of thing cannot be accomplished overnight. So he was in no hurry. Under the eyes of everyone adoring, Liu led everyone to the barracks exchange list. Come, let's see what we can change. Exchange list No. 006, 100 caddies of food can be exchanged for a pistol, or other equivalent items. Exchange list No. 007, 200 caddies of food can be exchanged for an assault rifle, or other equivalent items. Exchange list No. 008, 1 caddy of food can be exchanged for 1 bullet, or other equivalent items. Exchange list No. 011, 100 boxes of amoxicillin or other anti-inflammatory drugs can be exchanged. These exchange lists were densely pasted on the wall outside the gate of the barracks, and it was dizzying for everyone to see. Liu studied it carefully. Basically, the extra supplies from the military will be exchanged. It is worth mentioning that the food above refers to ordinary food. If it is the meat of mutated poultry and mutated livestock, the exchange rate can be doubled. In other words, 1 caddy of food could be exchanged for 1 bullet, but only half a caddy of meat from mutated livestock would be enough. After Liu gave Jiao Manli a ring, there were still 3 storage rings left. One is used to hold treasures and weapons, as well as some spare daily necessities. The remaining 2 are all food. As for the 2 storage rings, how many weapons can't be exchanged for 20 cubic meters? Don't worry about that. Because there is still a jade pendant space in Luo Kekai's place. This jade pendant has a lot of space. According to Luo Kekai's description, in addition to planting spirit grass and soaking spirit spring, there is at least 50 cubic meters of space left. And these spaces will continue to grow as her strength improves. This means that Luo Kekai is her woman now, otherwise Liu would definitely kill someone to seize the treasure. That's when Liu led the crowd to trade with the army. On the other side, Lin Feng also escorted the Lang family's food back to his base. As soon as he came back, he realized that something was wrong. Master, what's wrong with you? Seeing Lin Feng's brows furrowed tightly, Hera also looked puzzled. Ever since Lin Feng summoned him to this world, she had never seen Lin Feng so solemn. I can't sense the presence of octopus monster anymore. Lin Feng said straight to the point with a serious face. He is the summoner of the abyss and has a spiritual connection with his summoned creatures. The distance between the two sides was too far before, and he had been busy transporting food, so he didn't pay attention to this detail. But now Lin Feng ignored her and quickly moved his mind. The surrounding space is unresponsive. All signs prove that this monster octopus is neither in Yueguang's base nor in the abyss world to recuperate. It looks like he was killed. How come? Hera was a little surprised when she heard this. She knows the strength of the octopus monster. Although it is not her opponent, ordinary human awakeners can't beat it at all. No, I have to go to Yueguang's base to take a look. Takata, Hera, follow me. 2 hours later. Yueguang's mall base. This is. Looking at the base of the shopping mall being cleaned up, and the corpses of Yueguang and several confidants, Lin Feng's eyes were cold. Who did it? I don't know. Do not know. I really don't know, I only know that he brought a golden monkey and a black dog. Golden snub-nosed monkey and black dog. When Takata, who was covered in a black coat, heard these 2 pets, the blue flames in his eyes fluctuated. The one who did it. Could it be him? Who? Liu. Chapter 318 Lin Feng and number 039, S guess. There are more than 200 survivors in the Ziguang shopping mall base. When Lin Feng came here, these survivors were cleaning the previous battlefield. The blood on the ground has been almost cleaned up by them. The bodies of the tentacle monster and Ziguang were placed in the corner of the shopping mall. The man who answered Lin Feng's question at this time was the temporary person in charge of the base. However, Gao Tian's answer seemed to attract Lin Feng's attention even more. Luyu? Who is it? My enemy in Yancheng. Gao Tian briefly talked about his grievances with Luyu without hiding much. The grievances between him and Luyu started from the Qingyang community of Li Wanning's parents. Originally, he only knew Luyu's name and appearance. But after he awakened the ability of the necromancer, he had the ability to invade other people's spiritual power. This ability is stronger than Su Bao and Luyu's mother's spiritual ability. So he can easily read Luyu's information from other people's minds. At the beginning, the battle where Luyu used gas tanks to blow up monsters in Yancheng made Luyu known to most of the survivors. Through these clues, he found brothers and sisters Zhou Xiong and Zhou Yana. Although Zhou Xiong's brother and sister ran away from him with some people, he still found out Luyu's characteristics and whereabouts from the mouths of the two core members who did not escape. The golden monkey and the mutant dog are one of them. Salt City. Hearing Gao Tian's words, Lin Feng couldn't help being stunned. You mean, he came from Yancheng just like you? Not bad. How is it possible? It is more than 300 kilometers from Yancheng to Shanghai, and the road is full of monsters. How did he get from Yancheng to Shanghai in such a short period of time? According to the information I got, in addition to his own strength, he also has a black car that can drive. That black car is as strong as an armored car. Takada's hoarse voice paused at this point. His team was able to go from Yancheng to Nanchi, thanks to his black car driving the way. Even I have gained a lot of credit because of it. Black car. Hearing this, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, obviously unable to digest this information. In his previous life, he was stunted, and when he discovered that he could summon creatures from the abyss, others could already fly into the sky and escape from the ground. Being weak, he didn't dare to show his ability in front of others, for fear of attracting the siege of other strong people. That is to say, he lived in the Magic City for 10 years in his previous life, and never left the city for a single step. He may not be very clear about other places, but he is absolutely familiar with the anecdotes and joys of Shanghai. For such a long time, he has never heard that in the early days of the end of the world, there were any black cars in the devils. Hey, wait for Luyu? Surname Lu? The guy in Lang Aotian's mouth, wouldn't it be him too? Could it be that he came here to kill Ziguang because the Lang family gave him a blow? No. Not right. When Ziguang died, he had just left Lang's house, so the time was not right at all. But this guy can lead a team from Yancheng to Shanghai in less than 5 months in the last days. It is indeed not simple. Or is he reborn like himself? Thinking of this, he turned his attention to the temporary person in charge of the base. Why did he kill Ziguang? That's right. The man quickly described the conflict between the two sides again. Ziguang wanted to rely on Xiao Changming's relationship to kill the other party, but was the other party counter-killed? Xiao Changming? Ziguang, why is he still using poison? Lin Feng frowned slightly after hearing this, and brought Gao Tian and Hera to Jiao Changming. Although Jiao Changming was not dead at this time, Du Yin had an attack and was seriously injured. It's already a state where life is worse than death. You are Jiao Changming. Help me. Jiao Changming's face turned pale and his lips were chapped. Seeing Lin Feng approaching was like seeing a life-saving straw. You looked at Jiao Changming. Lin Feng hesitated to speak. Forget it, Hera, give him a good time. He originally wanted to use the sacrifice technique to turn Jiao Changming into his subordinate. But this guy's strength is too weak, and I don't have that much time to cultivate it. Okay, master. Wait a moment. Seeing Hera approaching, Gao Tian hurriedly stopped. Since they are all about to be killed, why don't you hand him over to me? Oh. I happen to be short of a sacrifice. Gao Tian's voice was hoarse, and the will-o'-the-wisps in his eyes kept swaying. On the other side, the military base. The leader of this base is named Yan Peng. Since the monsters in the early stage of the city are stronger than other cities, the proportion of zombies is also higher than other cities. In addition, the military was targeted by bloodthirsty insects overwhelming from the very beginning. Therefore, the living environment in Shanghai is worse than most cities. Bloodthirsty worms, the size of a thumb, are similar in appearance to cow lice. If these bugs are rare, the military can handle them. Even if these bugs have a certain resistance to flames, they can't stop the power of a large number of flamethrowers. The problem is, there are hundreds of millions of these bugs. They do not attack cold-blooded animals such as zombies, praying mantises, lizards, centipedes, beetles, and toads. It specifically attacks warm-blooded animals like humans. Eat its flesh and drink its blood. Under the double attack of bugs and zombies, the military here suffered extremely heavy casualties. Several days had passed by the time they cleaned up the bugs and zombies. There are only 1,000 soldiers left. They need food, but when they go out to search for food, the food outside has been almost robbed by other survivors. The food they found barely maintained the normal operation of the army. It is impossible to build such a large base to accommodate so many survivors like the Nanjing military. Pistols cost 10 caddies, assault rifles cost 20 caddies, and bullets cost 5 rounds per caddy. Grenades cost 2 caddies each, bazookas and light machine guns cost 50 caddies each, and rocket bombs cost 10 caddies each. No, the ratio you gave is too low. Looking at the price given by Liu in his hand, Yan Peng shook his head directly. The food here is rice, wheat, corn, soybeans, flour, meat, etc., excluding other packaged ham sausages, instant noodles, and chocolate. According to the ratio of the exchange list outside, 100 caddies of food is enough for a soldier to live frugally for 2 months. Can so many supplies be exchanged for a pistol without bullets? This is really not worthwhile for Liu. So Liu gave the price in his heart. No matter which world you are in, the price of the goods for sale can be negotiated, and of course it is also possible in the end of the world. He directly reduced the gun exchange ratio by 10 times from the original basis, and also reduced the ammunition by 5 times. Is it low? Isn't it low? The corner of Liu's mouth twitched. Captain Yan, food is limited, and your guns are also decorations in the warehouse. Why don't you give them to us ordinary people for self-defense? It's true to say that, but we also have to survive, and the ratio is too low to be appropriate. Based on the ratio you gave, who can replace an ordinary base? And the information I'm going to give you next can regenerate resources. Resource regeneration. Of course, what plants can eat their fruits? Can these plants be grown? How should they be planted? What animals can be raised? How should they be raised? Do you know these things? Liu said with a smile. What's more, I still have a lot of crystal nuclei here, and I can exchange them for you if you want. A large number of crystal nuclei? Do you still have crystal nuclei? How many? Currently, there are about -black irons that can be exchanged, and -bronzes. What? Why do you have so many crystal nuclei? Of course it came from killing monsters. Hearing this, Yan Peng was dumbfounded. 15 black iron crystal nuclei, roughly 15,000 high-level black iron monsters? Not to mention, there are still 300 bronze nuclei. Is this guy going to blow up the monster's lair? After thinking for a while, Yan Peng took a deep breath to calm himself down. How about a black iron non-attribute crystal nucleus, 50 rounds of bullets, a bronze non-attribute crystal nucleus, and an assault rifle? I can add some crystal nuclei with attributes, grenades, and rockets according to your ratio. Hehe, this ratio is quite appropriate. Then we have a good cooperation. Happy cooperation. Chapter 319 The Routine of Deja Vu. The end of the world is coming, and monsters are everywhere. No matter how strong the military is, it is impossible to save the world by itself. So in order to better deal with those monsters, basically every military region has opened the weapon exchange system to ordinary people. However, in order to prevent ordinary people from abusing these weapons to do evil, when they exchange these weapons, they will not only limit the supply of these bases, but also use their own methods to assess these bases. Only those who pass the assessment are eligible to exchange for military hot weapons. It was the first time Liu came here and he had not been assessed by them. But Liu has a lot of chips in his hand. Food, crystal nucleus, own strength, and luo kikai. The battle between Liu and Xia Yuki was watched by Yan Peng and his soldiers. With Liu's strength, there is no need for these hot weapons to do evil. Coupled with the existence of luo kikai, it was impossible for Yan Peng to refuse Liu's request. You know, luo kikai is a walking doomsday strategy. What she knows, just planting and breeding techniques, is enough to bring the military base back to life. Not to mention, Liu's strength is worth their investment. So after multiple considerations, Yan Peng gave Liu the most reasonable price. Of course. Don't think that Liu has many black iron crystal nuclei, so he thinks that the black iron crystal nuclei are worthless. It is most undesirable to generalize. Liu Yueguang is because the system helped him integrate the powers of multiple protagonists. The people that such a strong person comes into contact with are naturally strong, and ordinary black iron slags are not qualified to talk to Liu at all. Just like Mr. Ma has many billionaires around him. You can't see these billionaires and think that everyone in Xiaoguo has an average annual income of over -million, right? An ordinary enhancer needs at least 15 non-attribute crystal nuclei if he wants to advance from black iron to bronze. With a 1/10 probability, you need to kill 150 high-level black iron monsters. Including other mobs, at least 3 to 500 of them need to be killed. An enhancer needs to kill so many monsters to advance to bronze. How many monsters do so many people in the military need to kill? So things like crystal nuclei are treasures that are in short supply during this period of time. Even Liu can only have extra crystal nuclei after he has Su Chen's ability to copy. 200 bronze crystal nuclei equals 200 assault rifles. 100 bronze crystal nuclei equals 10 rocket launchers plus 100 rockets. 1000 black iron crystal nuclei equals 5 W bullets. 500 black iron crystal nuclei equals 1000 grenades plus 50 light machine guns. This is Liu's final exchange result. After the exchange is completed, according to the premium price of the attribute crystal core, Yan Peng gave Liu 10 more desert eagles, 10 sniper rifles, and 1000 rounds of special bullets for each of these two guns. And some special weapons. For example, a tranquilizer gun or something. Liu was also very generous and gave him all the food in the 2 rings. The purpose of doing so is to make the alliance between the two parties more solid. The second is to vacate the storage ring to install these weapons. As time passed, the transaction between the two parties was completed, and Liu went back home. Everyone has worked hard today, go back to your room and rest first, we will talk about it tomorrow if there is anything else. Okay, alright. I'll go get some water first. I'll go as well. Sister Kikai, wait for me. Xiao, this is a letter from the Lang family. Evening. Liu led everyone back to the villa base. As soon as he sat on the sofa in the living room, Liu Mingyuan, who was reading the documents, came over and handed over an envelope. The envelope was scalded with wax, and Liu Mingyuan hadn't opened it yet. Cold home. Liu was a little puzzled, took the envelope and opened it to read. By the way, have you really settled the Lang family? Liu Mingyuan didn't go far, but sat opposite Liu, and asked curiously. Although he knew from Wujiang that Liu was very strong. But for the Lang family to compromise in such a short period of time, he still felt a little dreamy. The Lang family is so powerful, Liu and Luo Kikai will be able to handle it. He was a little apprehensive at first, but after Feng Qing arrived today, his attitude towards him took a 180-degree turn. This completely convinced him. This son of mine seems to be stronger than imagined? How can it be fake? How did you do it in such a short time? Fight, in this world, besides using fists, is there any other way? Liu looked at the letter without raising his head. But there are so many of them. Have you heard of the beheading operation? If you think the miscellaneous soldiers are too troublesome, then capture the thief and the king. Capture the thief and capture the king. Liu Mingyuan was taken aback for a moment, and then he couldn't help laughing. Hehe, you speak lightly, without professional training, how can you catch the thief and the king? But I did it. Don't get carried away. Although you succeeded this time, there are people outside the sky. As your father, I have to remind you. No matter how strong your awakening ability is now, you have to be more careful in doing things in the future. Liu Mingyuan said with a serious expression, because only by being careful can you make the Wanyan ship. Don't worry, Dad. I know, I've always been careful. Liu answered casually. When dealing with the protagonist by yourself, which time did you not use the same chess pieces to confront the opponent head-on? Therefore, Liu Mingyuan's worry was completely superfluous. Well, as long as you know, that's it. Seeing that Liu was not arrogant, Liu Mingyuan felt relieved, and was about to stand up and leave when he suddenly thought of something. Oh, by the way, it's such a mess outside now. If you have nothing to do, you can have a few more children with your 2 girlfriends. It's okay to let your mother and I hug the grandson? Otherwise, it will be boring all day long. Liu, why did you say this suddenly? It's nothing, it's just a little emotional. Liu Mingyuan sighed helplessly. Originally, your mother and I planned to ask you to meet the girl of the Su family when you came back, but then the sky suddenly changed outside, and you brought back 2 daughters-in-law directly? Hehe. It's a bit of a twist. Su family girl. Liu raised his eyebrows, faintly aware that something was wrong. You mean Uncle Su's daughter? That's right. She just came back from studying abroad before the troubled times. According to the time calculation, you should have not seen each other for 4 or 5 years, right? Hearing Liu Mingyuan's words, Liu felt even weirder. This trick seems familiar? The rich second generation fell in love with Bai Fuemei who had returned to China, and then the dick stepped in and pretended to slap Bai Fuemei in the face? Isn't this a routine plot of an urban novel? How could it appear in this last world? Or is it related to the Su family that the Liu family was wiped out in the previous life? No, neither I nor Liu Zifeng had returned to the capital before the Liu family was destroyed in the previous life. So that shouldn't be the case. Forget it, you are busy with your work, there is no point in talking about it now. After saying this, Liu Mingyuan didn't say much, and turned around and left the villa. Seeing Liu Minjiayuan's back, Liu felt a little puzzled, but he didn't think about it. Because for him now, the letter from the Lang family is the most important. Someone relied on great strength to defeat Nangang Bo at the Lang family's base, and even robbed the Lang family's food? Ask me how to deal with it. Hehe, isn't it clear that you want me to come forward to solve it? The guy who can grab the Lang family's food is definitely not an ordinary awakened person. If it is not the protagonist, at least the combat power can be ranked among the top 3 in the Magic City. Let me come forward to deal with such a guy, but there will be a price to pay. Thinking of this, Liu raised an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. At this time, Xiao Xiu suddenly ran down from upstairs. Brother Liu, there is news about my avatar. Chapter 321 Mouth and One Child. Qin Xiao and Xiao Xiu have exactly the same body and appearance. They are also not tall, cute. It's just that Qin Xiao's hair is in twin ponytails, while Xiao Xiu's is black, long, and straight. Qin Xiao likes black, Xiao Xiu likes white. Of course. They are not born to like one black and one white. Rather, the two attributes of darkness and light will have a certain impact on the awakened person's body, personality, and hobbies. Xiao Xiu also fell in love with white outfits only after she awakened the attribute of light. You mean, there were 3 of them? A pair of beautiful young men and women, and a short man in a black trench coat? After listening to the narration of the girl in white skirt in front of him, Liu asked casually. There are a total of 3 soul clones of Xiao Xiu. This ability will strengthen the number and function of clones as the level increases. At her current level, after a clone died, it would take at least a month to recover. In other words, she still only has 2 clones. Xueguang's base not only has poisonous ice and poisonous powder, but also raises evil creatures such as tentacle monsters. Such a person is definitely a villain to Xiao Xiu. So when Liu asked her to monitor the base, she didn't hesitate at all. He even felt that he was helping Liu punish rape and eradicate evil. Okay. Do you know where they live? I don't know. The possessed person is not very powerful. I can't get more information. Didn't follow up to see. I followed. Xiao Xiu quickly explained, but that guy in the black windbreaker seems to be able to see me, so I dare not get too close. It seems that I can see you. Hearing this, Liu was a little surprised. Can the other party see Xiao Xiu's avatar? What's the situation? Xiao Xiu's avatar even needs to be within 1 meter to be aware of it. Can the other party see it from such a distance? This guy, is there something? Okay, I see, you go down and rest. Do you still need me to keep staring at them? Keep an eye on it, if there is any situation, please report to me at any time. Okay, alright. At the base of the villa, lanterns and torches are hung everywhere. Looking at the dark night sky, Liu fell into deep thought. This young man doesn't sound like an ordinary awakened person. And Leng's side seems to be quite troublesome. Fortunately, I have weapons and manpower now, so I don't have anything else to do. So you can go to Leng's house first? Thinking of this, Liu nodded slightly. That night, Jiao Manli was thinking about what happened at Xueguang base during the day. In Xiao Xiu's mind is the heroic figure of Liu crushing Xiao Yukai with a silver gun. Only Luo Kakai looked at the handsome man lying beside her, her face blushing. She never thought that she would fall into the hands of the same man in her past and present lives. But she has no room for regret now. Since you can't resist, you can only enjoy it to your heart's content. It's been a sleepless night. Early the next morning, Liu arrived at Leng's base alone. From Leng Aotian's mouth, he knew some information about the other party. A young man with black hair and black clothes, accompanied by a sexy and charming woman? This is so obviously the same person as the young man at the Xueguang base. Name, Lin Feng. Occupation, summoner. This guy must be the protagonist. After receiving this information, Liu smiled. Such an awesome young man is still surnamed Lin, dare to say that you are not the protagonist? Mr. Leng, what are you going to do with this matter? This. Leng Aotian paused at this point, it depends on what you mean. Of course I mean kill, but the opponent is so strong, there will always be some means to save his life. You mean to say? I need your cooperation. Liu was straightforward and did not beat around the bush. Different types of protagonists have different abilities. This Lin Feng's ability is summoning. In order to prevent the opponent from escaping, he must take all possible situations into account. Such as teleportation scrolls, guardian jade pendants and so on. Cooperate? Hearing Liu's words, Leng Aotian's face was uncertain. He asked Liu to come and deal with Lin Feng. Naturally he wanted Liu and Lin Feng to fight each other. No matter who wins or loses, he can take advantage of it and stay out of it. But what does Liu mean now? Put yourself in line? What? Lin Feng is an enemy of your Lang family. You don't want to leave alone, do you? Seeing Lang Aotian's expression, Liu sneered. Sure enough, each of these capitalists is an old fox. Under such circumstances, you still want to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight? I want to eat fart. No, my people are not his opponents at all, even if they cooperate, it won't work. Lang Aotian was a little embarrassed to say. Why is Liu's idea completely different from what he expected? He is so strong, just like sneaking into Lang's house before, just sneaking into the opponent's base and killing Lin Feng, wouldn't it be good? Why do you still have to help yourself now? But Liu didn't care what he thought at all. Don't worry about it, anyway, you just need to be successful, and I will take care of the rest. The protagonist Lin Feng should have been drawn out by Xiao Xiu, a special heroine. According to the information read by the villain system, this kind of protagonist will not be born to be his enemy. But the matter of bringing Jiao Manli to meet Jiao Chongming before seemed to reverse the fate of both parties. Judging from Lin Feng's handling style, he should belong to the same type of person as himself and Tan Ji. Same-sex repulsion. It is impossible for Liu to let go of the past and become teammates with the other party. The protagonist and the villain, if they can't be teammates, they can only be enemies. It is impossible to have peaceful coexistence and the saying that well water does not violate river water. So after discussing with Lang Aotian, he started to contact the forces in Nanji, preparing to siege and kill Lin Feng. After Lin Feng guessed that Liu was a reborn person, he naturally couldn't sit still. That afternoon, he found Lang Aotian and forced him to find out the location of Liu's base. That night, in the back playground of a certain school, Gao Tian, who was covered up to the point where only one pair of eyes remained, was holding a staff of undead bones, standing next to a hexagram drawn with blood, whispering something incessantly. At the 6 corners of the 6-pointed star, there stood 6 men in black robes like him. The undead bone staff was the weapon that came with him after he awakened the ability of the necromancer. It belongs to the same type of weapon as Lu Ruobing's Fire Phoenix sword. The thing itself is made of a slender bone dragon leg bone, topped by a human skull. No melee ability, but it can help him better control those summoned undead. Undead walking in the abyss, listen to my call and become my servant. With the completion of Takata's spell, the blood hexagram rose into clouds of black smoke. The black smoke became thicker and thicker, and soon formed the shadows of 2 humanoid monsters. This is the shadow of the undead. Seeing this scene from a distance, Lin Feng grinned. Oh, with them, you won't have to worry about not getting information about Liu. Go to the base of Menjiangsuan Villa in Baikan, and look for a man named Liu. Yes, my lord. The shadow of the undead is just a shadow. It is refined from the soul of the abyss. Their functions are the same as those of Xiao Xiu's avatar. It's just that their concealment is not as strong as Xiao Xiu's clone. Only at night will it have the invisibility effect. That night, when the 2 undead shadows first arrived at the Menjiangsuan base, they were discovered by the hellish little black dog guarding the door. Master, there is a situation. Fix it yourself, don't you hear I'm busy now? All right. Ow. He Shui took a mouthful of a child. Shadow of the undead * 2, Pawn. Takata, ... Lin Feng, ... Chapter 321 A real man was born between heaven and earth, how can he live in depression for a long t? Luo Kekai, with a height of 169, although her figure is not as exaggerated as Li Wanning, but she really has AD. Li Wanning has a gourd-shaped figure, and she is a little fat. And Luo Kekai is not only thinner. Among the women Liu knew, the upper body was second only to Li Wanning. She's one of those skinny and big types. The most important thing is that this woman was originally a good girl in her previous life. After the end of the world, she was busy saving her father and sister, but never found a boyfriend. After being abandoned by her father, she couldn't even trust a man. Later, when I met Liu, I should have handed myself over to Liu. But women in love have negative IQs. Liu, who hooked up with Luo Qingqing, never touched her once. In her eyes, this kind of behavior is completely a gentleman, and it can't be seen that Liu dislikes her at all. When Liu asked, will a person feel lonely in the last days? Luo Kekai actually replied, tools and hands are more reliable than men? Damn, how can I bear it? So when He Shui asked Liu with his thoughts, Liu was interacting with Luo Kekai for love. There's no time to care about what's going on. After waiting for half an hour, Liu came out of the room after the battle and found out that He Shui swallowed 2 spirit bodies? You mean you swallowed 2 black shadows that can replenish mental power? Dogs are inherently more sensitive than humans. Although Liu also has dark abilities, he is not Qin Zyro. There is no way to upgrade the dark ability by devouring others. Therefore, He Shui, who has been promoted to Hell Demon Dog, has already surpassed Liu in his ability to sense the soul body. The shadows of the undead have no combat power, and their movement speed is not fast. Their function is to inquire about information. After being discovered by He Shui, it is normal to devour it directly. Yes, master. He Shui is a male dog whose voice and wit are equivalent to that of a 10-year-old human boy. So it only listened to the sound, and didn't know what Luoyu and Luokikai were doing in the room before. Ability similar to Shiu's. Luoyu narrowed his eyes. Leng's house was the transit point for Luoyu and Lin Feng. After coming into contact with Leng's family, they knew each other's existence. After Luoyu knew the relationship between Yueguang and Lin Feng, he naturally guessed that Lin Feng would investigate him. It's just that he didn't expect this guy to come so soon. Hehe, this Lang family really can't keep a secret. It was impossible for Lin Feng to know where he lived, only the Lang family knew. How did these two shadows come about? Do you need to consider anything else? Forget it, let's talk about something tomorrow. Now that it was resolved, Luoyu didn't bother to think about it, and closed the door again to play games with Luokikai. Luokikai is a woman, because she has experienced the end of the world. In normal times, she is as unsmiling as Li Wanning. But after being undone by Luoyu for more than 30 years, it was as if her nature had been liberated. She is not the kind of Li Wanning who is cold on the outside and hot on the inside, but is corrupt on the outside. The absolute ultimate rotten woman. The words that men are indeed cooler than tools and hands came from her mouth, Luokikai. The other side. Lin Feng and Gao Tian were still in a daze. The shadow of the undead is different from the way the soul clone scouts for information. If the soul clone is not possessed, it is to directly feed back what one hears and sees to the mind of the main body by means of memory infusion, spiritual power fusion. The shadow of the undead records everything around it in the form of video and audio recording. After returning, play the key information again. It is equivalent to a mobile camera and bug. Gao Tian only had a slight spiritual connection with them, and didn't know what happened there. Calculated according to the time, these two shadows have only arrived at Menjiangsuan Villa not long ago. And then just disappeared. What's the matter with this Nima? Can they find the shadow of the undead? It's also incredible. Lin Feng also frowned. Is it a bit tricky? It seems that there is only another way. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. If there was a possibility of inquiring about the other party's information, Lin Feng would never have confronted the other party head-on before that. Especially when knowing that the other party may also be a reborn person. Although Luoyu thought so too, no matter what, he now has the power of the 4 protagonists. Chu Feng, Xiao Fan, Su Chen, Ye Bai. In addition, swordsmanship, long soldiers, and hidden weapon proficiency are at the full level. His pressure was much less than that of Lin Feng. So Luoyu and Lin Feng began to explore each other. Lang Aotian was also in trouble at this time. Luoyu didn't ask him to act immediately, but asked him to stand by. The previous few words put him in a dilemma. The Lang family was indeed strong, but both Luoyu and Lin Feng could press him to the ground and rub him. So the current situation is, he either sided with Lin Feng to help deal with Luoyu, or stood with Luoyu to help deal with Lin Feng. This feeling is like the ancient ministers helping to fight for the throne. Must choose a team to support. There is no such thing as neutrality. Standing on the wrong team will also kill people. This state lasted for a week. A week later, the Lang family received news from Luoyu. Lang Aotian didn't know where Lin Feng's lair was, but he had Lin Feng's contact information. Luoyu asked him to contact Lin Feng, ask him to meet at Lang's base, and set up an ambush in the base. Lang Aotian really didn't want to stand in line. But he was bound by an oath and contract, so at this time he could only do what Luoyu wanted. Let me go to his base. Looking at the news brought back by his subordinates, Lin Feng muttered to himself. Takata's voice was hoarse. It looks like this will be a grand feast. Are we going? Hero licked her slender jade fingers with her tongue, as if she didn't take this grand feast seriously. Go, of course. Lin Feng came back to his senses and smiled coldly. If we don't go, this kid will think we are afraid of him. That's it. That's impossible, you should prepare first. Lin Feng already had quite a few subordinates, but this time he only brought Hera and one of his younger brothers named Lu Kai. The other younger brothers are basically used to fill up the number. At around 5 o'clock in the afternoon that day, Lin Feng arrived outside Lang Aotian's base. This base is very large, and he will encounter some monsters from time to time on the way here, but these single monsters no longer pose any threat to him. Ha ha ha, brother Lin Feng, you're here. The reception ceremony was normal, and Lang Aotian was also very enthusiastic. Nanggong Ling, Lang Tianlin, and some core family members all came. No problems can be seen throughout. But how could this kind of thing be hidden from Lin Feng's eyes? What does Boss Lang want from me? Lang Aotian pointed to the villa for reception. Shall we go in first? Yes, please. Lin Feng smiled coldly, followed Lang Aotian into the villa. The villa maintains the grandeur before the end of the world, and there are still servants serving tea and water for both parties. After chatting for a while, Lin Feng got straight to the point. He picked up a cup of tea on the table, and said in an unheard voice, I never imagined that there really was a Lu family behind Mr. Leng. Hehe, this is really an anecdote. It's not surprising. Lang Aotian smiled awkwardly. In the last days, whoever has the biggest fist has the right to speak. Our Lang family skills are inferior to others, what can we say? You said that your Lang family and Nangong family were the richest people in Xia before the end of the world? Why are you so willing to become someone else's pawn? This. Lin Feng babbled and cut to the point. One sentence made everyone present look unwilling. Rather be a chicken head than a phoenix tail. Anyone with a little strength would think so, let alone his Lang family and Nangong family. A real man was born between the heaven and the earth, how can he live under the people for a long time? Sensing everyone's expressions, Lin Feng raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. Mr. Leng, stop, there is still time to stop now. It's just the Lu family, I'll help you solve it. Perhaps you think I'm no match for that kid, but there are only 2 strong men in the Lu family. Are you afraid that we won't be able to kill Lu together? Chapter 322 Lang Aotian, Suffer Death. The rank titles of Black Iron, Bronze, and Silver represent the level of life. It does not represent a person's combat effectiveness. Lin Feng knew this very well. Under the condition that everyone's development time is the same, whoever has the stronger awakening ability will get more opportunities. Whoever is more powerful will be able to fight. Abyss Summoner. Not only is the main body strong enough, but the summoned monsters are also more perverted than one. If this profession has the same development time as others, it is basically impossible to meet opponents. In addition, Lin Feng also had a powerful opportunity of his own. Therefore, even though he knew that Lu might be a reborn person, he didn't have the slightest fear in his heart. The Lang family had never seen Lu fully fired, and they didn't know who was stronger, Lin Feng or Lu. As the richest man in the Xia kingdom who used to be powerful, he naturally didn't want anyone to ride on his head. Hearing what Lin Feng said at this time, they were really moved. But... That's true, but... Not to mention whether Lin Feng will take Lu's place after killing Lu. Just because they swore with the oath contract, it is impossible for them to betray Lu because of Lin Feng. But you are worried that I, like the Lu family, will ride on your heads. Lin Feng took the conversation and smiled playfully, hehe, you can rest assured. After the end of the world, there are many means of alliance in this world. If you really have this concern, we can draw up a contract of peaceful coexistence, as long as we are in this contract. Wait a minute. Seeing the expressions of everyone in the Lang family, Lin Feng suddenly sensed something. You didn't sign any contract with the Lu family, did you? When it comes to playing contracts, Lin Feng is definitely at the level of a patriarch. The current situation of the Lang family obviously has a contract with Lu first. Hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone in the Lang family was even more surprised. This Lin Feng was really different. He could guess all the worries in their hearts. Lin Feng. Lang Aotian stood up solemnly, you are very smart, but since you have guessed it, then we won't beat around the bush, as long as you... I can help you terminate the contract. Before Lang Aotian could finish speaking, Lin Feng calmly threw a bomb again. The bomb knocked out everyone in the Lang family in an instant. Let them not react for a long time. What? Release the contract. Can the power of the contract be resolved? Just kidding. Everyone in the Lang family looked like they had never seen the world. Lin Feng smiled triumphantly in his heart, but on the surface he said calmly, hehe, do you think I'm joking? For me, as long as it's not a blood contract or a soul contract, it can be cancelled in some way, and even if it's these 2 contracts, it's not completely helpless. Of course, no matter what kind of contract, forced termination will require a huge price, so this will not affect the contract agreement between us. How cold is boss? Do you want to think about it? This. To be frank. If before, Lang Aotian was only a little moved. Now that Lin Feng said that he could terminate the contract, he was really moved. Ask Lin Feng to help terminate the contract, and then help Lin Feng kill Lu himself? Although Lin Feng is also a dangerous person, he only needs to kill Lin Feng together when both sides are hurting. So all your worries are relieved? Thinking of this, Lang Aotian began to shake in his heart. But just as he was hesitating, a young man's voice sounded. Mr. Leng, you don't really believe this kid's nonsense, do you? Sound to people. At the gate of the villa, a handsome young man walked in with a little black dog. Seeing the person coming, Lin Feng frowned slightly. Who are you? Lu. No, my name is Lu Zifeng, Lu's cousin. Lu Zifeng looked at Lang Aotian, then at Lin Feng and said, I came here today to cooperate with the Lang family to kill you, but now it seems that the Lang family's position is not firm enough. After saying this sentence, Lu Zifeng fixed his eyes on Lang Aotian again. Mr. Lang, my brother asked me to give you a message. What? Lin Feng was originally an enemy of your Lang family. Our Lu family just came to help, but now that he is here, you are still thinking about standing in line? Don't you think it's a little ridiculous? You should hurry up and make a decision. As long as you give an order, we can work together to take down Lin Feng, but if you choose to side with Lin Feng, then the final result will not be as simple as treachery. Lu Zifeng is a junior in front of Lang Aotian. Moreover, Lang Aotian's status before the end of the world were all existences that crushed him. If it was in a peaceful age, how could he dare to talk to Lang Aotian like that? But he has already experienced what is called, in the last days, strength is the most respected. Especially after meeting Luu, he felt an inexplicable sense of superiority. Luu is invincible. In the future, the Lu family will stand tall in the capital city, even the top of Xia country. After knowing this, he certainly has the confidence to tell Lang Aotian about this. I have to say, it's really cool to act aggressive in front of these big shots. After talking like this, Lang Aotian didn't even dare to fart. If it was before, he would have been thrown out long ago, right? Hearing Lu Zifeng's words at this time, Lang Aotian's face turned blue and white for a while. If Luu's previous words were telling him to stand in line, then what Lu Zifeng said was forcing him to make a choice immediately. There is no longer any hesitation time. From a normal point of view, the benefits of helping Lin Feng deal with Luu are indeed more. After all, Lin Feng might have the ability to terminate the contract. If the contract can be terminated, their Lang family will be free. But from the perspective of difficulty, it was easier to help Luu solve Lin Feng. Because Lin Feng was right in front of him now. Lang Tianlin beside him also subconsciously tightened his fist. In his heart, he was actually more inclined to help Lin Feng kill Luu. After all, he had a personal grievance with Luu, not Lin Feng. But now he has spatiophobia. He had a heartfelt fear of Luu, so he didn't dare to express his opinion at all. After a while, Lang Aotian exchanged glances with the other core members, and then took a deep breath. Come on, take Lin Feng down for me. Blah blah blah. With a wave of Lang Aotian's hand, countless footsteps came from all around the villa, and soon the whole villa was surrounded. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's eyes froze slightly. Very well, this is what you asked for. After saying this in a cold voice, Lin Feng snapped his fingers. There was a wave of fluctuation in the space behind him, and the pitch-black space crack opened again. A terrifying figure rushed out of the space crack with heavy steps, heading straight for the gate of the villa. This is a Tauren with an earthy yellow light all over its body. Bullhead, human body. The height is shorter than the previous abyss giant, and the strength of the arms is also weaker. But the impact of running, the two abyss giants can't match it. Seeing this, Hera and Lu Kai also entered the battle mode, and followed the Tauren towards the gate of the villa. Lang Aotian, die! Lin Feng didn't follow and left, but went straight to Lang Aotian with an angry shout. Although he knew that Gai Luu might not be far away, he shouldn't stay for long at this time. But since the Lang family has made this decision, of course he has to teach them a lesson before leaving. For example, kill Lang Aotian. Stop him! Get away from me! Seeing someone come out to stop him, Lin Feng gave a cold shout. Next second. Boom! The hot flame burned all over Lin Feng's body in an instant. Devil transformation, summon a demon to possess yourself, strengthen 50% of your own attributes, and at the same time gain the power of the demon. Currently possessed demon, Balrog. Chapter 323 Flame Demon Transformation, Flame Demon Sword. In order to avoid some unnecessary troubles. Under the guidance of Luu, Lu Zifeng came to the space to prevent the Lang family from defecting. When he first received this task, he was actually a little scared in his heart. Because Luu once told him that Lin Feng might use the ability. If the Lang family really decides to defect, then he will face the attack of Lang Aotian and Lin Feng. During this period of time, even if the number one powerhouse in the city came, it would be impossible to withstand the attacking pressure of the two major forces, Lang's family and Lin Feng. So Luu gave him a teleportation scroll before leaving, and asked He Shui to protect his safety. If there is an accident, He Shui can cover him and use the teleportation scroll to evacuate. Fortunately, Lang Aotian finally made a decision to let him relax. Facing the siege of the Lang family, Lin Feng did not panic, and directly used the Flame Demon Transformation. Abyss Summoner, a kind of dark ability. Flame Demon Transformation is also his exclusive skill. After transforming, not only will his body look bigger, but it will also increase his physical attributes by 50%, gaining super high physical resistance and supernatural resistance. With the same dark flames as He Shui all over his body. Simply unbeatable. What is this? Monster, it's a monster. This guy. Quick, quick flash! When Lin Feng came to Leng's house to defeat Nangongbao, he didn't use this ability at all. So seeing Lin Feng's transformation at this time, everyone in the villa was dumbfounded. What? One of Lin Feng's subordinates who stepped forward to stop him was thrown flying by Lin Feng's fiery fist. Seeing this, Lang Tianlin didn't have time to think too much, and hurriedly evacuated upstairs with his parents under the cover of other people. But would Lin Feng let them run away like this? Of course not. Want to run? Seeing the large number of people intercepting him, Lin Feng snorted coldly and stomped his right foot to the side. Boom! Blaze, flame explosion! Lai Yan separated from him. The terrifying scorching air waves and countless fist-sized fireballs spread in all directions centered on Lin Feng. Boom boom boom! The speed of the fireball is extremely fast, and it explodes instantly after hitting an obstacle. Hot, it is a kind of burst flame. Although it is not as big as the fireball released by Haze Hawaii, there are a lot of fireballs. Even though everyone present was an expert, they were all sent flying by the blasting fireball combined with the air wave. Although Lang Tianlin was not hit by the bursting flames, the appearance of Lin Feng after his transformation was really terrifying. First, he didn't have the need to be tough with the other party, and secondly, he didn't have the courage to be tough with the other party. So after dodging Lin Feng's first attack, he climbed up the railing and ran towards a room on the second floor of the villa. As long as he fled to the balcony of the room, he could easily evacuate. Lin Feng didn't take care of Lang Tianlin who was scurrying away, nor did he take care of other miscellaneous soldiers, but rushed directly to Lang Aotian and Nangong Ling. Although both were hit by the bursting flames, Nangong Ling was a psychic warrior with an energy shield to block. Lang Aotian is also the real owner of this base. It was easy for the two of them to block the two small explosive fireballs. It was just that the moment they blocked the fireball, a figure with a terrifying heat wave appeared in front of them. Go to hell! Boom! An épée with scorching flames appeared in Lin Feng's hands, and without even thinking about it, he slashed towards Lang Aotian. Flame Demon Sword, Divine Soldier from another world. A weapon more terrifying than the Fire Phoenix Sword. After the seal is completely broken, everything can be burned. It's over. Seeing this, Lang Aotian's complexion changed drastically. At this time, he is at a time when the old power has just gone and the new power has not yet been born. How could he have the ability to stop Lin Feng's powerful sword? If this sword strikes, he will surely die. At the critical moment, a figure holding a sword stood in front of Lang Aotian. Clang! There was a metallic crisp sound when the two swords intersected. The powerful impact force caused a wave of air to knock out the flames on the Balrog sword into a ring of fire. Wind and Thunder Sword Master, Nangongbao. You guys, go! When Nangongbao blocked Lin Feng's sword, not only did he not feel the slightest joy, but he shouted anxiously. He originally thought that with his own strength, he could deal with Lin Feng. But I didn't expect that just blocking Lin Feng's sword would make him use up all his strength. As soon as he thought of this, a scorching air wave rushed towards his face. Nangongbao's complexion changed drastically. Before he could dodge in time, Lin Feng kicked him flying with a flaming kick. A bursting fireball followed. Boom, boom. The moment Nangongbao landed, the fireball hit him with an explosion. What? Nangongbao let out a scream and lost most of his fighting power. In the future, the 8th Sword Master of Fenglei in the Demon City, was seriously injured after receiving Lin Feng's sword? Humph, a miscellaneous fish also wants to stop me. Lin Feng snorted coldly, not caring about Nangongbao's life or death at all, and chased after Lang Aotian again. Lang Aotian's choice obviously angered Lin Feng. A shot is a killer move. The Lang family was never Lin Feng's opponent. After Lin Feng turned into a Balrog, they were no longer rivals. From transforming into a Balrog to repelling Nangongbao, it only took a few seconds. Lang Aotian hadn't withdrawn from Lin Feng's attack range yet. But just when Lin Feng caught up with Lang Aotian again, kicked him to the ground, and was about to kill him with the Flame Demon Sword. The light of the Guardian Jade Pendant lights up. Almost at the same time, there was a loud shout from behind him. Hey Shui, stop him! As soon as the words fell, a large number of purple lightning wrapped around his fiery red body. Immediately afterwards, a black dog covered in flames rushed towards him. Due to his large size, the space in the villa is difficult to use, so He Shui is only half as tall as a person. But its shape is exactly the same as the current Lin Feng. Flies from the Lu family? How did I forget you? Feeling the numbness coming from his body, Lin Feng, who dodged He Shui's attack, was furious. He turned his head and stared at Lu Zifeng beside him with his eyes that had turned into flame demons. Lu Zifeng's lightning-type abilities didn't have much effect on Lin Feng who was in the Balrog state. Randomly flicking the long sword in his hand, he severed the connection between Lu Zifeng and the electric current. Seeing this scene, Lu Zifeng panicked, but he still pretended to be calm and said, "Why are you still standing there? Let's go together. Hearing this, the other supernatural beings also came to their senses and began to attack Lin Feng. Various control skills were thrown at Lin Feng. An old man from the Nangang family took the opportunity to rescue Lang Aotian. Oh shit! Lin Feng cursed angrily and wanted to continue the pursuit, but there were quite a few strong men in the Lang family. Although these people's abilities are not strong enough, whether it's mind control, wood-type entanglement, or water-type powers and lightning-type paralysis, it doesn't have much impact on Lin Feng who is in the Balrog state. But can't stand the number of these supernatural beings? Give each person a little bit, which can weaken Lin Feng's strength. Just when Lin Feng was about to go all out and start a killing spree. Boom! Suddenly there was a loud noise outside the villa. Hearing this voice, Lin Feng couldn't help cursing angrily, "A bunch of bastards, you are lucky this time. Do it all at once, second time tired, third time exhausted." Lin Feng knew that Liu was still watching, and might rush in at any time. So he who didn't kill Lang Aotian with one blow, didn't dare to fight with others at all. After being awakened by the loud noise outside, he resolutely gave up the pursuit of Lang Aotian. A blast of fire forced these supernatural beings back, and Lin Feng returned to the position where Hera had left and rushed out. Hera, Lu Kai and the Tauren are waiting outside. Seeing Lin Feng coming out, he quickly followed behind Lin Feng and broke out of the base. The way to break out of the siege was extremely smooth, and no one even stopped him, or even if someone wanted to stop him, they couldn't stop him at all. Most of the awakened ones just made a symbolic attack, and then quickly dodged. But just as Lin Feng and the others were approaching the exit of the base, "Call out!" An arrow shot towards them. Lin Feng didn't even look at it, he didn't even change his forward speed, he just turned slightly sideways to avoid the arrow. But the next second, they still stopped. Because a man, 2 women and 3 figures descended from the sky, blocking their way. The man was young and handsome, with a playful smile on his face. 2 women, one with short hair, cold as ice. A high ponytail, heroic. "Brother, in such a hurry, where do you want to go?" The voice of joking sounded. A humanoid dinosaur led a chimpanzee, a humanoid tiger, and 4 huge monsters out of the surrounding villas, blocking all of Lin Feng's escape routes. Looking at the young man with a flattering smile in front of him, Lin Feng frowned. "You are Liu. Congratulations, you answered correctly. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 324 This guy is not human. Congratulations, the answer is correct, but unfortunately there is no prize." Liu looked at Lin Feng with a faint smile on his face. "Go ahead to dangers. This is a common problem of most protagonists, and it is also a common problem of most powerhouses." When Lang Aotian contacted Lin Feng to come to this base today, Lin Feng could not have come. But if he doesn't come, then he will have to be a man with his tail between his legs in the future. It's not in his character, so here he is. Although he and Liu had never met before, they both knew each other's existence. Seeing Liu appear at this time, Lin Feng was not surprised at all. "Did you bring so many people with you the first time you met?" Lin Feng glanced at the crowd surrounding him, and said with a sneer, "Hehe, you really think highly of me? No way, the guy who can get food from Leng's family is not an ordinary person in the first place." Liu took it for granted, "If I'm not careful, what if the boat capsizes in the gutter? You want to kill me? What's the problem? Just because I took some food from Leng's family? Of course not. Lin Feng, everyone is smart, so there's no need to beat around the bush, right?" Liu said in a calm voice, "You can snatch the food from Leng's family by yourself, don't you know what kind of behavior it is? Everyone is doing it for profit, there is no need to talk about other things." "You are right." Lin Feng also agreed, "However, with you few people, do you want to kill me? Try." Liu smiled playfully. It was the first time the two sides met today, and the tone of their speech was extremely calm. But the meaning in the words is full of gunpowder. Hey, what does this guy mean? Has he not figured out the situation yet? Have you been despised by this kid? Lin Feng's words obviously aroused great dissatisfaction among Wu Jiang and the others. This time, there were many people coming to Shanghai from the Nanxi base. Except for Wei Jianjun, the top combat power of Liu's team has come. Lu Ruobing drove over from Nanxi with everyone. After Liu had enough crystal nuclei, he upgraded the chariot to 1 level. Not only the housing space and the strength of the tank have been upgraded, but also the signal contact distance between the receiver and the tank has been upgraded. Using 4 bronze crystal nuclei, this distance has been upgraded from 10 km to 50 km. Since silver crystal cores are still in short supply, silver crystal cores are needed to continue upgrading. So Liu chose to walk kilometers in the direction of Nanxi, and then used the receiver to contact Lu Ruobing. When Lu Ruobing received the news from Liu, he ordered all the people to drive over from Nanxi. Liu has cleared 60 kilometers of monsters. With the strengthened chariot and so many strong men, it would basically take half a day to clear the remaining kilometers. Hey, Liu, be careful, this guy is not human. When the two sides were at war with each other, Liu Feng, whose hair was scorched by the flames and smelled like a paste, followed up with handsome He in a disheveled face. The previous battle in the villa was exaggerated, and Lin Feng's transformation also left a deep impression on him. Both he and He Shui used the dark flame. This kind of fire has a higher temperature and stronger adhesion than ordinary flames, and it ignites the entire villa. That villa is still billowing with smoke. Not human. When Liu heard this, a sneer sneered at the corner of his mouth, he, who is a human being among these guys? What? Old cow, crash them to death. As soon as Liu said this, Lin Feng couldn't wait any longer. He issued his own order directly. Although he has no deep hatred with Liu himself, the two have formed a relationship because of Yueguang and the Lang family. In this impetuous last days, if a tiger offends a dog, you can ignore it. Because dogs pose no threat to tigers. If you offend a wolf, you can ignore it. Because the wolf is not the opponent of the tiger. Even if a pack of wolves came, the tiger could easily retreat from the pack. But what if you also offend a tiger, then you have to find a way to kill the opponent. Otherwise, you face the risk of being killed by the opponent. After all, there is no room for two tigers in one mountain. The old cow was the Tauren that Lin Feng recruited. Nearly 3 meters tall, his body is extremely muscular. Not only is it stronger than giant zombies, but its head and horns are also harder than ordinary mutant cows. When sprinting, it comes with soil abilities. It can easily punch a hole in a concrete wall half a meter thick. Moo. Hearing Lin Feng's order, it let out a bull roar, stomped its hind hooves on the ground twice, and galloped towards Liu. Boom, boom. The terrifying body of the Tauren can shake the ground every time it takes a step. Who are the two women behind Liu? Of course Luo Kekai and Lu Ruobing. At this time, Luo Kekai didn't know where Lin Feng, a strong man, came from. Because in the memory of her previous life, there was no information about Lin Feng. But she knew that Lin Feng's ability was very evil, and his subordinates were not good people. Not only were they playing with poisonous ice, but they were also raising evil creatures like tentacle monsters. In this case, of course she supported Liu unconditionally. Seeing the Tauren rushing over, she slapped her hands on the ground. Boom! A thick earth wall rose out of thin air, and the Tauren bumped into it without thinking. The powerful force of the impact smashed the dirt wall into pieces. The smoke and dust were everywhere, and the gravel filled the sky. Its strong body should have continued to rush forward, but at the moment the earth wall shattered, its horns were tightly grasped by two huge palms with long black hair. Want to kill young Master Liu? Pass me first. A thick voice sounded, and a ferocious and pitch-black gorilla face appeared in front of the Tauren. The chimpanzee superhuman, Cao Meng. After being deterred by Liu's use of force, he joined Liu's team. Although he is no longer the leader of the team, everyone in Liu's team is useful. Not only has the ability to help him find his loved ones, but he doesn't need to risk his own life for other people's food. So he likes Liu's team very much, and he is also very satisfied with his current life. Hearing that Liu wanted to employ someone, he came without the slightest complaint. Because it is a great honor to be reused by Liu. The last time I went to the super secret realm with Liu, he even shared a silver weapon. Cao Meng is the same type of awakener as Wei Jianjun. Perhaps the overall strength is much worse than that of Wei Jianjun, but in terms of strength alone, it is definitely not weak. At this moment, he took advantage of the moment when the earth wall weakened the Tauren's strength, and pressed the opponent's horns with both hands. The muscles of his arms bulged, his waist and horse united, and he suddenly exerted strength. Drink! With such terrifying strength, he actually directly swung the Tauren up. Boom! After spinning around, the huge body of the Tauren was thrown out by Cao Meng, and hit the ground with a loud noise. The Tauren is not only strong enough, but also has first-class ability to resist blows. It doesn't matter if you fall. After landing, there was no time to think too much, so he quickly stood up and took out a huge stone axe. Seeing this, Cao Meng also took the two-handed octagonal hammer thrown by Luo Yin. The two sides quickly fought together. Is it gold level? Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's eyes froze slightly. Lu Kai. Hira. Clear. Learn. The two got the order and stood up, one on the left and one on the right. Lu Kai is a young man in his 20s, originally about 178 centimeters tall. After standing up, his body began to swell. It quickly turned into a monster more than 2 meters high. He is no ordinary shapeshifter. Because the monster he turned into does not belong to any kind of earth creature. It was a hunchbacked monster with long fangs, animal pupils and a hollow from its mouth. On top of that he has 4 arms? In contrast, Hera is much more normal. It just took out a black longbow from the void. What kind of monster is this? Seeing Lu Kai's transformed form, Lu Ruobing was dumbfounded. It has been so long since the end of the world has come, and this is the first time she has seen such a monster. Don't care what kind of monster he is, help me deal with that elf first. What? Elf? Hearing Lu's words, Lu Ruobing was even more surprised, and subconsciously looked at Hera. You said she was an elf. Chapter 325 Luu and number 039, S-Team vs Lin Feng and number 039, S-Team. What's the problem? Luu asked without answering. Lu Ruobing is a policewoman. After joining Luu's team, he basically regarded Luu as the core of the team. She will choose to obey the orders given by Luu, but this does not mean that she has no persistence in her heart. Before coming to Shanghai, she didn't know why Luu asked her to come here. After coming here, she knew that Luu had an enemy. Although this enemy has established a base, it has provided protection for some people. But it also has its own big problems. So, like Luo Kikai, she regarded Lin Feng as an evil superhuman. But now Luu actually said that the other party was an elf? Don't elves love life and love peace? Why should we kill her? Ordinary elves are exactly what you said. Luu explained casually, but she is a cruel and bloodthirsty dark elf. Do you look at her eyes and expression, does she seem to be peace-loving? Hearing this, Lu Ruobing subconsciously looked towards Hera. It has to be said that this Hera is very beautiful, with black curly hair hanging freely. The exquisite facial features are full of heroism, and the shining beautiful eyes are decorated with a layer of flickering bright colors. Although he is not tall, his figure is excellent. Thin and big, with the same type of figure as Luo Kikai. However, Luo Kikai usually dresses conservatively, either in solid color bottoming shirts or black tight-fitting t-shirts. And for the convenience of fighting, she also deliberately used a chest wrap with a powerful suppressing effect. But this elf deliberately took the sexy route. A black semi-transparent low-cut dress, sexy and charming. Show your arms, show your shoulders, show your waist, show your legs. Except for the key position, all other places are exposed. Most importantly, after she got the longbow, her skin turned lavender and her hair turned white. There was a cruel smile on his face, and a bloodthirsty light shone in his eyes. Luu. Lu Ruobing hesitated to speak, seemed to want to say something, but finally sighed helplessly. Oh, forget it, leave her to me. Be careful, the opponent will definitely use other weapons. Luu reminded casually. If the opponent's betrayal rate exceeds 50%, Luu's villain's eyes can only see the opponent's name, race, age, height, weight, and other basic information. Can't see the opponent's combat attributes. That's why he opened his mouth to remind. Yes, I know. Lu Ruobing took a deep breath, grabbed at the void, and took out her Fire Phoenix sword. Get out of here. Humph, it's up to you. Leave me. While Lu Ruobing was chatting with Luu, Lu Zifeng stepped aside temporarily. The battle between Luu's team and Lin Feng's team officially started, and the entire battlefield is now in chaos. After transforming, Lu Kai let out an angry roar, wanting to replace the Tauren and open a passage for Lin Feng. Or force Luu to make a move and ask Lin Feng to look for a chance to kill the enemy with one blow. But Wu Jiang and Luo Yin appeared in time and stopped him. Lu Kai was originally just an ordinary crocodile transformation system user. After clashing with Lin Feng, in order to survive, he swore allegiance to Lin Feng. Later, in a conflict with other bases, he was beaten to a half-mutilation by the leader of the enemy base. After Lin Feng came back and dealt with the enemy leader, seeing that he was still loyal, he used the sacrifice technique to transplant the organs of other monsters and human corpses into his body, bringing him back to life. So at this time, he was considered a Stitch monster. After transforming, he not only has 4 arms, but also has a crocodile tail behind him, and the bloodthirsty of other beasts in his body. There are a variety of attack methods, and it is easy for ordinary melee awakeners to suffer in his hands. But both Wu Jiang and Luo Yin are very strong. Especially Luo Yin. Originally, in Su Chen's plot, Su Chen's capable general, Feng Hu's combined abilities made him stand above most of the awakened ones. It is only a matter of time before the two work together to solve Lu Kai. The other side. The dark elf Hera wanted to support Lu Kai with a bow and arrow, but Jiao Manli, who was hiding in the dark, forced her back with an arrow. After a few rounds, she found Jiao Manli on the city wall. Hey, so the one who uses the bow is also a pretty chick? Hee, it's interesting. Hera, who came to a bunker, smiled jokingly and moved her arms, obviously not paying attention to Jiao Manli. This is indeed the case. Jiao Manli is just a rookie archer, how can Hera's dark elf match? So Luu asked Lu Ruobing to help deal with her. At the moment when Hera lured Jiao Manli to shoot an arrow, and was about to give her a fatal blow, an after-image holding a flaming longsword appeared in front of her. Your opponent is me. So fast. Hera's complexion changed, she quickly retracted her longbow, and threw out a scimitar like a crescent moon. Clang. Swords intersect. The two women also fought together. This guy, what's going on? Seeing that Lu's subordinates were not inferior to his summons at all, Lin Feng couldn't help frowning. But at this time, he didn't have time to think too much. Because Lu has not made a move yet, if he makes the first move, he will not be far from losing. So I have to reverse the disadvantaged situation. Snapped. Hit it with a snap of your fingers. The space crack opened again. Come out, my servants. Roar. Ho ho. Whoosh whoosh. Abyss giant, hell dog, ooze monster. 3 abyss summons came out together. The giant from the abyss was stopped by Zijin, who became bigger. The hell two-headed dog was stopped by Heishui, who became bigger. Lin Feng's slime monster was the strongest, using a large number of tentacles. It actually stopped Lu's other 3 battle pets for him. Wind wolf, fire leopard, plus rock pattern scorpion king. Seeing this scene, Lu couldn't help squinting his eyes. Race, devil. Name, evil demon, mutation. Level, elementary gold. Description, a silt monster with a single attack method, but it has the ability to devour and evolve after being summoned. Devouring evolution, when devouring a corpse, there is a certain chance of gaining the ability of the corpse. Lin Feng's silt monster was originally called a ghoul. It was originally just an ordinary silt monster with a height of 5 feet, not a powerful monster. It only comes with a defensive skill that is immune to poison and an offensive skill that is corrosive slime. But after being summoned by Lin Feng, it awakened the ability to devour evolution. After devouring a large number of humans and monsters, it evolved into what it is now. Kikai, can you solve it? Luo Kikai looked at the lemurs who were fighting with the 3 battle pets and nodded slightly. There should be no problem. Be careful. Ah. Luo Kikai moved her arms, and then... whoosh. The black figure with a bandaged arm disappeared in place as if teleport. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's pupils couldn't help shrinking. These 2 women are so strong. Among Lu Ruobing's awakened abilities is the ability of Melee Master. This ability allows her to comprehend powerful melee skills when she is in close combat with the enemy. It is equivalent to the combination of the souls of various melee weapons. She has used the Fire Phoenix sword for so long, and she has already comprehended the Flying Swallow step, which is as light as the Swift Wind walk. At this time, relying on one person and one sword, suppressed Hera who had survived for 100 years in the dark place of the abyss. And Luo Kikai's combat power seems to be stronger than Lu Ruobing's now. Powerful melee ability plus all abilities. The ooze monster's attack can't hit her at all, if it continues like this. It's just the 2 of us now. Lu's calm voice interrupted Lin Feng's contemplation. Do you have any other whole cards? If not, then... you are also a reborn, right? Chapter 326 I accept your head. Before Lu finished speaking, Lin Feng suddenly interrupted him. The meaning in the words is also shocking. At this time, the sound of fighting and shouting of killing was merged into one, and no one could hear them at all. So Lin Feng was also unscrupulous. From the very beginning, he had guessed that Lu was a reborn. Now that Lu's team is so strong, he has confirmed his inner thoughts even more. Except for the reborn, no one can form such a strong team of survivors in such a short period of time. Even if it is a military base, only the 7 major military regions have this possibility. It is simply impossible for the motive military to do so. Reborn? How do you see it? It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. Lin Feng seemed to have seen through everything, and said indifferently, I just want to tell you that since the gods let us live a new life and let us have such a powerful force, then we shouldn't kill each other here. Peaceful coexistence is the kingly way. Hee. Do you believe this? You're fine. If that's the case, then let your horse come here, I really want to see, what are you using to kill me today? Lin Feng's eyes froze slightly, he clenched his fists, his eyes soared with fighting spirit. After saying this, a group of UFOs suddenly appeared in the distant sky. These flying objects are not big, probably only about a foot. But densely packed, hundreds of thousands of people watching the scalp numb. God, what is that? Looks like a bat. Bat. It's bats, shit, lots of bats. Hurry up and hide. Damn. What's going on here? All the survivors who saw this scene were dumbfounded, and those who reacted quickly had already started looking for a bunker. It was after 5 o'clock in the afternoon when Lin Feng arrived at Leng's base. It is now past 6 in the afternoon, and the sky is grey. When Lin Feng's team and Lu's team fought, the survivors watching the battle from a distance were already very surprised. Especially those from the Leng family and the Nangong family. They originally thought that Lin Feng and Lu were just stronger than them personally. No matter how strong a person is, they still have a chance to come back. But now a random subordinate of the opponent can be stronger than the strongest in their base? How does Nima play? After seeing these bats at this time, they were even more surprised. These bats are neatly aligned and well targeted. Obviously, it was controlled by someone to rush towards this base. And the person who controls them is either Lin Feng or Liu. So many bats, are they also controlled? It's incredible, isn't it? This Nima. Hey, these bats don't seem to be alive. Outside the villa filled with smoke, Lang Tianlin and his party looked at the sky in shock. Feng Qing, who was standing aside, suddenly spoke. Not a living thing. Hearing this, Nanggongling was obviously taken aback. Feng Qing's awakened ability is an owl, and the darker the sky, the clearer he can see. Therefore, she did not doubt Feng Qing's words at all. What does just not alive mean? It's definitely not a living thing. Feng Qing's complexion changed drastically, and he said affirmatively, these bats still have blood on their bodies, there is blackness in their eyes, and their wings are also broken. What? Is it a zombie bat? A large number of bats galloped towards Liu. It seems that the visitor is not good. People fled in panic. Hehe, this guy finally caught up. Seeing these bats, Lin Feng smiled, come on, aren't you going to kill me? Although these bats can't kill you, it's enough to cover my retreat. Is it? Liu jokingly smiled, not paying attention to these bats at all. Aren't you in a hurry? Why am I in a hurry? It's you who should be in a hurry. Hearing Liu's calm words and seeing Liu's calm expression, Lin Feng frowned slightly. Don't wait for him to react. A huge ball of light suddenly appeared on the roof of the building not far away. This is... Light, be with me. The spell just fell. The huge ball of light flew towards the group of bats in the sky very quickly. When the light ball reaches the center of the bat group. In the name of light, purify. Call out, boom. The light ball explodes. The intense light instantly illuminated the grey sky like daytime. After the dense bats were hit by these strong lights, it was like being doused with gasoline and ignited by a lighter, and a raging fire ignited in the sky. In less than a moment, out of the hundreds of bats, only a few dozen were left. My god, this is... It's so handsome, it's so handsome. So many monsters in one move. Is that a lie? So strong. Seeing this scene, all the survivors were dumbfounded, even Lin Feng was inexplicably horrified. How is it possible? There are people with light abilities by your side. People with light abilities and people with dark abilities are very rare existences, much rarer than ordinary people with enhanced abilities. A person with these two abilities, as long as he uses them reasonably, will definitely become a leader in the future. At this time, Liu not only has so many powerful subordinates, but also light system supernatural powers. How on earth did he find so many talented and supernatural beings in such a short period of time? Nothing is impossible. Liu said calmly, okay, don't talk nonsense, hurry up and use your weapons, we will fight quickly. Humph, do you think you are sure to win? Although Lin Feng was not flustered, there was still no trace of fear on his face. Let me tell you, the real battle has only just begun. After saying this, Lin Feng suddenly took a step sideways with his right foot. Legs slightly bent, hands clasped together. Snapped. With a crisp sound, terrifying energy began to wreak havoc around Lin Feng. Rumble. Several wailing sounds like ghosts sounded, and there were bursts of muffled thunder on the ground. Even the whole ground felt a slight tremor. Earthquake. Lin Feng was obviously using his summoning ability, but his summoning actually caused a slight earthquake. Come out, my strongest dark warrior. Chi chi chi. Bursts of black mist suddenly appeared on the ground around Lin Feng. The black mist blocked some of Liu's sight, and was gathered in front of Lin Feng by an invisible force of space. As time goes by, the black mist gets thicker and thicker. This is... When this power climbed to the extreme, Liu's pupils shrank involuntarily. Because in the black mist in front of Lin Feng, a monster with a metallic aura appeared. It rides a black skeleton warhorse under it, and a black armor with dark golden patterns on its body. In his hand, he even carried a black épée with a blood groove. The most surprising thing is that it has no head at all, only a body sitting on a skeleton horse. There was no flesh and blood on the skeleton warhorse, and its blue eyes exuded a cold aura. After it came out, under Lin Feng's guidance, it pointed the épée in its hand at Liu. Hiss! The skeleton horse neighed and rushed towards Liu. Da-da-da-da! Cavalry charge! After rushing in front of Liu, the skeleton warhorse stood up. Your head, I accept it. Chapter 327 This chick, something is wrong. The cold voice seemed to come from the 9 Serenity Hell, and it was unknown where it came from, which made everyone who heard it terrified. No doubt. Dark gold middle rank, severed head cavalry. Liu had seen this thing in the secret realm before, and cooperated with his teammates to kill 11 of them. In addition to being called the Headless Cavalry, it can also be called the Slayer, the Head Snatcher, or the Headless Horseman. The decapitated cavalry was originally a cavalry from another world, but was decapitated by the enemy because of an unfortunate death on the battlefield. So after being pulled into the abyss, it became what it is now. Riding a skeleton warhorse, looking for his own head everywhere, whenever he perceives a prey that looks similar to himself, he will cut off the opponent's head and bring it back to the abyss. Originally, Lin Feng's current enhancement level was only gold in middle level. There is still a distance from the high-level gold. Summoning a dark gold level monster is obviously a leapfrog summoning. But the protagonist's ability and luck are always different. The Abyss Summoner, the summoned Abyss monsters, the types are all random. As long as the offerings and luck are good enough, there is a high chance of high-level monsters appearing. The decapitated cavalry was summoned by him by sacrificing a large number of corpse beetles in a corpse of a bug emperor. Although ordinary high-level creatures have their own intelligence. After being summoned into this world inexplicably, if the summoner's strength cannot suppress the opponent, there is a great possibility of backlash. But the decapitated cavalry will not. Because the cavalry is the knight. Even if it is eroded into a monster by the power of the abyss, it still sticks to its loyalty and contract spirit. Clang, there was a metallic snap. Liu took a quick step back, dodging the powerful slash from the cavalry. The sword slashed on the concrete ground, and the sword chi followed the dark power to cut a long sword mark on the ground. Dodged. Lin Feng's eyes froze slightly, but he didn't have time to think about anything else. He quickly transformed into a Balrog and rushed towards Liu. With the mid-level to high-level strength of gold, plus the 50% attribute bonus of Balrog, the attributes are not far behind Liu. With such intensity, coupled with the dark flames and severed head cavalry, Lin Feng naturally had no reason to back down. It's just that he still underestimated Liu's strength. The current Liu does not only have the physical strength of the dark gold level. All abilities, mind power, and ice attributes. He still has nice ability. Seeing Lin Feng turned into a 2-meter-tall flame demon rushing towards him, Liu was not surprised but delighted. The stronger the opponent's skills, it proves that you can kill the opponent and gain more power. And so. Thinking of this, Liu no longer hesitated, and the Laquan sharp gun appeared in his hands accompanied by strong wind and lightning. To deal with heavy cavalry, sharp weapons are not as good as blunt weapons, and short soldiers are not as good as long soldiers. Even if the King's E-sword is 1 grade higher, it is not as easy to use as the Laquan divine spear at this time. Crunch! While Liu was admiring, the cavalry with the severed head lay down on the skeleton horse. The pitch-black épée in his hand was placed on the ground, and at the same time as it brought up a series of sparks, it pulled out a long gully. The terrifying aura made everyone who saw it terrified. Charge! Slash! The deep voice from Zhu sounded again. But this time. Call, boom! The wind blew. The wind wall blocked part of the charge of the skeleton warhorse. Before the horse rushed over, Liu quickly swept the spear in his hand. The earth wall suddenly rose up, blocking Lin Feng's forward steps. While Liu took the opportunity to avoid the horse, he looked back at the moon with one move, and with the momentum of wind and thunder, his spear went straight to the cavalry on the horse. Cavalry has no head, but still knows how to dodge. He bent down to avoid the moment when Liu swept, and wanted to turn his horse's head and continue to attack Liu. But Liu seemed to have expected it, and retracted the spear with extremely agile movements. A dragon wagging its tail. Get out of here! Boom! The thick gun body accurately hits the head of the skeleton warhorse. Hiss! To capture a thief first capture the king, to shoot a man first shoot a horse. When in the secret realm, Liu could cooperate with Qin Xiao and others to grind these decapitated cavalrymen to death with the king's E-sword, let alone now? The terrifying power combined with the power of wind and thunder made the skeleton horse let out a mournful cry. Liu succeeded in one blow, and pursued the attack without giving the opponent a chance to react. With the strength of the spear rebounding back. Sweep, point, prick, press, pick. A spear weighing more than 300 kilograms is as fast as a snake in his hands. Boom! The skeleton horse of the decapitated cavalry was finally overwhelmed, and was shot to pieces by Liu. The cavalry above also rolled down. Lin Feng's attack arrived in time. Go to hell! Clang! There was a metallic crisp sound when the spears and swords intersected, and the dark fire with extremely terrifying burning ability instantly engulfed Liu. Next second, the raging wind condensed a large amount of moisture in the air, forming a waterspout, blowing away Lin Feng's dark fire. What kind of battle is this? It's incredible. Are they still human? This is a battle between the strong and the strong. The terrifying combat power displayed by both sides is beyond the reach of most people. Watching the confrontation between these people, Everyone looked terrified. They can't figure it out, they are also human, why is there such a big gap in awakening ability? And just when Liu and Lin Feng's team started their duel. On the other side, something special happened on the top floor of a residential building in Leng's base. Hey, hey! Xiao Xiu squatted on the ground, panting heavily. Although light-type abilities, in the early stage, they didn't have much lethality. But it is fatal to the undead of the dark department. Yes. Those bats before were not the zombie bats that Nangongling and the others guessed. It's the hidden Takata, the undead bat summoned from the six-pointed star formation by using undead magic. The sky is still grey, not completely black. The power of the light ability has not been weakened too much. Under Liu's advance arrangement, Xiao Xiu killed thousands of undead bats with just one move. Her light ability level is still very low, and the bright ball before is obviously a big move. With her current level, one move basically drained all her energy. Looking at the panting girl in white in front of her, Qin Zairo's face was full of strangeness. At this time, she was still dressed in the same black pair of ponytails. But the girl in front of her really made her a little incomprehensible. In this world, how can there be someone who looks exactly like me? I haven't heard of it before. I have an older sister or a younger sister. Moreover, it doesn't matter if they look the same, but the awakening ability is just the opposite. It's a bit of a coincidence, isn't it? Even she didn't feel that the two had nothing to do with each other. Xiu, are you all right? I'm fine. Have you found him? I found it. Although Xiao Xiu was very tired, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he pointed his white little finger to a building in the distance. He's on the roof of the community building behind that building. Uncle Yuan. Learn. Hearing Qin Zairo's words, Yuan Ji, who had an owl on his shoulder, nodded slightly. After connecting the optic nerve with the owl, Yuan Ji controlled the owl and quickly flew towards the tall buildings in the community. Seeing this, Qin Zairo stopped talking and looked at Xiao Xiu. Xiu, let's go too. Okay. Come on, I'll carry you. By the way, we can't really be twins, right? I didn't think so before, but now I feel it's very possible. Hehe, I feel the same way. By the way, how did you meet Brother Liu? This. It's a long story. Brother Liu and I are, Brother Liu seems to be in danger. Xiao Ro, let's go faster. Qin Zairo, Something is wrong with this chick. Chapter 328 What kind of monster are you? Hearing Xiao Xiu's anxious tone, Qin Zairo immediately sensed something was wrong. Let's not talk about whether Liu's strength will be dangerous. Just this worried look is not what an ordinary friend should have. Although Qin Zairo also admitted that Liu was handsome and manly. But he also has a lot of women. Yan Yun, Li Wanning, Xiao Manli. Under such circumstances, it is very unreasonable for Xiao Xiu to take the initiative to like the other party in such a short period of time. Or, she has already had a relationship with Liu? No way. Xiao Xiu doesn't look like this, does she? Shaking her head and not thinking about it anymore, Qin Zairo hurriedly flew towards the battlefield. Meanwhile, on the other side. On the roof of the community. Here is a huge rooftop. There are several hexagrams carved with blood on the roof. At this time, there are 6 black-robed monks standing at the 6 corners of the largest hexagram in the middle. Gao Tian didn't care about these black-robed monks, but stood on the edge of the roof and looked at the base of Leng's family in a daze. Is this guy's team so strong now? Even so many undead bats have been dealt with at once. He knew exactly how strong Lin Feng and his team were. If even Lin Feng was no match for Liu, how could he take revenge? No, we must seize this opportunity, otherwise, hey. Before Gao Tian finished speaking, he suddenly sensed something. Subconsciously looked sideways. A low-flying owl came into his sight. Below the owl is a young man who is galloping in his direction. He, you actually discovered my existence so quickly? It's amazing. But only one kid is sent here, what do you mean? Are you underestimating me? Gao Tianxin smiled coldly, the will-o'-the-wisps in his eyes kept flickering. He didn't pay attention to this young man at all. Forget it, since you are rushing to die, then I will play with you. After saying this, Takata walked to a small 6-pointed star array next to him, and raised his staff of the dead. Come out, undead warrior. Skeleton soldiers appeared one after another on the hexagram formation. Summoner is a very cheap profession. Most of the time, they are bullying the few with the more. If it is said that the undead creatures summoned by Takata still win by quantity, then the abyssal creatures summoned by Lin Feng are more biased towards quality. In a big stage, only 2 abyssal monsters can be summoned. Lin Feng is now a golden mid-level, theoretically speaking, he can summon 8 monsters. Lu Kai is not a summoned object. So besides the Headless Horseman, the other 7 are Hira, Takata, Lemur, Torin, Abyss Giant, Hell Dog, and the tentacle monster that was killed by Liu at the beginning. The team's combat power is so strong that it can be said that in a duel with the same number, basically no one can beat him. But unfortunately, he met Liu. Now Liu not only combines the abilities of the four protagonists, but also many people around him are special talents of the protagonist team. Luo Kekai, Lu Ruobing, Qin Xiao, Xiao Xiu, Luo Yin. Among them, Luo Kekai is even a heroine. Plus Wu Jiang, Cao Meng and Xiao Manli, the three villains. No matter in terms of quantity or strength, Liu has already taken advantage. Ding ding. Boom. The intersection of long sword and crescent knife, the collision of fist and foot. After several fights, the two women flew back at the same time. Hera glanced slightly, but did not continue to move forward. You are a powerful woman. I have been in this world for so long, and I have never met a woman as powerful as you. Really? What was your world like? Lu Ruobing asked casually. The last days are a paradise for the earth and a disaster for mankind. It can be said that every human being living on the earth was caught off guard by this disaster. Others may not have the time or interest to learn the truth about the end times. But Lu Ruobing was different. She grew up in the compound of the military region from a young age, and she was nurtured to be loyal to the emperor and patriotic, and justice was also engraved in her bones. If it was necessary to die for the country, she probably wouldn't even frown. Seeing an intelligent creature from another world at this time, she certainly wanted to find out. I don't have to tell you. If you don't tell me, then I have no choice but to arrest you and interrogate you slowly. Want to catch me? Hera smiled disdainfully, hee, I admit that you are very strong, but it is not so easy to catch me. It is more difficult to capture a person alive than to kill a person. After all, she is a dark elf who has survived for 100 years. Although Lu Ruobing suppressed her, it is really not very realistic to capture her alive. It's really difficult for me to be alone. Lu Ruobing suddenly smiled, but it's enough for me to hold you back. Hera's complexion changed slightly upon hearing this, and she subconsciously looked at other positions on the battlefield. At this time, the battle in the arena has entered a fever pitch. But most of them are many to few. Evil is a very special existence in their team, especially good at one-to-many. Faced with such a positional encounter, the lemurs are even better than the decapitated cavalry with their one-to-many capabilities. It's just that now, its tentacles have been almost chopped off by the woman with the knife in cooperation with the wind wolf and fire leopard. The corrosive slime can't do anything to that woman. Luo Kekai knows many kinds of abilities. Not only can it evade its tentacle attack in time, but it can also launch a counterattack. The silt monster is not particularly afraid of other attacks, but it is more afraid of fire. The moisture and corrosive mucus in the body are easily evaporated by the fire. In the face of other fire-type abilities, it can also make quick decisions. But facing Luo Kekai, she was obviously powerless. Moreover, Luo Kekai, who had the advantage, turned back her advantage to her teammates. Ask Scorpion King to help Cao Meng kill the Tauren. Although the giant of the abyss could barely gain the upper hand against the monkey, the two-headed hellhound couldn't beat the hellhound. The only one who could gain the upper hand was Lin Feng. In Hera's mind, with Lin Feng and the headless cavalry, even if they couldn't kill Liu, they could still beat him. But when she looked at Lin Feng's battlefield, she had an incredulous expression. How come? Although the horse of the decapitated cavalry is broken, it can be resurrected and stand up again. But Liu used 1 against 2, and did not give the skeleton war horse a chance to be resurrected at all. Cavalry who lost their horses lost the mobility that cavalry should have. In the eyes of ordinary people, the speed is still fast, but in front of Liu, it looks so cumbersome. It's impossible, it's impossible. Hera was incredible, and Lin Feng was even more incredible than Hera. Because Liu has not only strengthened his body to the dark gold level, but also has ridiculously strong melee combat ability. Most importantly, he also has all attribute abilities. How can that be? How could such a person be unknown in his previous life? What? The awakening scroll can also help awaken other abilities. Are you kidding me? Lin Feng didn't believe that Liu could find so many awakening scrolls in such a short period of time when he was promoted to dark gold. To know. Awakening scrolls are only available in secret realms, and not every secret realm has them. No matter how lucky Liu is, it is impossible to get so much. The most important is... Boom. Liu faced the explosive flames released by Lin Feng, and smashed the decapitated cavalry into metal fragments with one shot. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face changed even more. You can actually be immune to my dark fire. He, you finally figured it out, it's a pity, it's too late. Liu took his time and put the Liquan sharpshooter on the ground. Phoenix blood, the blood essence containing the divine power of the phoenix, greatly weakens the damage of fire to the human body, immune to fire at the same level, and provides a chance to be reborn from nirvana. What kind of monster are you? Monster? I don't know which of the two of us is more like a monster now. Chapter 329 Sacrifice. Phoenix blood is a treasure that appeared in the 8th level of the super secret realm together with Holy Grail of Healing and Soul Fixing Bao Forging Book. Things that can appear together with the Holy Grail of Healing and legendary weapons are naturally not rubbish. It provides two abilities, one is super fire resistance, and the other is rebirth. Originally, Lu's sacred body had higher body resistance than ordinary awakened ones. And every time the enhancement level increases, the previous abilities will be strengthened. But Lu still used the blood of the phoenix. Because the sacred body needs to reach the legendary level if it wants to achieve the level of fire immunity. To awaken the resurrection ability, you need a holy rank. Although with Lu's current strength, as long as he is not blind, he will not die under normal circumstances. But if you often walk by the river, you are afraid of getting your shoes wet? So after some careful consideration, Lu used the treasure that was originally intended for Luo Kikai or Lu Ruobing on himself. Then Lin Feng was dumbfounded. After transforming himself, he looks like a monster. This guy is really a monster? I have lived in the Magic City for so many years in my previous life, and I have never met anyone who is immune to the fire of darkness. Asshole, why is this happening? As a summoner, Lin Feng's melee ability is not the strongest. The reason why he was able to defeat the invincible opponents all over the world was mainly by summoning demons to possess him. Balrog is the strongest demon he can summon so far. The most proud ability of the Balrog is the Dark Fire. Just ask. Which normally awakened person is willing to fight against such a monster that is full of dark flames? Rubbing you casually is likely to spontaneously ignite. But now Lu doesn't care. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and quickly glanced at other positions on the battlefield. The decapitated cavalry has already knelt down, and the other monsters are almost dead except for the abyss giant. Holy shit! Want to go? Sensing Lin Feng's intention, Lu sneered, if there is no teleportation scroll, it might not be so easy, right? Stop talking nonsense, look at the sword. Lin Feng roared angrily in a low and hoarse voice, and directly threw a long-range slash at Lu. He doesn't have any sword spirit. So this slash is just a line of fire with dark fire. Facing such an attack, Lu didn't even need to hide. Was it because Lin Feng was dying and struggling to break the jar? Of course not. He wanted to use flames to disturb Lu's vision and prepare for his escape. Although he is very reluctant to do this, but now he has no other way. It has to be said that Lin Feng was a little overbearing. Originally, even if he was not Lu's opponent based on his strength, it would not be so easy for Lu to kill him. But the protagonist is like this, blindly confident in his own strength, not at all cautious like Lu. He felt that with his summoning ability, he could easily go to this world. Even if the opponent has an ambush, he can retreat completely. Unfortunately, he underestimated Lu's strength, and also underestimated the strength of Lu's team. As soon as the fire line of the flame demon sword was cut out, Lin Feng quickly retreated. At the same time, a spatial vortex appeared above the heads of each summoned creature on the battlefield. These space vortices swallowed all the summoned objects. Next second, the summoned creatures appeared in front of Lin Feng collectively. Lin Feng glanced casually. Among my summoned creatures, except for the abyss giant and Hera, the other monsters have been seriously injured. Even Lu Kai has no strength to fight anymore. The Tauren and the Ghoul even have a few arrows stuck in their bodies. Although he was seriously injured, he had no time to think too much at this moment. Hera, buy me some time. Lin Feng returned to his original body and said something quickly. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Hera was taken aback for a moment, then nodded slightly. It is good. Seeing Lin Feng's cold eyes and Hera's expression, Lu Kai seemed to have noticed something. My lord, you don't mean to think. Your life is given by me, is there anything wrong? No, you can't do that. Lu Kai panicked and wanted to run away. But how could Lin Feng give him this chance? Evil devil, catch him. What Lu Kai faced before was Wu Jiang and Luo Yin who were holding silver weapons. At this time, there is no combat power left at all. The Silt monster was originally Lin Feng's first summoned object, a low-level demon. If it wasn't for Lin Feng, it wouldn't even be able to break through silver. Such a low-level creature, no matter how high the level is, the wisdom born is limited. It didn't know what Lin Feng was going to do, so after hearing Lin Feng's order, it immediately entangled Lu Kai with the remaining 4 tentacles and dragged him back. If it wasn't for me, you would have died 2 months ago, give me back your life now. No. Luu. Boss. What does this kid want? Go and have a look, don't you know? Don't go there. Do not go. And many more. Luu's teammates suddenly lost their target and rushed towards Luu. What was heard was Lu Kai's scream. They wanted to step forward to stop them, but they were stopped by Luu, Lu Ruobing, and Luo Kikai at the same time. Wu Jiang, Luo Yin and the others were a little surprised, and they didn't understand where the tacit understanding came from. But at this time, they didn't have time to think about anything else. Because Lin Feng, who was hiding behind the pile of monsters, suddenly spat out a big mouthful of blood. The moment the blood spilled on the ground, dark cracks appeared on the ground. Countless pale arms protruded from these cracks. Hold Lu Kai, hold the lemur, hold the hell dog, and hold the dying Tauren. Of all Lin Feng's summons, only Hera and a still intact giant of the abyss remained. The other summoned creatures were all pulled into the pitch-black crack by these pale arms. Followed by a large amount of black air emerged from these cracks, enveloping Hera and the abyss giant. The eyes and skin of the two quickly turned red, the veins on their bodies were exposed, and wings and fangs began to grow. No doubt. Sacrifice. Previously, what Lin Feng sacrificed was the blood and corpses of humans and monsters, and what he summoned were also monsters from the abyss. But this time, what he sacrificed was a living creature, and he got the help of two possessed demons. The black and red wings of the possessed demons are not large enough to allow them to fly. But it can help them recover their injuries and physical strength, and improve their strength a lot. It's an amazing feeling to be empowered. Come on, how many come, how many will I kill? Hera and the abyss giant let out an excited roar at the same time. Can I go now? Boss. It's okay, but let Xiaojin and the others go first. What? Wu Jiang was a little puzzled. Before he could react, the 5 battle pets had already rushed towards Lin Feng and the others. Originally, the 5 battle pets were very terrifying to other survivors. But now facing Hera and the abyss giant who are possessed by demons, it is obviously not enough. He Shui and Scorpion King were better, and the other 3 battle pets, even Xiaojin, didn't survive 2 rounds. Seeing this scene, not only was Liu not in a hurry, but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Next second, a ghostly figure appeared behind Lin Feng without warning. The dagger gleaming with coldness in his hand pierced Lin Feng's back directly to the heart. Die. Chapter 330 Lin Feng and number 039, S Death. Teleportation scroll is a very good thing. Although the teleportation location is random, for the strong, the life-saving effect is even better than that of secret realm teleportation. Too bad it's not for everyone. Tang Cheng, the corpse king, couldn't enter the secret realm. He was able to have teleportation scrolls because he killed 2 short-sighted guys, and found 2 from their boss. The teleportation scroll on Liu's body was found in the super secret realm before. For such a big secret realm, he only found 1. So how could Lin Feng have a teleportation scroll on him? All his luck was used for summoning. These summoned objects were summoned by him with great effort, and then cultivated with painstaking efforts. How could he sacrifice them if it wasn't particularly necessary? It was painful for him to watch these painstakingly cultivated summons being dragged into the darkness by those pale arms. But now he has no other choice. This is the only way to escape from Liu's hands. Possess the abyssal demons on Hera and the abyssal giant to increase their combat effectiveness for a short time. Let them cover themselves to open the portal to the abyss. Yes, the abyss portal. The abilities that abyss summoner is best at, one is contract, and the other is space. The abyss portal is the channel connecting the earth to the abyss. With Lin Feng's current level, it would take a certain amount of time to open the abyss portal. So you need someone to cover you. It's just that Lin Feng never thought that when Hera and the abyss giant were covering him, someone could jump over them and assassinate him. At this time, his attention was on Liu and those powerful teammates. The same is true for Hera and the giants of the abyss. Didn't notice it at all. The sudden figure startled the 3 of them. Lin Feng's back broke out in a cold sweat. If it was normal, Lin Feng would not only be able to easily dodge the opponent's attack, but also launch a counterattack smoothly. But now Lin Feng was in a semi-weak state because he had gone through a hard fight just now and used another sacrifice. Not to mention transforming into a counterattack, you can't even dodge completely. Puff. The sound of metal piercing into flesh sounded. What? Lin Feng let out a scream. Although he avoided the vital point in time, the dagger pierced through his close-fitting leather armor and penetrated into his body smoothly. Nearly. Shadow assassin? Get out of my way! Lin Feng shouted angrily, raised his foot and kicked. Su Ling reacted quickly. While avoiding the opponent's kick, he quickly pulled out the dagger in his hand. The scarlet blood traced a beautiful arc in the air. Su Ling flipped his wrist, held the dagger backwards, turned around and stabbed in the back again. When Lin Feng saw this, he didn't have time to think about it, so he quickly moved his body to dodge in a hurry. Hera and the Abyss Giant wanted to force He Shui and the Rock Scorpion King to rescue them, but Liu's order also appeared in time. You stop those 2 guys, I'll deal with Lin Feng. It is good. Whoosh. As soon as Liu finished speaking, he rushed out, and the weapon in his hand was changed to a green sword at the moment of rushing forward. Luo Kekai and Lu Ruobing followed closely behind. While you are sick, I will kill you. If even Su Ling can hurt Lin Feng, it proves that this guy has no cards. When will we wait if we don't fully fire at this time? Faced with such a front and back attack, Lin Feng fell into a desperate situation in an instant. Asshole, bastard. I have to admit that Lin Feng is indeed very strong, although his ability to sacrifice has the same side effects as a berserker. But it is also a good life-saving skill. After being possessed by the demon, his comprehensive strength has already surpassed Luo Kekai and Lu Ruobing. But in front of Liu, it was still not enough. Moreover, Lin Feng could no longer make up for the disadvantage of the top powerhouses. Liu didn't even need to care about those two demons. Just ask someone to hold them back and kill Lin Feng after going around. At this time, Lin Feng was injured even though he was exhausted, and he was already tired of dealing with Su Ling. But the protagonist is the protagonist after all, even in the face of desperation, he is still looking for a chance. Takata, it's up to you. While dodging Su Ling's assassination, Lin Feng suddenly shouted angrily. Gao Takata! Lin Feng's words made Liu and Su Ling who were rushing forward stunned at the same time. Before waiting for a reaction, the space in front of the two was fluctuating. A man in a black coat with a staff of undead appeared in everyone's sight. Lure the enemy to go deep, and then join forces to kill them, this is Lin Feng's real purpose. It's just that Takata, who was supposed to be ready to go, is now extremely embarrassed. Both the coat and the hat were burned with several holes, and the black bowler hat was still smoking. Just like in Kung Fu, the leader of the Axe Gang who was bombed by firecrackers. Seeing this scene, let alone Liu and Su Ling, even Lin Feng was stunned. Takata, why did you do this? Don't mention it, the kid who used the spell is too difficult to deal with. Hey, what's the situation here? Stop talking nonsense, let's work together to kill Liu. Depend on. Gao Tian cursed angrily, but before he had time to think about it, he quickly raised the bone stick in his hand. Boom! A large bone wall suddenly rose from the ground to block Liu and the two of them. What kind of ghosts and snake gods? Fuck me to death. Holding the sword, Liu soared into the air, directly crossing the bone wall. What greeted him was a black light summoned by Gao Tian with his bone staff. Almost at the same time, two groups of white lights arrived in time. Hysteresis. Disperse. Blessing of light. Swish. The afterimage flashed in front of Gao Tian with a dark golden light. This is... Feeling the pain coming from his body, Takata widened his eyes, with an expression of disbelief. Why, is this so? Why? According to the agreement, when the combat effectiveness of both sides is about the same. Lin Feng used the sacrifice technique to improve his own strength, and then he came to use a delay technique on Liu. Under the ebb and flow, it is entirely possible to use the contrast in strength before and after to kill Liu. But what's the situation now? Lin Feng, why did he summon himself when he was at such a disadvantage? And those two balls of white light? Click! As soon as Gao Tian thought of this, the bones in his body suddenly made a crisp sound. Next up. Boom! The originally skinny body was broken in two, and he fell straight to the ground. Are you asking Lin Feng? He doesn't have time to answer you right now. Liu's cold voice reached Gao Tian's ears in time. Hearing Liu's words, Gao Tian slowly turned his head and looked over, just in time to see Lin Feng being kicked and trampled by Liu. Don't kill me, me. Swish. Looking at the King's sword so close at hand, Lin Feng finally had a look of fear on his face. But before he finished speaking, he felt his head spinning. Spinning. He saw the grey sky, the white bone wall, Hera, and the giant from the abyss, and Takata's broken body. He even saw his own body. My own body has no head? Yes, his head was chopped off by Liu, and he kept spinning in the air. Boom. Heads fall. Lin Feng opened his mouth to say something, but found that he couldn't say anything. Next second. The endless darkness swallowed him, and Liu's cold voice came to his ears at this time. I'm sorry, one mountain can't accommodate two tigers. I don't know why you can summon Takata, and I don't know why Takata awakens these abilities, but as long as I kill you, these are not important. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the hidden protagonist Lin Feng and gaining Lin Feng's talent abilities, Abyss Summoning, Demon Transformation, Sacrifice. Chapter 331 Inferior Devil, Die for Grandpa. The shot was decisive and ruthless, without any hesitation. Lin Feng, who was the protagonist, was completely unresponsive. He didn't understand where Liu's strength came from, let alone why he acted so decisively. When he came back to his senses, he was already decapitated. Seeing such a bloody and cruel scene, Gao Tian, who was lying on the side, was dumbfounded. He is a necromancer, the kind whose soul is immortal and his body is immortal. So he who was cut in two did not die immediately. At this time, his brain is still a little short-circuited. What's the matter with this Nima? Obviously, I still have a lot of abilities that are useless, why did I become like this? With such a huge disadvantage, Lin Feng, why did he summon himself over? Is it just for the chance of escaping? Thinking of this, Gao Tian wanted to scold someone, but Lin Feng was already dead, who could he scold? He originally thought about relying on his awakened power to cooperate with Lin Feng to seek revenge from Luoyu. Didn't expect Lin Feng to be so selfish, and temporarily drag himself into the back? Deadly? How could this be? Seeing Lin Feng's head rolling down, the abyss giant didn't react. Like the lemur, he is a relatively low-level existence in the abyss. A slave to other higher beings. If it weren't for Lin Feng, he would still be living in a dark life. But now... Stupid, what are you doing in a daze? Why don't you leave now? Hira's cold shout brought him back to reality. They were Lin Feng's summons. Now that Lin Feng died, the contract would naturally be terminated. There is no need for them to continue fighting. And at this time, they can return to the abyss through the power of the contract. Hearing Hira's reminder, the abyss giant came to his senses and prepared to leave with Hira without much hesitation. But at this moment, a terrifying spiritual force invaded the consciousness of the two of them. Humph! What? The two covered their heads at the same time, squatted on the ground and let out a scream. What's the situation? How is this going? What happened to them? Seeing this scene, everyone was a little confused. Only Luo Kekai frowned slightly. Been devoured. What? Lin Feng's summoning ability is a double-edged sword. Every summoned object has the possibility of turning back against its master. Luo Kekai quickly explained, before Lin Feng was alive, they didn't dare to mess around with the contract, but now Lin Feng is dead. Hearing Luo Kekai's words, everyone immediately understood. With Lin Feng dead, all the contracts were voided, and the possessed demons began to devour their hosts. Then what do we do now? There is no other way. Luo Kekai's eyes were cold, and she clenched the ancient ingot knife in her hand, and the meaning she expressed was self-evident. What else could it be but killing? Do you have to kill it? Otherwise? Hurry up, before they fully recover and occupy these two bodies, now is the best time. Okay, you go left and I go right, let's deal with that woman first. Luo Yin, Cao Meng, you guys hold that giant back. It is good. Lin Feng was dead, but the remnants he summoned were still alive. In addition to Takata, there are two other demons. Originally, Lu Ruobing wanted to capture an intelligent creature alive to learn what the other world is like. But now it seems that this has become a luxury. Boom. Lu Ruobing and Luo Kekai moved fast enough, but they were obviously a bit late. When they rushed forward, a violent airwave suddenly appeared around the bodies of Hira and the abyss giant. Smoke and dust are everywhere, and the wind and sand are blinding the eyes. He. Is this the human world? It's really different from our place. The sound of mixed men and women resounded through everyone's eardrums. The enlarged wings and arrogant tone all indicate that they succeeded in seizing the two bodies. Seeing this scene, Lu Ruobing gritted her teeth and rushed forward without much hesitation. If the previous Hira and the abyss giant were just monsters, then these two are real demons. It would be a disaster if they got away. Therefore, Lu Ruobing has no hesitation. Okay. When these two demons invaded the bodies of Hira and Hira, they needed to have a life and death contest with each other's spiritual power. At this time, they also consumed a lot of mental power. So Lu Ruobing and Luo Kekai can hold one of them together, and the same is true for the others. Being held back by Luoyu's team, the two demons were unhappy. Humble human beings, you are looking for your own death. They are not weak, don't fight with them, withdraw first. Want to run? Stop them. A bunch of flies, get the hell out of here. Zyro. Coming. The two demons want to retreat first, get acquainted with the world before making another plan. Of course Lu Ruobing and the others didn't want to give them this chance. After the two sides fought for a while, it seemed that the demon was about to leave the attacking range of the crowd. The figures of Luoyu and Qin Zyro appeared in time. A group of low-level demons, what are you pretending to be in front of me? Die to me. As soon as the voice fell, the air froze instantly. Although the freezing time was very short, Qin Zyro still hit two balls of black light on the two demons. Now that the two demons have just seized the body, the mental power is at its most unstable. In this case, a dark ability that can cause mental confusion, the final result can be imagined. Luo Kekai took advantage of the moment when the two demons were confused and jumped into the air. Swish! With a cold light on the ancient ingot knife, it chopped off the head of the abyss giant. The giant's head kept rolling in the air, and Lu Ruobing kicked its huge body away. Boom! The giant fell to the ground. Luoyu also took this opportunity to send the King Z sword into Hira's heart from the back. The sharp green sword passed through the body, and the tip of the sword with scarlet liquid appeared on Hira's chest. Oh no! Asshole! Asshole, I finally found an opportunity. The two demons let out a scream, and then turned into black smoke and left the bodies of Hera and the other two. With the escape of the black smoke, the mutations on Hera and the Abyss Giant returned to normal. It's just that the Abyss Giant had already been beheaded by Luokikai, and he couldn't die anymore. Hera recovered her sanity. He. Looking at the sword tip that was still dripping blood on her chest, Hera smiled miserably. I didn't expect that in the end. I still died in your hands. Dark elves are a race of elves who were forced to go underground. Their society is a matrilineal clan society, women are the main rulers, and men can only do some unimportant jobs. Due to the crowd of dark elves, women are much stronger than men. So they use violence and threats to force men to obey them and serve them cowardly. Although at Hera's age, in the group of dark elves, she has just come of age. But in that abyss of chaos, evil, and filth, where is there any morality, everything is the same as in the last days, talking with fists. A female elf like her already had many male elves. In her impression, men are used to wantonly humiliate and play with. When did you have such a powerful force? Lin Feng was the first to change her perception of men. Now Liu is the second. It's better to die by my hands than to be completely devoured by demons, right? You are right. Thank you. You're welcome. Puff. The long sword was pulled out suddenly, and Hera fell limply to the ground. With a large amount of dark red blood flowing out, Hera also lost her life. Chapter 332 The King of the New Era. Lin Feng died. Because he was too confident in his own strength, after going deep into the tiger's den, he was surrounded by Liu and beheaded with a sword. His summons are also dead. The seriously injured summoned creature was sacrificed to death by him, and the remaining three could not escape the end of defeat due to various reasons. With the end of Hera's life, this battle gradually came to an end. Looking at the pile of corpses on the ground, everyone felt mixed feelings. Especially Wu Jiang and others. Although Hera became a little darker after she changed back to her original body, she does look very sexy and beautiful. They are dark elves that are different from humans. It's a pity to be killed by Liu with a single sword. Are you all right? Fine. No big problem. Just a little injury. That's good. You clean up the battlefield and treat your wounds. I'll deal with that kid. After Liu finished speaking, he stopped asking everyone, and walked directly towards the wall of bones on the battlefield. On the other side of the wall of bones is Takata that was broken in two. The situation on Lu Ruobing's side was a bit sudden just now, and Liu didn't have time to deal with him. He just threw the undead bone stick in his hand to Su Ling, and brought Qin Xiero over to deal with the two demons. At this time, Lin Feng's remnants of evil had all been eradicated, so Liu naturally freed up his hands. Gao Tian? Hehe, I didn't expect that the man in black robe next to Lin Feng would be you. Seeing all the dust falling to the ground, Liu was also in a good mood. Stretching his arms, he walked slowly to Gao Tian. Through the information provided by Xiao Xiu, he knew early on that there was a powerful man in black beside Lin Feng. But I really didn't expect that this person would be Gao Tian. And this guy's ability to awaken is actually a necromancer? A necromancer capable of Sea of Skeleton tactics? At this time, Takata's bone stick was snatched, his body was cut in two, and his hat was nowhere to be found. He showed his true colors, his eyes were pitch black and empty, and a cloud of ghostly blue wisps swayed from side to side inside. The body is also thin and skinny, giving people a feeling that it will decay at any time. In other words, he is no longer human. Why is this happening? Seeing Liu approaching, Gao Tian kept repeating these words. I have absolutely no idea why things turned out the way they are today. I was originally a big internet celebrity with tens of millions of fans, so I should live in a villa and drive a yacht in the most luxurious city in Xiaoguo. But when the end of the world came, everything changed. I just want to think better, what's wrong? Liu, why should he deal with himself? Moreover, he has awakened such a powerful force, and even Lin Feng is no match for Liu. Why is God so unfair? Can't figure it out? Then go to hell and think about it slowly. Shiyu. Brother Liu. Don't kill me. Seeing Xiao Xiu approaching, Gao Tian panicked instantly. His undead magic is indeed very strong, but it was overpowered by Chen Yang and Xiao Xiu. If it wasn't for Xiao Xiu just now, maybe he and Lin Feng wouldn't have lost so badly. My ability is useful to you, as long as you don't kill me, I can work hard for you. Oh? Hehe, it sounds like a good suggestion. Hearing this, Liu raised his eyebrows, obviously a little moved. Takata is just a powerful supporting character who gets an adventure, not a protagonist. You won't get any rewards for killing him yourself. If you can accept him for your own use, it will indeed be a good help. But it's a pity. In my heart, necromancers are lunatics who like to study death. A guy like you who doesn't see through the world is not worthy of this profession at all. Liu didn't want to talk nonsense with Gao Tian anymore. Shiyu, let's do it. Since Takato was originally a native of Earth, even if the contract was terminated, he would not be able to return to the abyss. Although Liu's villain's eyes cannot see the opponent's awakened ability when the opponent's betrayal rate exceeds 50%. But he can see the other party's race. So the moment Liu saw Gao Tian, he knew the identity of Gao Tian's undead. He didn't know why Gao Tian became a necromancer, but as he himself said, as long as he killed the other party, none of this mattered. Hearing Liu's order, Xiao Xiu looked at the skinny Gao Tian, then gritted his teeth. Raise your hand and brew a ball of light. The bright orb that killed the bat swarm before almost drained all her powers. However, the power of faith can help her increase her strength and speed up the recovery of her abilities. The more people who believed in her, the faster she would increase her strength, and the faster her abilities would recover. The remaining 50 people in her team lived a good life because of her decision to defect to Liu. So now they all became the source of Xiao Xiu's strength. This is why she was able to disperse and bless Liu just now. At this time, she didn't feel too much pressure to kill Gao Tian, who was unable to fight back. No, don't. Please don't kill me. Please don't. Feeling the annoying aura in the ball of light, Takata quickly begged for mercy with a frightened face. But Xiao Xiu had already regarded him as an evil creature. How could it be possible to show mercy to him at this moment? No. The ball of light hit Gao Tian's head, causing Gao Tian to let out a painful scream, and black smoke began to emit from Kikiao. One light ball is not enough, then get a few more. Anyway, he can't resist now. So Gao Tian, who was a beginner in gold, was killed by a bronze rookie, Xiao Xiu, with holy light. Xiao Xiu is a light-type power user, and her powers have a great restraint effect on dark and undead creatures. Use other abilities to kill the undead, perhaps the undead may have the possibility of revival. But with the light system, absolutely not. With Gao Tian's death, the battle between Liu and Lin Feng officially ended. In the end, at the price of minor injuries to Liu's team, Lin Feng's team was completely annihilated. At this moment, Luo Kikai and Lu Ruobing were still cleaning the battlefield. Liu glanced at it and said quickly. Ruo Bing, don't worry about their corpses, just gather our people and find a place to rest. Okay. Where are you going? I'll ask Leng's family to find us a place to live. After Liu finished speaking, he walked towards the depths of Leng's base alone. It's already too late today, and it's impossible to go back to the Liu family base. So I can only make do with the Leng family. As for whether it is possible for the Leng family to do something to themselves at night, I believe that after tonight's battle, the Leng family no longer has the courage. Along the way, the survivors of the Lengjia base all looked at Liu with awe. No way. The scene where Liu suppressed Lin Feng and the Headless Horseman with one shot was really shocking. Such a strong person is already an existence that ordinary awakened people need to look up to. What's more, Liu killed those two powerful demons in seconds. Liu Xiao. Seeing Liu come to stand in front of her, Nangongling found that her voice was trembling a little. Find us a place to live, and then put those corpses in a hidden location, is there any problem? No. Go do it. Yes yes. Nangongling lowered her head, and retreated respectfully. If Liu was riding on their heads before, the Leng family and the Nangong family were still a little unwilling. So now, they dare not disobey Liu in the slightest. Liu told them to go east, they would never dare to go west. Because they can see that a new era is coming, and Liu will be the king of the new era. As for why Liu kept those corpses, of course it was because of Lin Feng's ability that he had obtained. Abyss summoning, use corpses and blood as a guide to sign a contract with the abyss, and summon the monsters in the abyss for your own use. Lin Feng, Hera, Giants of the Abyss, these corpses cannot be wasted. Chapter 333 Liu and number 039, S first summoning. Note, corpses that have been dead for more than 1 hour are invalid. Corpse. Whether it was human corpses or monster corpses, for Liu in the past, they could only be eaten by his pets. Although the pet has a certain improvement effect after eating it. But this effect is not particularly obvious. And pets will be full when they are not injured. So many times, it will cause a waste of corpses. But now that Liu has the ability to summon the abyss, he can make the best use of everything. Can't a corpse be used if it's been dead for more than an hour? Seeing the remark of this skill, Liu knew that he needed to hurry up. He has a lot of protagonist abilities in him now. Chu Feng's sacred body, Xiao Fan's hidden abyss, Lin Chen's doomsday chariot, Su Chen's ability to copy, and Ye Bai's attribute picking. Except for Lin Chen's chariot, these abilities cannot be known to others. Chu Feng's sacred body is better. After all, this is a passive skill, and no one except Liu knows the specific effect of this ability. The effects of the other three abilities are somewhat shocking. Now Liu killed Lin Feng. There is one more ability that cannot be known to others. No, it should be 3. Because of Lin Feng's 3 skills, everyone else had seen them. If I demonstrate these abilities in front of them, it is estimated that it will cause a lot of unnecessary troubles. Mom, that guy. Seeing that Nanggongling stepped back and issued the order, Lang Tianlin stepped forward to speak but stopped. Don't talk nonsense. Although Nanggongling's face was very ugly, she still reminded with a solemn expression, you also saw the battle just now? Pay attention to your words and deeds in the future. Is there really nothing to do? Although Lang Tianlin was very afraid of Luyu, he was still a little unwilling. Before the end of the world, he was the richest man in the country of Xia, and after the end of the world, there are also 2 such powerful families. To be crushed by a young man in his 20s? Whoever it is, I'm afraid it's unacceptable. If so, your dad and I would have done it a long time ago, and we wouldn't wait until now. Nanggongling looked at Lang Tianlin and said, Son, remember, don't offend anyone if you offend him in the future. Lang Tianlin suddenly tightened his fist, but finally he had no choice but to let go. I know. It's good to know, that's it. Seeing Lang Tianlin compromise, Nanggongling let out a sigh of relief. But there was no time to think about it too much, so he hurriedly left the place to instruct others to carry the corpse. Having seen Luyu's true strength, no one would have the courage to resist again. Even Nanggongling felt a deep sense of powerlessness in her heart. At this time, if you are not careful, you may be in danger of genocide. 10 minutes later, Nanggongling separated men and women from Luyu's team and arranged them in a villa for each. And she brought Lang Tianlin and a group of retainers to welcome Luyu outside the innermost villa. Why is it her and not Lang Aotian? Because the Wind and Thunder Sword Sage Nan Gongbo was seriously injured, and Lang Aotian was also seriously injured, this time could not come at all. Luyu didn't care either. After settling down with the others, he brought He Shui and Scorpion King to the villa alone. His 5 previous pets, Wind Wolf and Fire Leopard died, and Xiaojin was seriously injured. He had no choice but to come here with 2 pets. As for Xiaojin, of course, it was left to Lu Ruobing and Qin Xiero to save them. With the strength of the 2 of them, even at night, it would not be a big problem to catch a few monsters and feed it. Master Lu. Is the body in there? Luyu looked at the villa in front of him. Well, this place was originally a warehouse, and the food has run out and I haven't had time to replenish it. It just happens to be you. Get rid of all your people. Before Nanggongling finished speaking, Luyu interrupted directly, without my order, no one is allowed to approach, let alone come in. Yes yes. Nanggongling was a little puzzled, but she didn't dare to say too much. Luyu nodded and looked at He Shui again. The 2 of you guard outside, whoever dares to approach half a step, kill Washi. After taking all defensive measures, Luyu walked into the villa. Luyu is now very strong both physically and mentally. So after obtaining Lin Feng's ability, he didn't have such symptoms as physical weakness and mental pain. He could even receive these powers from Lin Feng while chatting with other people. After entering the door, Luyu glanced at the living room of the villa. It was empty, with only 6 dead bodies lying in the middle of the living room. Besides Lin Feng and his 3 subordinates, he also had his own Wind Wolf and Fire Leopard. Standing on the edge of the hall, Luyu took a deep breath, mobilized his summoning power according to Lin Feng's memory, and started his first summoning. The dark world buried deep underground, follow the ancient covenant and listen to my call. Lin Feng's ability was to communicate with the abyss. After Luyu Zhao did it, his eyes immediately turned blood red. Blood. There is blood everywhere. At this time, Luyu seemed to be soaked in a sea of blood. In this sea of blood, there are countless corpses of monsters, including disgusting bugs with many legs, ghosts with blue faces and fangs, half-human half-fish monsters, and huge giants. Is this the abyss? Even though he had been mentally prepared for a long time, Luyu was still surprised when he saw the scene in front of him. Because apart from the sea of blood and corpses just now, there are also various harsh environments here. There are lakes full of corrosive slime, forests with swamps and poisonous fog, and hills full of lava. Compared with the end of human beings, this place is more like the end of the world. The species that can live here, each has its own common characteristics, violent and bloodthirsty. A protagonist, an elf, a necromancer, a giant, plus 2 silver high-level mutant beasts. It should be able to summon a good thing, right? After Luyu finished speaking, the blood red in his eyes became more intense, followed by a large amount of blood red mist. These blood red mist appeared out of thin air, filling the entire room in an instant. Violent, evil, fearful, bloodthirsty. Luyu could clearly feel all the negative emotions. Luyu frowned, and quickly mobilized his mental power to shield these negative states. In the room, when the blood red fog thickened to a certain level, there was a wave of fluctuation in the space. The 6 corpses lying on the ground disappeared even with the blood that flowed out from them. Instead, there was a giant shrouded in metal armor. He is about -meters tall, and his armor is dark red. He also held a huge steel knife nearly 2 meters long in his hand. After the armor giant appeared, the blood-red mist in the room all condensed towards the giant's dark red armor. Asterisk and, dot. An incomprehensible voice sounded in the depths of Lu's soul. Lu's eyes regained clarity, and he frowned slightly as he looked at the 2-meter-high heavy-armored giant in front of him. Name, Dark Warrior. Level, Dark Gold Advanced. Explanation, they possess dark power and will be the most terrifying killing machines on the battlefield. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 334 Madam, come tell me. Lin Feng is a hidden protagonist. And also a protagonist of the Dark Department. No heroine, the decisive kind. In his script, Xiao Xiu is just a female teammate in his team. People with dark abilities will involuntarily exude a dangerous aura that makes people afraid to approach. As for the light-type abilities, there will be an inexplicable extra touch of affinity on them. This affinity will make undead creatures hate it, and it will also make other creatures unable to resist wanting to get close to him. Even if it is an ordinary dark power user, staying with them will feel that their negative emotions will be much less. That's why Lin Feng noticed Xiao Xiu and became teammates with her. But it is a pity that Liu met Xiao Xiu before Lin Feng, and successfully let Xiao Xiu's ability create some troubles for them. Without Xiao Xiu, Lin Feng and Gao Tian might have escaped from Liu. Of course, there are no ifs in reality. Not only did they die in the hands of Liu in the end, they were also regarded as sacrifices for summoning by Liu. Speak English. Looking at the Dark Warrior he summoned in front of him, Liu gave a cold shout in his heart. The Dark Warrior is an abyssal creature that exists in a different world, and of course he can't speak the language of Xia Kingdom. However, Liu has a spiritual connection with him, which allows him to understand and learn to use Xiaoguo's language in a short time. Lin Feng's summons were also operated in the same way. Hearing Liu's words, the Dark Warrior was obviously taken aback, and then a disdainful voice sounded from the bottom of Liu's heart. You humble reptile, just because you want me to surrender? Are you qualified? Reptile. Liu's eyes turned cold, and he disappeared in place. The reappearance has come behind the Dark Warrior, still holding the silver gun with golden patterns in his hand. With strong wind and lightning, the silver spear directly hit the Dark Warrior. The Dark Warrior obviously didn't expect Liu to act so decisively, and swung a huge steel knife to block. But the suppression of the contract prevented him from exerting half of his strength. Clang! He barely blocked the first shot. But Liu's speed was too fast, and he couldn't deal with the next attack at all. The Dark Warrior is good at close combat and harvesting the battlefield, abuse. The dark red helmet on his head is fully enclosed, and Liu can't see the face inside. He also wears the same heavy armor as the severed head cavalry. But for armor, in order to facilitate combat, the joints must be very sensitive. In this case, no matter how strong the armor is, it can't withstand the slamming of Liu Liquan's sharpshooter. Boom! 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 Liu fired his gun quickly and with great strength, every shot hit his vitals. Head, neck, chest. No mercy, no mercy! Outside the villa. Hearing the sound of metal clashing from inside, Nangongling was very puzzled. But due to the deterrence of Liu and the two pets, she dared not go forward to check the situation. After 1 minute, the sound of fighting in the villa gradually disappeared. Liu dented the armor on the Dark Warrior's chest. And taking advantage of the moment when the opponent lost his center of gravity, he kicked the opponent to the ground, and the spear hit the opponent's throat. Tell me, who is the reptile? The Dark Warrior was stunned by Liu's series of attacks, and he was extremely embarrassed. His head started to feel dizzy, there was a burning pain in his chest, and the corner of his mouth behind the helmet also overflowed with blood. At this moment, he looked at Liu with an incredulous expression on his face. Because he hadn't experienced this feeling of being powerless to fight back for a long time. I remember the last time I had this feeling was when I was facing the Dragon of the Abyss. At this moment, under the effect of the contract, Liu's powerful figure was infinitely magnified in the heart of the Dark Warrior. Soon he lowered his proud head. I'm so sorry. How offensive I was just now. Am I qualified to make you surrender? Please forgive me, Master. For these intelligent abyssal creatures, you have to use your fists to reason with them. The action of the Dark Warrior perfectly interprets this point. Very good. Looking at the surrendered Dark Warrior in front of him, Liu said in a cold voice, from today onwards, I am your master, you go back first, I will call you again if something happens. Yes, yes. The Dark Warrior didn't dare to say anything, and stood up enduring the pain in his body. Then he turned around and walked into a pitch-black crack in space. These summoned creatures from the abyss, because of the existence of the contract, can sense Liu's call no matter where they are. And with Liu's consent, he can go back to the abyss. It can be said that the real call comes and goes. But... Dark Gold advanced? Hee hee. Looking at the calm living room of the villa, Liu raised a long-lost smile at the corner of his mouth. The power of the protagonist team is really extraordinary, isn't it? The summoned guy is actually a Dark Gold high-ranking Dark Warrior? To know. Although the strength of the Abyss summons has a certain relationship with the summoner's own level, the sacrifice is more influential. The number of sacrifices is not enough, the quality is not good enough, it is difficult to summon powerful summons. The level affects mainly the number of summoned objects. But now he actually used the corpses of Lin Feng and the others to summon a Dark Gold high-level Dark Warrior. This is enough to show that the quality of Lin Feng's sacrifices has surpassed those king-level monsters. And most importantly, according to your current reinforcement level. Summoned like the Dark Warrior, can he summon 9 of them? Tisk tisk tisk, it's taking off again. After finishing Lin Feng, he gained his summoner power. Liu is in a very happy mood now. But while he was happy, he didn't forget to deal with the aftermath. There was nothing else, but Liu was very dissatisfied with the previous behavior of the Lang family. Although sooner or later he and Lin Feng would have a fateful duel because of their positions. I also guessed before that the Lang family was unwilling to be ridden on their heads like this. But the Lang family wanted to take this opportunity to eradicate themselves and Lin Feng at the same time, this made him a little unacceptable. Therefore, this matter must be dealt with seriously. Young Master Liu. Seeing Liu coming out, Nangongling hurried forward and spoke. She seemed to have sensed the danger a long time ago. Not only did she keep her posture to the lowest level from the beginning to the end, but she also never left Liu when he entered the villa. No matter what they were like before, at least her current attitude of admitting mistakes is still very good. Let Lang Aotian come and see me. Liu cut to the chase. This. Nangongling was a little embarrassed, he was injured before and is still in a coma. It's the same if you tell me anything. Lang Aotian is in a coma. Hearing this, Liu raised his eyebrows and carefully looked at Nangongling in front of him. Okay, come in with me. Just wait outside. Seeing this, Nangongling didn't hesitate too much. After giving a few orders to the crowd, he followed in alone with his silver teeth gritted. Although the others were unwilling, the strong pressure Liu gave them made them dare not act rashly. Nangongling entered, the door of the villa was closed, and the 2 war pets guarded the door of the villa again. Inside the living room of the villa, the body had disappeared, and there were some traces of fighting. Nangongling didn't dare to ask more after seeing it. Liu calmly took out a chair from the ring and sat down. After all the thinking was about the same, he opened his mouth slowly. Do you know what I let you in for? I know. Nangongling gritted her teeth and said, Young Master Liu, just tell me directly. I need to do something to make up for the mistakes we made this time. Oh? Ha ha ha. Hearing Nangongling's words, Liu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Are you really a smart woman? Can you guess what I'm thinking? Yes, I am very dissatisfied with your previous actions, but what do you need to do to make up for your mistakes? I really haven't thought about this, why don't you tell me, madam? Chapter 335 No Choice. Wind and Thunder Sword Master Nangongbo was in a coma due to serious injuries. Lang Aotian had a guardian jade pendant, but was only slightly injured and fell into a coma. This was obviously injured by the dark power after Lin Feng's demon transformation. But it's none of Liu's business. All he needs to do is to control all the power he can control in his own hands. Even if Lang Aotian is sober, he can't change the outcome of this matter. At the end of the previous battle, Liu had already learned about the situation of the Lang family from Liu Zifeng. In addition, Xiao Xiu also has a clone helping Liu keep an eye on the Lang family. So Liu knew what the Lang family was thinking like the back of his hand. After summoning the Dark Warrior, he came out directly to trouble the Lang family. At this time, it was already dark, and homemade lanterns could be seen everywhere in the Lang family base. A few candles were also lit in the living room of the villa where Liu was. Under the light of the faint candlelight, the shadows of the 2 people swayed slightly from side to side. This. Hearing Liu's words, Nangongling's face was full of embarrassment, and she didn't know how to answer for a while. They Lingjia, what else can they give Liu now? Treasure, food, that power, woman? It seems that nothing can be given. In this end time where strength is the most important thing, with Liu's current strength, there is absolutely nothing missing. At least for now that's the case. Liu gave them a chance before, but they wanted to get rid of their fate, and they were a little hesitant. It seems a bit too late to say anything now. Of course, it doesn't seem very realistic for her to just sit and wait. So after a brief hesitation, she took a deep breath. Young Master Liu. We were wrong before, please give us another chance. I promise this kind of thing will never happen again in the future. Nangongling yelled one after another, fearing that Liu would kill in a fit of anger. She could have quibbled a bit. But they had dealt with Liu before, and knew that Liu was not such an easy person to fool. So no matter how reluctant she is, in order to save the family at this time, she can only bow down to Liu. Ensure. Liu raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Do you think I am satisfied with this answer? Young Master Liu, please make it clear. Facing Liu, who was not willing to accept oil and salt, Nangongling had no choice but to kick the problem back to Liu. But Liu didn't beat around the bush this time. To be honest, I'm actually a little interested in you. What? The sudden answer made Nangongling a little unresponsive. The eyes that looked at Liu were full of disbelief. What was Liu talking about just now? Did you hear it right? He has a little interest in himself? You should be over 40 years old this year, right? Yes. Liu's question brought Nangongling back to her senses, and also allowed Nangongling to confirm her inner thoughts. I didn't hear wrong just now, this guy really has thoughts about himself? Liu didn't care about Nangongling's surprised eyes, and said to himself, it looks like 32 or years old, and the maintenance is pretty good. Young Master Liu. Nangongling suppressed the horror in her heart, and asked tentatively again, are you sure you're not kidding me? You look like I'm joking. There are so many beautiful girls around you? Which one is not better than me? There are indeed many beautiful girls around me, but in the past, there were always people who liked to whisper in my ears. I didn't know my aunt when I was young, and I mistakenly regarded girls as treasures. When Liu said this, he suddenly smiled evilly, hee, in my life, I have never tried what it feels like to be an auntie. You can't do this. Of course Nangongling would not agree to such an unreasonable request, and quickly persuaded, my sons are older than you, and I. If you don't want to, you can go out. Before Nangongling could finish speaking, Liu interrupted her directly and made a gesture of please. In this world, there are many young and beautiful aunts, but Nangongling is not necessarily the only one. The reason why he said that just now was because he saw Nangongling bowing his knees in front of him, and suddenly thought of the scene when he came to Leng's house for the first time, when Nangongling competed with him in a nightgown. That night I raided the widow's village at night. Bah, I raided the Leng's base at night, Nangongling fought against me in a lace nightgown. The movements are clean and neat, and the clouds are flowing. Well, none of that is the point. The point is, this woman is really well maintained, and her figure is also very good, and she was still a vacuum that night. That's why Liu had a whim. Whether he succeeds or not, he doesn't care at all. Hearing Liu's understatement, Nangongling, who hadn't finished speaking, was instantly stunned. If you don't agree, you can go out directly. What's the situation? This guy, shouldn't he be coerced and lured first, and then give himself some time to think about it? Why don't you play cards according to the routine? But Nangongling didn't have time to think about anything else, so she quickly said to Liu. Young Master Liu, do you have to do this? Does Nangongling dare to leave? Dare not. If it was a peaceful age, any woman who encountered such a thing could call Liu a scumbag and a hooligan, then shoot the case and slam the door away. Afterwards, no matter whether it is to leave evidence to call the police, or find the media to expose it, it is enough for Liu to drink a pot. Not to mention the Lang family and the Nangong family, Liu could never turn over with a flick of a finger. But if she does the same now, it is guaranteed that the Lang family and Nangong family will not be able to see the sun for a few days. You are not qualified to negotiate terms with me now. Nangongling hesitated to speak, and swallowed what she wanted to say again. That's right, if they want to use the method of two tigers fighting to get out of the control of Liu and Lin Feng, it is because they have a problem with their decision-making. It is normal for Liu to feel upset after winning. With the power that Liu has now, they are indeed not qualified to negotiate terms with Liu. But after thinking about it, Liu's condition is too ridiculous. If it was a dick without a girlfriend who made this request, perhaps Nangongling wouldn't think it was a big deal. But Liu is not only a rich second generation, but also surrounded by a group of young and beautiful girls. Why did he come to find himself? Or is it just to punish Lang Aotian? Thinking of this, Nangongling fell into a dilemma, and her brain was spinning rapidly. Liu didn't seem in a hurry. While sitting on the chair with eyes closed and resting his mind, his fingers tapped the handle of the chair rhythmically. It can be seen that he has regarded bullying the weak as a kind of enjoyment in life. After some time, Nangongling gritted her teeth and said to Liu. Does it mean that if I promise you, you will no longer trouble our two families? See your performance. Liu replied indifferently, if you behave well, then of course there is nothing to say, if you behave poorly. Okay, I understand. He didn't finish his sentence, but Nangongling already understood what he meant. Give me your answer. I don't seem to have any other choice. Hearing Nangongling's answer, Liu raised an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. When I see Lang Tianlin in the future, can I ask him to call me father? Chapter 336 Not worthy of my identity. As a woman of a big family, Nangongling has a big picture. Back then, for the sake of the family's rise and fall, she agreed to marry Lang Aotian. Now it is also possible to agree to Liu's rude request for the survival of the family. But even though it is the end of the world, the Lang family and Nangong family are still big families. So the face is still needed. There are so many people waiting outside the villa, so it's impossible for her to have anything to do with Liu in this situation. I'll come to you after I've arranged things. This is what Nangongling said to Liu before leaving. Liu didn't care either, anyway, he didn't lack women now, playing Nangongling was just a whim. Early or late doesn't matter at all. As for whether Nangongling will break her promise, this Liu is even less worried. Because a beautiful woman is something that can be met but not sought after by Diozi, but it is not a big deal to a powerful man. Can one Nangongling be exchanged for the stability of the two families? This is definitely a profitable business for them. But this kind of thing is a bit of a loss for Liu. If it weren't for the fact that he had just obtained Lin Feng's power, he would be in a really good mood. How could he let the Lang family go so easily? So Liu doesn't need to worry. The one who should be worried is Nangongling. If she couldn't get into Liu's bed, the consequences would be even more serious. Xiaoling, what did he say? Seeing Nangongling walking out of the villa, an old man asked nervously. He is Nangongling's uncle, and also the old man who saved Lang Aotian from Lin Feng. As one of the core members of the family, he naturally knew about the entanglement between the Lang family and Liu. Judging from the current strength of the Lang family and the fighting power shown by Liu's team before, Liu wanted to crush them to death, just like crushing an ant. It was a matter of the rise and fall of the family, so he couldn't help being nervous. Never mind. Nangongling replied calmly, as long as he doesn't make the same mistake in the future, he won't hold us accountable. Really? That would be wonderful. Hearing Nangongling's words, the old man was excited. The big rock hanging in his heart fell, and then he seemed to think of something. However, he should have something else to say, right? Of course there is. In addition to these, some food needs to be used as compensation. Nangongling tried her best to hide her guilty conscience. This one was obviously added by herself in order to deceive others. Food? Okay. The old man nodded thoughtfully, as long as it doesn't affect our foundation, these are minor problems. That's it. I'll ask the kitchen to prepare some meals for them. You take someone to chat with his team and try to get closer. No matter what, we can no longer be their enemies. Okay, I know. Nangongling answered casually, and the expression on her face became a little unnatural. You said that a handsome guy in his 20s wants to sleep with so many women around him? Does this prove that his current charm is no worse than those young girls? Bah. What are you thinking about? Nangongling was a little surprised by her thoughts, and quickly scolded herself in her heart, throwing these abnormal thoughts to the back of her mind. Seeing that the old man had already taken the people away and did not notice any abnormality in herself, she was relieved. Subconsciously, he touched his hot cheeks, feeling mixed feelings in his heart. On the other side, after Nangongling left, Liu also returned to the villa arranged by Nangongling with the only two remaining war pets. Several women from Liu's team lived in this villa. When Liu came back, Xiaojin was already alive and kicking. Brother Liu, where did you go just now? Talk to Leng's family about something. What's the matter? Nothing, I'll just ask. You girl, what are you doing here if you don't go to play with your sister? Sister? You mean Xiu? Please, I'm the older sister, okay? No matter which one of you is the elder sister, you should go and play with her at this time. Kikai, come with me. Liu didn't bother to talk to her, so he went upstairs to find Luo Kikai. What? Now? Go to hell. After a second of understanding, Luo Kikai curled her lips. Can you talk properly? He, I want to ask you something. Say. Is such that. Although Liu successfully dealt with Lin Feng, he also successfully gained the opponent's strength. But he lost two pets, Wind Wolf and Fire Leopard. Even if these two pets cannot be promoted to a high level due to blood problems, but they are two of the few part-time riding pets in their team? Now that they are all dead, what will I ride in the future? You can't let Handsome Hay get bigger and carry you on your back every time you go on the road, can you? Then how can you pretend to be yourself? So. What? Riding a pet? Is the Wind Wolf not easy to use? Although the load-bearing capacity is not as good as the Ground Dragon, it runs very fast. No. Liu shook his head, the Wind Wolf's rank is too low, and its fighting power is average, and it's too ordinary, so it's not worthy of my status. I want a pet that has strong fighting power and can run fast. Hearing Luo's words, Luo Kikai couldn't help but have black lines all over her head. Still not worthy of your identity? Do you want to be so narcissistic? This guy is almost as thick-skinned as the city wall. But what Luo said was true. At most 1 year after the end of the world, most human beings will carry out activities based on bases. The mount of a base boss is like a luxury car before the end of the world, it is a status symbol. Others ride wolves, you walk, others ride a tiger, you ride a pig? Isn't this just born shorter than others? Therefore, Luo Kikai, who knew Luo's strength, did not taunt her, but told Luo all the information she knew. In the world of the future, there are many mounts that meet Luo's conditions. Jackals, tigers, leopards, snakes, insects, rats and ants all have the possibility of becoming human mounts. But if you want to tame these monsters into mounts, most people really can't do it. Only rely on animal trainers, of course it is unrealistic. When the animal trainer contracts mutant beasts, although there is no limit to the number, the power of the contract is very strange. This kind of power just gives you a chance to tame it. If you want to completely turn it into your own pet, you have to establish a relationship with them. Just like when humans tame dogs. If you just ignore it, it will become wild again in less than 3 days. And the stronger the beast, the harder it is to tame its wildness. Some animal trainers need 3 to 5 years to tame a powerful beast. In addition, the number of animal trainers is still limited, and it is not bad to have 2 or 3 in a base of tens of thousands of people. So it is really not easy to have a powerful mount. After listening to Luo Kikai's narration, Luo nodded slightly. Okay, I see. Find a powerful mount, and hunt a large number of sacrifices to summon creatures of the deep. That's what Luo will do next. But before that, he needs to deal with Nangang Ling first. This night, the Lang family entertained Luo's team warmly in order to settle their suspicions with the Luo family. Vacuum-packed bacon sausages, as well as some fresh meat and wild vegetables, all appeared on the tables of both parties. There are also red wine, beer, liquor, and various wines that appear together. These luxuries in the last days are no longer extravagant tonight. Luo has the eyes of villains, so he is not afraid of them poisoning the food and drinks. Thus began a pleasant meal. As time goes by, everyone eats and drinks enough, and after drinking for 3 rounds, people also go back to their homes. After everything was arranged properly and in the dead of night, Nangang Ling came to a hidden warehouse in the base. She used the power in her hands to remove all the guards here, and then found a suitable position by herself, quietly waiting for her fate to come. After an unknown amount of time, the joking voice finally sounded. How long has ma'am been here? Not too long. Why did you choose this place? There are many people in other places, only this place is not easy to be found, hurry up. Luo. After a while, he choked out a few words. Why do I feel that you are more anxious than me? Of course I am in a hurry, in case someone finds out. Nangang Ling was so angry that she wanted to punch someone. Of course, there is no need to worry about this guy, he is not the one who was found ashamed. Okay, you put this on first. Luo casually handed 2 things to Nangang Ling. Looking at the things Luo handed over, Nangang Ling couldn't help but tremble. Black lace blindfold and handcuffs. Chapter 337 Saving the Nangang Family. 11 at night. Before the apocalypse, the nightlife had just begun, and after the apocalypse, it seemed extraordinarily quiet. Lang Tianlin became autistic because of the strength displayed by Luo. So this night he didn't even bother with women, so he fell asleep early. Lang Aotian and Nangang Bo were injured by Lin Feng's dark power, and they are still unconscious. But not bad. They are a big family, even in this last days, there are special people to take care of their daily life. As for the others, each has its own residence, each has its own life. Only Nangang Ling used her own power to come to the warehouse in the hidden corner of Leng's base, and dismissed the guards here. Prepare to use your own body to save the 2 families from the fire and water. This night, she was still wearing a cheongsam. But in order to deceive others, her cheongsam is black. Looking at the 2 things Luo handed over at this time, a deep sense of shame filled her heart. And there seemed to be a hint of something else besides the shame? She didn't know what this thing was, but she only knew that looking at the thing Luo handed over, she didn't resist it in her heart. After a fierce struggle, Nangang Ling finally gritted her teeth, raised her white right hand, and took the blindfold from Luo's hand. Where did this thing come from? Of course it was borrowed from Jiao Manli. Jiao Manli may be a little worse than other women in other things, but she is definitely the best among all women in order to please Luo. Luo was able to come out to meet Nangang Ling tonight because he was with her. When Luo said he was going out to do something, she didn't even ask a question. Is that all right? Nangang Ling's voice of embarrassment and indignation brought Luo back to reality. Looking at the woman in front of him with the faint light of the fluorescent stick, Luo could no longer control his emotions, and pulled her into his arms. Okay, very good. I like your embarrassing expression very much. As the saying goes, a wife is worse than a concubine is worse than a thief, and stealing is worse than not being able to steal. Liu is still young, and even his wife hasn't gotten tired of playing, so he directly turned on the stealing mode? This should be regarded as having crossed a big stage in life. Well, it was a pretty good night. However, in order to avoid people's eyes and ears, it is impossible to stay overnight. Around 3 or 4 o'clock in the middle of the night, the two ended their fight. Early the next morning, Liu returned home with a large army. Before leaving, he gave Nangongling a meaningful look. After becoming an awakened person, even if it is only a bronze level, it will not affect your combat effectiveness if you don't sleep for a day. So Nangongling didn't catch up on sleep. It's just that when sending Liu off, she no longer dared to look into Liu's eyes. Young Master Liu, you were not with Mrs. Nangong last night. On the way back, Xiao Manli caught up with Liu, and asked in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Liu lived in the same room with her last night, so she knew that after Liu went out, he didn't come back until after 4 o'clock in the middle of the night. Plus, before leaving, Liu asked her what she had brought. A fool can guess what Liu was doing out there. Don't let other people know about this. Liu didn't deny it. Don't worry, I don't talk so much. When Xiao Manli said this, she looked at Liu with a look of admiration, but young Master Liu, you are too good, aren't you? Can you even handle her? Are you complimenting me? Liu looked at Xiao Manli in surprise. Of course, that's the richest man's wife. Shouldn't you be jealous? When is it my turn to be jealous? Xiao Manli said as a matter of course, also, is it useful for me to be jealous? Haha. Hearing this, Liu couldn't help laughing, you are also a smart woman. Then how are you going to reward me? Xiao Manli smiled charmingly. When Liu heard the words, he immediately replied angrily. Reward? I reward you with a box of deluxe. The kind for drinking. Liu. Nima. There are so many women, can't stand it. Fortunately, when the enhancer uses the crystal nucleus, it will not only strengthen the skin, muscles, and bones, but also strengthen the internal organs. With a sacred body, I have a steady stream of energy and physical strength to use. Otherwise, it is really possible that I will die short-lived due to kidney deficiency. The topic is a bit far-fetched, anyway, Liu has now killed Lin Feng and slept with Nangongling. The mood is more comfortable. In the following days, Liu entered his own developmental time. Build bases, look for pets, hunt and kill summon sacrifices, and integrate the forces of the magic capital. But before that, Liu went back to Nanshi first. Because Liu Mingyuan had enough ammunition here, Nanshi had to take a look at it himself. After leaving the Scorpion at Liu Mingyuan's base to help transport the goods, Liu took Xiao Xiu and his team to the car back to Nanshi. Why did you bring Xiao Xiu? Of course it was to find out her identity from Qinzheng. As time goes by, the days pass day by day. There is a corpse king in Nanshi, and Liu has not forgotten it. But after he returned to Nanshi and waited for a few days, he still didn't find any trace of the corpse king in Nanshi, so there was nothing he could do. After making arrangements for Nanshi, Liu hesitated for a while, but decided to go back to the capital first. After all, the strength of the awakened people in the base in Nanshi is completely sufficient, and the Magic City is their home. It was just when he returned to Moto with a few people. Magic City, Southwest. Inside a base of hundreds of people. Sitting on a chair in the office, Peng Qin's face was full of surprise as she watched the information from her subordinates. How is this possible? It doesn't matter if the Lang family is not an opponent, even a guy as powerful as Lin Feng has been defeated by him. Peng Qin is not a fool to be chosen by Lu Shu as the spokesperson for walking. When she realized that the Lang family wanted to directly deal with the Liu family, she immediately chose to leave. Otherwise, if the Lang family lost, wouldn't he be exposed? So she left without hesitation. It turned out that her choice was right. Not only did the Lang family lose, but they also lost completely. Even Lin Feng, who was also able to beat the Lang family, died in Liu's hands. What do we do now? According to the current situation, no matter how much power I can form, I'm not the opponent of Liu, is it? Sister Peng, there is a woman outside who calls herself Xiao Hong and wants to see you. A subordinate's voice interrupted Peng Qin's meditation. Hearing the name Xiao Hong, Peng Qin couldn't help being taken aback. Xiao Hong? Let her in. In a moment, a young girl in a long red dress walked into Peng Qin's office with her hands behind her back. Yo, Sister Peng Qin is doing well, isn't she? Are you the boss of the base? Stop talking nonsense, what are you doing here? Grandpa Willow asked me to bring you a message, if there is any water, give me a sip first. Here. Although Peng Qin was very upset when she heard this, she still handed over a bottle of mineral water. Without saying a word, the girl in the red dress picked up the mineral water bottle and poured it into her mouth. When I was almost done drinking, I let out a sigh of relief. Hey, it's much more comfortable. After saying this, Xiao Hong took out a note from her body and handed it over. Grandpa Willow asked you to suspend the task in hand and go find this thing first. What is this? See for yourself. Peng Qin took the note with a puzzled expression and read it. After reading it, she was even more confused. Congealing Soul Grass. Chapter 338 The Blue Flame. Peng Qin. Being able to kill her former enemy with the help of Lu Shu proved that she still has some skills. Know that intelligence is a very important thing at any time. So after leaving the range of Leng's family, she immediately established an intelligence network of her own. This base is one of her main sources of intelligence. In this base, there is a person with abilities who can communicate with sparrows. With him around, it is not particularly difficult for Peng Qin to keep track of the movements of the Leng and Lu families. But she really didn't expect that even such a terrifying person as Lin Feng would die in Lu's hands. Not to mention that Xiao Hong would show up in Shanghai at this time. Xiao Hong, like her, is a subordinate of Liashu. It is not uncommon for the other party to rely on the sensing ability given by the willow tree to find him. But the relationship between the two is not particularly good. Looking at the note in his hand, Peng Qin frowned even tighter. What is soul concentrating grass? What Xiao Hong gave was a piece of A4 paper, on which there was only a name and a sketch of the herb. The person who drew this painting is Xiao Hong. She has good art skills and the painting is quite lifelike. As for how to draw it? Of course, the willow tree used spiritual power to convey it to her mind, and then asked her to draw it according to the image in her mind. How do I know? Anyway, Grandpa Willow tells you to look for it according to the map, and this is more important than all your previous tasks. Okay, I get it. Peng Qin took a deep breath and made up her mind. It happened that she didn't know how to deal with Lu's side. Now that she had a task, she could take a rest in a fair and honest manner. Find me a room quickly and let me have a rest. I'm so busy traveling this time, I'm exhausted. You came alone. Of course. Xiao Hong said a little tiredly, fortunately, the monsters have been cleared up on the way to Shanghai, otherwise I really wouldn't dare to come here by myself. How many days are you going to stay with me? What? I just came here, you want to drive me away? I'm here to assist you this time. But there is something on my side that needs you to take it back. No, we now have a more advanced way of delivering information. A more advanced way. Hearing Xiao Hong's words, Peng Qin was surprised. In this era without computers, mobile phones and the internet, there are various ways to convey information. But Peng Qin really didn't know which way to transmit the information to Yanshanj, which was kilometers away. But it doesn't matter. The important thing is, I have to work with this little girl from now on. On the other side, of course Luu wouldn't know about Peng Qin's situation. At this time, he was hunting the sacrifices that summoned the creatures of the abyss. Finding a pet mount and integrating the power of the magic capital, these two goals cannot be accomplished for the time being. Because the types of monsters that appear now are really limited, it is thankless to find riding pets outside the city. It will take too long to integrate the power of the magic city. Therefore, for these two goals, Luu is going to wait for a while to solve the beast tide. No, the monsters in the city are too scattered, and it is difficult to hunt and kill monster corpses of sufficient quality within an hour. Walking alone on the streets of the magic city, Luu muttered something to himself. The sacrifice used in the abyss summoning must not be dead for more than 1 hour, otherwise the effect of the sacrifice will be lost. Although the monsters in the magic capital are more powerful, humans have gradually grown up. Therefore, the monsters were also very scattered, unable to provide enough corpses for Luu in a short time. As for attracting monsters with fireworks, that's even more impossible. Luu's ability needs to be concealed, how can he use such a ostentatious method? Would you like to go to the suburbs to try? Thinking of this, Luu nodded thoughtfully. When he returned to Shanghai this time, he still didn't choose to drive. Because the car is a bit exaggerated in the last days without electricity. And if the car is lost in Nanxi, it will be more convenient for him to contact Lu Ruobing himself. As for women, he only brought one Jiao Manli. The families of the other women are all in Nanxi, and they need to use their abilities to survive the beast tide with their families. Yan Yun, Li Wanning, Luo Kikai, Lu Ruobing, Qin Xiao, even Xiao Xiu stayed in Nanxi due to various reasons. This is their responsibility and also Luu's suggestion. So in order to avoid trouble, Luu left Jiao Manli and his pet at the base and came out alone. Puff puff. Holding the tang knife that Luo Kikai knocked out in his hand, Luu hacked the 2 lizard men to death neatly. Just about to leave. Ho ho. 7 zombies roared and appeared on the street in front of Luu. Zombie. Today's zombies, if not hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of corpses. Scattered zombies are basically bronze mid-level or above. At this time, these were no exception, 3 clawed zombies, 2 lickers, and 2 crawlers. Damn, it's really troublesome to come out alone. Liu used to come out with his pets and subordinates. Clean up these scattered monsters, where do you need to do it yourself? But now. Forget it, let's make a quick decision. Liu sighed helplessly, he could only hold Tang Dao tightly, ready to kill these monsters. But at this moment, a sound of heavy footsteps came from the other side of the street. Boom boom boom. Soon, 2 ground dragons pulling 2-wheeled carts appeared in Liu's sight. The 2-wheeled vehicle looked like a pickup truck with its front removed, and 7 men and 3 women sat on it. At this time, it was like a sled riding on the backs of the 2 ground dragons. The speed of the 2 ground dragons was not affected in the slightest, and they slammed into these zombies directly. A middle-aged man with a thick-backed machete and a huge iron shield quickly jumped out of the car. Boom! The iron shield in his hand directly slapped a licker who was attacking him into the air, and the huge force hit the licker's head, directly blasting it. Blood and brains burst all over the place. The other men also quickly jumped down, picked up axes, machetes, and other weapons in their hands, and began to fight these zombies. They hacked, and they fought without any rules at all. It seemed that they had not received any special training. Blah blah blah. A creeper jumped onto the wall and crawled towards Liu directly from the wall. It has a ferocious face and is extremely fast. Just when it was about to reach Liu. Boom. A woman in shabby clothes, with a mask on her face and dusty body in the car, threw a blue fireball and hit the creeper with precision. The flame attached to the crawler, as if it would never go out, and it would be over until the crawler was burned to death. Seeing this scene, Liu couldn't help frowning. Blue fireball? One can kill a monster. Generally, the fireballs thrown by fire-type abilities are fiery red, while the dark fire is dark red. What the hell is this blue fireball? Hey, that kid over there, what are you doing standing there by yourself in front of the pet store? Why don't you come here quickly? At the beginning, the man with the iron shield yelled at Liu. Hey! Hearing this, Liu didn't react a bit. Are you calling me? Nonsense, who am I not to tell you? It's so dangerous outside now, why are you wandering around by yourself? If our patrol didn't happen to see it, you'd be finished, you know? Hurry up and get in the car. What's the situation? Are these guys trying to save themselves? Aware of this, Liu raised an imperceptible smile at the corner of his mouth. Okay, let's play with you guys. Here we come. Beauty, who is that blue fireball you threw just now? What's your name, Beauty? Su Qingqing. After the woman said this sentence, she explained another sentence in passing, clear water is clear. False name. This was Liu's first reaction after hearing it. Because the name he saw with the eyes of the villain was, So Qingyu. In my memory, Uncle Su's daughter seems to be named So Qingyu. Chapter 339 Live Killing Zombies. Liu's father, Liu Mingyuan, is a wealthy man in the capital city. As a rich man, of course he will have his own network before the end of the world. In addition to the rich in the same villa area, there are many rich in other industries. For example, Uncle Su in Liu's mouth. Uncle Su's full name is Su Zhengyang, and he worked as a 5-star hotel before the end of the world. I have known Liu Mingyuan for many years. When Liu Mingyuan was having dinners with other wealthy people in Shanghai, he would usually be in Su Zhenjiang's hotel. The villa that Su Zhengyang lived in later was also developed by Liu Mingyuan's real estate company. From this point of view alone, it can be known that the two parties are not ordinary business friends. However, when Liu reminded Liu Mingyuan to prepare the food, Liu Mingyuan didn't know that there would be the end of the world, so he didn't remind Su Zhengyang. After the end of the world came, Liu Mingyuan could no longer contact him. In this world, there are many rich people. Not every rich man has the strength of the Lang family, and not every rich man has a son like Liu. If there is no preparation in advance and no powerful awakening power, it is unknown whether it will be able to survive the first day of the end of the world. So Liu Mingyuan didn't know what Su Zhenjiang's situation was now. Liu didn't know if the woman in front of him was So Qingyu, Su Zhenjiang's daughter. Because the two sides have not seen each other for many years. And when they met before, both parties were still young, and they only met once or twice a year. In Liu's memory, she was still a girl with braces wearing glasses, and she was completely different from the woman dressed as a refugee in front of her. Su Qingqing? Good name. Liu smiled slightly, thank you just now. You're welcome, even without me, you shouldn't be in danger. So Qingyu's voice was very ordinary and flat. After saying this, he subconsciously glanced at the tang knife in Liu's hand. This tang knife originally belonged to Luo Kikai, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Liu usually used this weapon. Although this thing is only bronze grade, it comes with an exquisite scabbard. This point is much stronger than the King Z sword. The style and texture of the scabbard are not ordinary garbage at first glance. So as long as you are not a fool, you can basically see that Liu is not an ordinary person. Thank you, too. Okay, stop talking nonsense and get in the car. The middle-aged man who led the team to kill the zombies ran over and spoke quickly. Liu didn't say anything else, and followed the crowd into the Dixing Long rickshaw. Soldier, turn around. Okay. A 24-year-old young man with pimples all over his face readily agreed. It's clear that the pimple young man is a beast tamer. Under his command, Dixing Long quickly turned around. The speed of the small freighter without the engine is still not too slow, but the road is a bit bumpy. But in this last days, no one cares about this anymore. Brother, is your knife good? The car is speeding down the road. A man's voice of admiration suddenly sounded. It seems that you are also a strengthener. Almost. Liu didn't deny it. Of course, it's not a lie. Because the enhancer is also one of his abilities. Damn, I finally saved someone useful this time. After the middle-aged man saw that there were no monsters chasing him, he also saw Liu's Tang Dao, and couldn't help but complain. Brother, my name is Lu Chuanan, what's your name? My name is Liu. Hearing this name, Lu Quinan had no reaction. So Cangyun, who was looking at the front, glanced at Liu instead. But that's all, she just glanced at it casually, and then looked back. As if just saw a passerby. Liu? Which base are you from? Why are you outside alone? Where are your teammates? I got separated from them. Liu lied calmly. Whoever tells the truth in the last days is definitely a fool. Lu Chuanan didn't care at all, but sighed helplessly after hearing Liu's words. Hey, this fucking world, monsters, zombies, supernatural beings. It's all like the end of the world. Brother Liu, I think you are quite clean, and your strength should be pretty good, right? Is acceptable. Is there a place to go now? If there is no place to go, you can live in our base first. We still have a lot of places to live there. Our base is in front of us. Lu Quinan pointed to an older community ahead. Oh? That's a good relationship, thank you brother Lu. Faced with Lu Quinan's kind invitation, Liu, who had originally planned to come and have a look, of course had no reason to refuse. You're welcome, you should. Now that the world has become like this, if we humans don't lend a helping hand to each other, then sooner or later we will all die. The middle-aged man said with a look of melancholy. Hearing the man's words, Liu subconsciously glanced at the man's betrayal rate. 26%? Is he serious when he says this? Hehe, this guy, like Zhang Hengzhen from the Lehigh base, is a born good person, right? Although people in the last days are selfish, it is undeniable that, in addition to the power of the military, there are also a group of kind people who are silently contributing to mankind. If such a group of people were missing in this damned last days, then mankind would really have no hope at all. At this time, Lu Chuanan obviously belonged to this type of person. Liu Minjiayuan's base is in the north of the magic capital, and Liu went all the way west after going out. Therefore, Lu Quinan's base is located in the southwest of the city. This place already belongs to the fringe area of the city of Modu. The base has a large number of people, similar to Tanji's base, with 800 people in it. However, after Liu came to this base, he scanned it roughly. It seems that most of them are old, weak, sick, and disabled. It's no wonder that Lu Chuanan realized that he had good strength before, so he would say the phrase finally saved a useful person. It turns out that this base lacks combat effectiveness. Brother Lu. Brother Lu. Captain, are you back? After everyone returned to the base, some young people on patrol called Lu Chuanan respectfully. This respect comes from the heart. Because a large part of the people here were rescued by Lu Quinan. Liu saw it with the eyes of a villain. Lu Chuanan is just a strengthener, but he is one of the few awakened fighters in this base. Such a base, no matter how many people there are, they can't go too far. Thinking of this, Liu glanced at So Cangyun, a little curious about what kind of existence she was here. Qiangzi, have you made lunch yet? Of course I did, hey? Brother Lu, this is. His name is Liu, and he was discovered just now when he was patrolling outside. Let's go, brother Liu, you just came to our place today to try our food. Let me tell you, brother Liu, even though our environment is poor, the food here is absolutely no worse than other places. Fresh vegetables alone are not available in other bases. Oh? Really? Then I really have to try it. Lu Quinan was very enthusiastic, and Liu couldn't help laughing. At the same time, in a room on the top floor of a building at the base. Fuck, brothers, you absolutely can't imagine where I am now. A young man with delicate features was standing in front of the window, holding a selfie stick and said in surprise. At the top of the selfie stick is an iPhone 12 that still displays the screen. At this moment, he pointed the camera at the street outside the window. Did you see the way that man walked? Fuck, where is this? Why does it look like 1,000 warehouses in 100 holes? Why is that person walking in a weird way? I feel like it's a zombie, right? Zombies? Holy crap, which studio is the anchor on? Seeking band. I also want to watch filming. This zombie's acting skills are pretty good, much better than Xiao Xianrou's acting skills now. Indeed, Xiao Xianrou has made me quit TV dramas now. Upstairs +1. +2. +3. Rows of barrage floated across the screen of the Apple phone. The set? Do you think this is the set of a zombie movie? Seeing these bullet screens, the young man couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha, let me tell you the truth, this is the end of the world, the real end of the world. If you don't believe me, hurry up and take the gift away. As long as there are 2 rockets. No, 1 rocket, Brother Dong will live broadcast killing zombies for you today. Chapter 340. The system is awesome and does not explain. Killing zombies live? Hearing the young man's words, the water friends in the live broadcast immediately laughed. Stop making trouble, Brother Dong, hurry up and tell me which studio you are on, so that I can find you, it just so happens that I'm so busy recently. Apocalypse, what about cheating ghosts? Whether you believe it or not, I don't believe it anyway. I don't believe it either. Is there any big brother who is willing to give gifts to the anchor? I really want to see if Brother Dong is going to kill zombies. I want to watch it too, but recently I am so poor that I can only eat instant noodles, I have no money. Me too. Alas, the same people who have fallen in the end of the world. The audience in the live broadcast room were obviously familiar with the young man, and they began to joke in his live broadcast room. They have known young people for a long time. Knowing that the original name of this anchor is Zhang Xiaodong, he is just a pretty, handsome little anchor. I usually chat with the water friends in the live broadcast room, tell jokes and so on. Because of his humorous speech, he has also gained a group of loyal fans. However, in this era where everyone can be an anchor, as long as a woman is beautiful, she can gain a lot of fans by twisting her waist casually. But if a man doesn't have any skills and luck, it's really hard to get angry. Therefore, there are only 34 people in his usual live broadcast room. The money he earns from live streaming is not even enough for him to pay the rent. How could it be possible for such a living dick to time travel? Or time travel to the sinister end of the world? Oh, forget it. Looking at these unscrupulous bullet screens in his live broadcast room, Zhang Xiaodong sighed helplessly. These water friends are basically his old audience, and they know each other well. A rocket costs 500 yuan, how can ordinary people be so grand? Although he didn't expect these people to give him rockets, but seeing this scene, he still felt that his heart was cold. It is said that live broadcasting makes money, and I have been in this business for almost 2 years. In the end, it's fine if you don't make any money, and you still spend a lot of time. You think you're so handsome, why didn't the rich woman take a fancy to him? Zhang Xiaodong couldn't help muttering in his heart. But just when he was about to give up asking for gifts and go live directly. Call out! A rocket on the screen of the Apple mobile phone soared into the sky with a large amount of tail flame. The rocket special effects instantly filled the entire screen. What? Seeing this scene, Zhang Xiaodong was immediately excited. The barrage in the live broadcast room also began to flash. Fuck, the local tyrants are here. Awesome, which local tyrant is so grand? Old Iron, 666. Thanks to Lao Wang in the closet for the rocket, thank you Lao Wang. This old Wang can be regarded as his old audience, and he didn't talk much in the live broadcast room before. It can be said that there is no mountain or dew. What's the situation today? Old Wang in the closet, watching your live broadcast for so long, you have been whoring for nothing, and I just made a little money today. As soon as this remark came out, the screen of 666 flashed again in the live broadcast room. They all expressed that they didn't see that the pharaoh in the closet was a local tyrant. Ha ha ha, thank you very much. Zhang Xiaodong couldn't even close his mouth with a smile, and said vigorously, brothers, since Lao Wang gave me a rocket, then your brother Dong's promise will naturally begin to be fulfilled. So, please keep your eyes open. You really want to kill zombies, right? How can it be, it's just filming. That is, where did the zombies come from in reality? However, I still have some expectations. Hey, me too. Due to the large rewards of the rocket, it will be displayed on the public screen of the live broadcast platform for a period of time. So it will attract some traffic. Following the launch of Lao Wang's rocket, Zhang Xiaodong's live broadcast room also became lively. Zhang Xiaodong also struck while the iron was hot, changing the title of the live broadcast room to live stream hunting zombies. And start making plans for the next live broadcast. Obviously, Zhang Xiaodong is a time traveler. Yesterday afternoon, when I was carrying a travel bag on the earth and doing an outdoor live broadcast with a selfie stick, I accidentally fell off a cliff. And then inexplicably crossed into this world. When he first came here, he was very confused. Before he could react, he was targeted by a bronze-ranked wind wolf. The screen of the mobile phone that was broadcasting live also went black. He reacted quickly, carefully put the selfie stick back into the travel bag, picked up a wooden stick next to him, and prepared to fight the wind wolf to the death. But he is just an ordinary person, how could he be the opponent of wind wolf? When the wind wolf launched the first wave of attack, he couldn't stand it anymore. Fortunately, at the critical moment, So Cangyun appeared with a few awakened ones. Not only saved him, but also released a fire ability, which refreshed his 3 views. Then he logically followed So Cangyun and his party back to the base. As a newcomer, he has mixed feelings. After all, life in the city is much more comfortable than in the last days. How could he be in a good mood after somehow traveling to this ghostly world? But when he didn't sleep well all night and complained about his bad luck until this morning, his mobile phone suddenly turned on. He picked up the phone and saw that all other functions of the phone had disappeared, only a live broadcast software remained on the phone. He clicked in with some doubts, and then he was very excited. Because my mobile phone is actually a system? As long as you get rewards for your live broadcast, you can exchange these rewards for certain resources. He didn't know whether this system was true or not, but at this time he had no other choice but to treat a dead horse as a living horse doctor. So the scene just happened. Quickly click on the taskbar in the live broadcast software, and there is an exclamation mark on it. Click indecisively, and the task list appears. Novice task, earn 500 RMB as a reward, completed, by live broadcasting the scene of the end of the world, reward, crystal core suitability, points 5, novice gift bag 1. Note, the rewarded gift will be directly converted into points. No commission, full exchange. Exchange ratio, 100:1. According to this ratio, 100 yuan can be exchanged for 1 point. Zhang Xiaodong was obviously not satisfied with this exchange rate. But when I think about it, I'm just getting started. As long as the content to be broadcast in the future is exciting enough, after becoming a super anchor, how many points do you need? Thinking of this, he no longer struggled. Open the novice gift bag. Newbie gift pack successfully opened. Congratulations on getting camera vision sharing bow and crossbow proficiency level, excellent crossbow 1, crossbow bolt 10, black iron non-attribute crystal core *1. Bow and crossbow proficiency level, allows you to have the initial skills of using the bow and crossbow. Camera vision sharing, due to the impact of the cosmic storm in this world, electronic products and the internet are temporarily unavailable. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, the camera used for live broadcast will share the vision with the host's eyes. Note, this function can be turned on and off at any time through the mind. Damn it, there are so many things in the novice gift pack? The system is awesome and doesn't explain it. Taking a look at his current skills, Zhang Xiaodong hesitated. Then click into the system warehouse, and then click on the black iron non-attribute crystal nucleus. Do you want to extract the black iron non-attribute crystal nucleus, whether? Yes. Call out. As soon as the words were finished, a blue light suddenly flashed on the screen of the mobile phone, and a black iron non-attribute crystal nucleus appeared in his hand out of thin air. Without much hesitation, Zhang Xiaodong swallowed the crystal nucleus in one gulp. A warm current spread from his stomach to his whole body. This feeling is so cool. Feeling the nourishment of this force, Zhang Xiaodong was extremely excited. Take a look at your properties panel. Name, Zhang Xiaodong. Age, 24 years old. Enhancement level, Black Iron Elementary. Power level, none. Special ability, Crystal Nucleus Suitability. Remaining points, 10. Pick up the phone again. The audience in the live broadcast room has already exceeded 100 people? Ha ha ha, now, I'm going to take off. Chapter 341 So Cangyun and number 039, S relatives. A gift of 500 yuan is equivalent to 5 points, plus 5 points rewarded by the system novice task. Zhang Xiaodong has a total of 10 points. What can 10 points be exchanged for in his live broadcast system? 10 bottles of mineral water or drinks, 5 pieces of bread or coincidence, 5 caddies of rice or flour, or 1 black iron non-attribute crystal nucleus. Compared with the world he lives in, this price is naturally much more expensive. But in these last days, it is definitely worth the money. Therefore, Zhang Xiaodong couldn't wait to see this. On the other side, Liu didn't know that there would be Zhang Xiaodong in this base. At this time, he was having dinner with Lu Qinan and the others. The base has a total of 7,800 people. The name of the boss of the base is Hu Jiang, and he is a water-type enhanced ability user. There are 6 captains in total, and Lu Chuanan is one of them. As the saying goes, where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. Of course there is no exception here. Due to Hu Jiang's good management ability, coupled with his awakening ability, and his management of the only team of doctors and water purifiers in the base. So he became the boss of the base. The other 6 captains were divided into 6 factions, and each captain was a small group. They worked together to defend the base, but the food each team found belonged to their own team. In other words, Lu Quinan was separated from the others. The more ordinary people he saved, the greater the food pressure on the team. What he said before is no worse than other places, just compared with ordinary bases. Compared with big dogs like the Lang family and Luu, they are naturally not in the same class. Vegetable porridge, white flour steamed buns, and a plate of pickles. Although there is also meat, it is Feng Lang meat with a strong smell, the kind that cannot be removed by any means. It also tastes sour. Others may not care, but Luu just can't eat it. As for those cooked foods in the supermarket, for their team, it is an extremely precious delicacy. Lu Quinan regards these foods as rewards, and only those who have made sufficient contributions to the team are eligible to receive these foods. This Lu Chuanan saved another person and came back? He is looking for death. Who said no? I see how long their food can last. If you want me to say, just throw out the old, weak, sick, and disabled, why keep them? Wasting food. But he doesn't want to, what can you do with him? He, what a bad guy. Seeing Lu Quinan bring Luu back again, the captains who lived in several other buildings ridiculed him. Lu Quinan acted as if he had never heard of it. They turned the top floor of the community into a kitchen, and after they were ready, they took it down and distributed it uniformly. The 10 people who met Luu before belonged to a small team. At this time, I was sitting in the living room of a room and eating. Brother, you can eat as much as you want, if you don't have enough, there are still more in the kitchen upstairs. During the meal, Lu Quinan greeted him politely. Luu responded politely. Thanks. You're welcome, you are a family when you come to us. It can be seen that Lu Quinan is really enthusiastic. In this sinister end of the world, it is a miracle that his character can survive till now. But listening to the people chatting about some trivial matters in life at the dinner table, Luu couldn't help feeling a little emotional. The questions I thought about before were all about how to be the protagonist, how to get weapons, how to find secret realms, and how to find riding pets. And they? What to eat tonight, who is on guard this afternoon, who is on duty at night. Whoever is injured in today's operation will not be able to search for supplies tomorrow. This gap seems to be no longer a star. This beauty. I'm not a beauty. Seeing So Qingyu who was silent from beginning to end, Luu suddenly wanted to say something, but was corrected by So Qingyu as soon as he opened his mouth. At this time, she had taken off the black mask, and her skin was slightly disheveled to the naked eye. Appearance and figure, as well as dress are also very ordinary. So in theory, she is indeed not a beauty. Okay. Miss Su. Luu compromised, I want to ask why the fire you threw out before was blue? I have seen many people with fire abilities, but I have never seen blue fire. I don't know either. So Qingyu paused, it's always been like this. Is it? Luu narrowed his eyes, obviously not believing it. But So Qingyu's psychological defense is very high, and she can't see her ability to awaken. If you ask her for personal information rashly, it will arouse her vigilance. Hehe, brother Luu, don't ask. We were curious at the beginning, but why are there so many things in this world? That's right. Although Luu was still very puzzled, it was really hard to ask more questions at this time. Just when he was about to find other ways, an aunt in her 50s appeared in the corridor outside the door. This is yours, this is yours. Ching ching, this is yours. Walking to the door of Luu's room, the aunt handed over 4 plastic-bagged lunch boxes to So Qingyu. Seeing this, So Qingyu quickly got up and took it. Thank you, auntie. You're welcome, it should be. So Qingyu took the lunchbox and continued to sit down to eat. The movements of the two are natural and coherent, as if they have already become accustomed to it. What's going on? Seeing this scene, Luu frowned slightly. Lu Chuanan seemed to see Luu's doubts, and explained something. It's like this. There are many relatives in our base who are unable to move because of injuries, so when they are not busy, they will bring their own meals back to take care of them and clean her up. Team leader. Seeing that Lu Chuanan said too much to Luu, a newcomer, Su Qingqing hurriedly reminded him. Lu Quinan came back to his senses, and replied with an embarrassed face, Hehe, I'm sorry, I was talking too much. Before Lu Chuanan finished speaking, Luu had already fully understood. In the last days, if a person falls ill and is bedridden, it is definitely a disaster. Let alone strangers, sometimes even close relatives may not necessarily take care of you. If So Qingyu was an ordinary person, maybe no one would take care of her relatives when they were injured, but it would be different if she was an awakened person. The awakened ones help the team go out to search for supplies, and the relatives will naturally be taken care of by the base. In the last days there is no need to go to work. So after she returned to the base, it became natural for her to deliver meals to her relatives. I'm full, take your time. After taking the last mouthful of porridge, So Qingyu wiped the corners of her mouth casually, then picked up the packed food and stood up. Liu hesitated for a moment, then finished his porridge and stood up. I'm full too. What are you doing with me? Seeing Liu following him, So Qingyu stopped and subconsciously distanced herself from Liu. This person is different from the survivors he saved before. It made her, who was already vigilant, even more vigilant. Don't think too much, I just want to ask you something. What's up? Liu said unhurriedly, you still have relatives here at the base? Can you take me to meet them? Regardless of whether you are a man or a woman, your appearance will change a lot when you are young and when you grow up. Coupled with the cruel and bloody baptism of the last days, it is normal for them not to recognize each other. However, as long as the appearance of an adult is not disfigured, it will not change much. So as long as I saw So Qingyu's family, I should be able to know whether this So Qingyu was Su Zhenjiang's daughter or not. You want to see my relatives? So Qingyu's eyes froze slightly, why? There is no reason. I am a person who will repay my kindness. Just think that I want to repay your previous life-saving grace. A life-saving grace? Of course, So Qingyu didn't believe Liu's words. How could she help him? Even without himself before, he would not be in any danger. But after thinking about it, there are many people in the medical department of the base, and the two of them only met today, and he is not pretty now. So she didn't feel that the other party had any reason to be unfavorable to her. Thinking of this, she didn't ask any more questions, and turned and left directly. You are a strange person. Liu shrugged indifferently, and followed quickly. Soon, under the leadership of So Qingyu, Liu met So Qingyu's grandfather, So Qiaovu, in the medical department of the base. At this time, he was lying on the hospital bed with a face full of pain. Liu glanced roughly. He had bruises on his face and a scratch on his forehead, but it was scarred. A wooden stick was fixed to both legs, and a bandage hung from the left arm. Looks like both legs and left arm are broken? Was this broken? Tisk tisk tisk, how can you say that he was the all-powerful Mr. So back then, but he didn't expect that after the end of the world, he would be reduced to such a state. Chapter 342. That's right, So Qiaovu on the hospital bed is the old man So that Liu knew. And So Qingyu's identity is naturally ready to be revealed. The girl from the So family that Liu Mingyuan was talking about? So Qiaovu is So Qingyu's grandfather and also Su Zhenjiang's father. Since the two parties only have a good relationship between their parents, their grandparents have not been in contact with each other a few times. Even if there is a relationship, it is Liu Mingyuan's business. Therefore, Liu has not met So Qiaovu several times in reality. Remember the last time I saw him was like 7 or 8 years ago. But it doesn't matter. The important thing is that Liu recognized him and confirmed So Qingyu's identity. At this time, the ward of the medical department where Liu was located was remodeled with residential buildings in the community. Naturally, the living environment and sanitary conditions in the last days cannot be too good. In a small suite, more than a dozen wounded lived in it, and there were only 2 nurses. As soon as Liu entered the door, he smelled sweat and feet. So Qingyu ignored Liu, walked quickly to So Qiaovu's bedside with the plastic bag of food and sat down. Grandpa, are you feeling better? Hey, isn't it the same? This is. So Qiaovu sighed helplessly, seeing Liu following behind So Qingyu, he asked subconsciously. I'm Qingqing's friend. Liu took the initiative to speak. Oh. When So Qiaovu heard the words, he didn't say much, or he didn't have the energy to say anything now. The environment of the last days is not very friendly to most people. He is obviously one of them. Finally found a safe place, but someone broke his leg? Eat something first. I asked my aunt to prepare it for you. There is a hard-boiled egg in it. Seeing her grandfather's current appearance, So Qingyu's eyes were slightly red, obviously thinking of something bad. But at this time, she had no time to be sad. After helping his grandfather up, he quickly took out a folding table from under the bed and placed it in front of So Qiaovu. He took out 2 of the lunch boxes from the plastic bag and put them on the folding table. Okay, but King, in fact, you don't have to worry about me. Seeing this, So Qiaovu said with a tired expression, I can only be your burden now. If you want me to say it, you should still put me in it. Grandpa, what did you say? Before So Qiaovu finished speaking, So Qingyu interrupted directly, I said, you are not allowed to say such things when I am around. In the last days, there are many old people who give up the lives of their children in order to survive. But there are also many elderly people who choose to give up their lives in order not to drag down their children. So Qiaovu obviously belongs to the latter. But it's nothing to worry about. I have a solution now, and you can't give up, Grandpa. So Qiaovu wanted to say something, but the words turned into a helpless sigh again. How could he not know what was going on outside? My granddaughter said that there is a way, but it is just a kind of comforting words. But ants are just trying to survive, let alone people? So seeing So Qingyu's insistence, So Qiaovu couldn't say anything more. But just when So Qiaovu was about to eat the vegetable porridge So Qingyu brought back, a discordant voice sounded. By the way, Su Qingqing, isn't your real name So Qingyu? The sudden words made So Qiaovu stunned. So Qingyu's expression was even more horrified. She quickly stood up and turned around, looking at Liu warily. Who are you? How do you know? Don't be nervous, I mean nothing malicious. Liu looked at So Qingyu who was full of vigilance, and suddenly couldn't help laughing. Look at me carefully, are you sure you don't know me? You. Hearing Liu's words, So Qingyu couldn't help being stunned. After carefully looking at Liu, he still shook his head. I am indeed familiar with your name, but I don't know your person. Have I changed so much? Seeing So Qingyu's bewildered face, Liu's head was full of black lines. Even if the two sides haven't seen each other for 4 or 5 years, even if human beings have undergone a second evolution due to the end of the world. So it's not like you can't recognize it at all, right? Look more clearly. Liu pointed to his face. Liu Mingyuan's son Liu, you should know Liu Mingyuan, right? Uncle Liu? Are you Uncle Lu's son? Boy from the Liu family? Liu's words undoubtedly stunned both So Qingyu and So Qiaovu. They obviously didn't expect that the young man in front of him would be Liu Mingyuan's son. Are you kidding me? I remembered. Are you really Uncle Lu's son? So Qingyu still couldn't believe it, looking at Liu as if she was dreaming. In her impression, Liu was not tall and was very thin. Of course, the appearance is also of the relatively immature and delicate type. He is not in the same category as the handsome, tall, and well-built young man in front of him who is over 1.8 meters tall. How is it possible? I remember that you were not a sick child before? How did you become like this? I'm just skinny, it's skinny. Liu corrected speechlessly, since when is being thin also classified as a sick child? Not only thin, but also very short. Liu. No wonder I thought you were weird before, so you've been there for a long time. Hey, no, how did you recognize me? So Qingyu was halfway through her words when she suddenly noticed a problem. Because her current appearance has nothing to do with her previous appearance. Don't say it's Liu. Even if her own father came, it was absolutely impossible to know her. Don't worry about it, anyway, I have my own way, and now is not the time to talk about it. Liu didn't bother to explain, and looked at So Qiaovu. Grandpa Su, how did you get into this state? Can you tell me? It's a long story. Hearing Liu's words, the atmosphere among the three returned to the original point. So Qiaovu gave a general account of what happened with a helpless face. Following So Qiaovu's narration, Liu also understood a general idea. So Qingyu's grandmother passed away a long time ago, and her parents went to Yanjing before the end of the world. As for those who remain, either become a zombie, escape alone, or be bitten to death by monsters. In the entire So family, only So Qingyu and So Qiaovu are left. The reason why So Qiaovu became what he is now can be summed up in one sentence. Poor in strength, yet envied by others because of her pre-apocalyptic status. As a result, those guys who hate the rich took the opportunity to beat them like this. However, if you can survive, you are considered very lucky. After So Qiaovu finished talking about this, he comforted himself. That's right, as long as you can live, everything is not a problem. Liu agreed very much, and after speaking, he gently wiped the ring on his left hand with his right hand. He took out a box of milk and 2 pieces of bread and placed them on the table in front of So Qiaovu. Eat first, and I'll heal your wounds after eating. Heal the wound. So Qingyu stared at the ring on Liu's hand, and was stunned. Because at this time she discovered that the 3 rings on Liu's left hand were all storage rings? He has 3 treasures like storage rings? And he will heal? What's the situation? So Qingyu couldn't react. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that Liu healed So Qiaovu's hand and leg injuries in front of her, that she came back to her senses. Liu, your awakened ability is the healing department? Of course not. Healing is just one of my abilities. So Qingyu. Grandpa Su, your injury should be almost healed, but you have been injured for a long time. So if you want to fully recover your mobility, it will take a few days to get used to it, and you should be fine after that. So Qiaoyu, So Cangyun, Chapter 343. The so-called skills do not overwhelm the body. Ever since he had Ye Bai's ability to pick up attributes, Liu picked up all those practical abilities that he didn't have. The balls of light that drop from the awakened ones don't fall until there is a battle. It will also drop when training and using abilities. It's just a dropped attribute, not that much. Liu has been with Yangyun for so long, of course he will have Yangyun's healing ability. Although in the last days, you can't easily reveal your whole cards to others. Especially acquaintances like this who haven't seen for many years are the most likely to entrap their own existence. But Liu has so many cards in his whole, it's not a big deal to reveal 1 or 2 cards. What's more, he still has villain eyes. So Liu didn't care about this problem at all. But So Cangyun and So Qiaoyu are a little unbelievable. Not only did Liu easily recognize So Cangyun, but he also healed So Qiaoyu's injury with his healing ability. What's happening here? You know, people with healing abilities are very rare. So Cangyun has stayed in the base here for such a long time, and she has only heard that there is a supernatural person of the healing department in a certain large base. In this last days where people will die if they are not careful, people will not use their limited energy to treat a stranger. Even if it is to be cured, the high price that needs to be paid is something that she, So Cangyun, cannot afford. So to some extent, if Liu didn't come, So Qiaoyu would have to wait to die? Xiao Liu, thank you, thank you. Feeling his current physical condition, So Qiaoyu burst into tears, and took Liu's hand to thank him. No words can express the excitement in his heart at this moment. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I'm an old bone. So Cangyun was also extremely happy, a long-lost smile appeared on her normally serious face. Liu didn't care, you're welcome, it's just a little effort. The relationship between our two families, Su and Liu, is already good. Being able to meet again in the last days also shows the fate between us. This kind of trivial matter is not worth mentioning. Yes, it's fate, ha ha ha. So Qiaoyu, who has recovered physically, is in a particularly comfortable mood. Even the strength of speaking has increased a lot. The two sides exchanged pleasantries. While lamenting the horror of the last days, while reshaping the old love of the past. Just when the two sides were talking happily, a surprised voice from a man next to him suddenly sounded. Old man Su, who is this little brother to you? He healed your injury. At this moment, the man looked at So Qiaoyu with incredible eyes. Hey? This. Seeing this man, So Qiaoyu looked a little displeased. Just about to say a few words to prevaricate, he was interrupted by the man's yelling. Hey, everyone, come and see, there is a little brother here who will heal your wounds. This room housed many wounded. In a house with 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, there are 6 people living in the living room alone. So Qiaoyu is located in the corner of the living room. Although there is a curtain in the middle to block the view, it is not soundproof. Even though everyone had deliberately lowered their voices, they were still overheard by a man next door. The man obviously didn't know So Qiaoyu's previous identity. To address So Qiaoyu is to directly use, So old man. What will happen when a person who can heal supernatural powers appears in a ward in the last days? Of course he was surrounded by people, begging him to heal his wounds. At this moment, being yelled at by the man, everyone who could walk in the room surrounded him. Those who couldn't walk also looked at Liu. Only Liu frowned slightly. What? Will it heal? Is he a doctor? So young? Isn't it? Old Pu, are you sure you're not joking with us? What am I kidding you about? You can see that the bone wound on old man Su's body was cured by him. The man named Lao Pu pointed at So Qiaoyu and said excitedly. Seeing this, the others also looked in So Qiaoyu's direction. When he saw that So Qiaoyu had taken off all the sticks on his legs and the bandages on his hands, he could move his hands and feet freely. 1 or 2 were amazed. Healed. My god, is it really cured? Is this, the legendary healer? It's incredible. Little brother, can you come and help me treat my son? And me. My wife needs healing too. Don't worry, come brothers one by one, I came first, help me to see first. Realizing that Liu is a healing power user, everyone scrambled to be the first. I am afraid that I will miss this opportunity to heal my relatives and friends. Seeing this dramatic scene, So Qiaoyu and So Cangyun looked a little annoyed. So Cangyun herself is a combat-type awakener, so they know more than others. She knew that those with abilities of the healing department belonged to the ability of the life department. Although the treatment will not consume vitality, the requirements for mental power are very strict. If all these people are cured, will Liu's body be able to withstand it? Therefore, even if they are not selfish people, at this moment they regret not reminding Liu to hide their abilities. Look! What are you looking at? Liu didn't care, and sneered directly, your life has nothing to do with me. You are limited to disappear in front of me within 3 seconds, or I will let you not even have a chance to see the injury. Finish this sentence. Liu slowly picked up the Tang Dao that was put aside, and pulled out the gleaming blade. Seeing Liu draw his sword, the whole room suddenly fell into silence. So Qiaovu and So Qingyu were even more stunned. This guy Liu's way of handling things is really unique. He draws his sword when he disagrees with him? Qingyu, go out and ask 2 people to come in and help your grandfather leave here. Undoubtedly, as soon as Liu took out the Tang Dao in his hand, no one in the room dared to speak loudly. People who can stay in public areas after injury are generally ordinary people. Facing Liu with a knife, how dare they say anything? Even Lao Piyu, who is usually bullying and fearful, could only swallow back what he wanted to say after seeing Liu's cold eyes. So Qingyu is an awakened person, no one dares to stop her if she wants to go out. Soon, relying on her usual network at the base, she found 2 middle-aged men. The 2 middle-aged people also seemed to belong to the warm-hearted kind. Under So Qingyu's command, So Qiaovu, who was recovering from a serious illness, was supported and left the room. What happened? Seeing that So Qiaovu had just settled down, Liu kept staring at him. So Qingyu touched her cheek with a puzzled expression, is there something on my face? No, I just think you are very different from before. Liu casually said something perfunctory, but his heart was extremely strange. In the last days, it's normal to be wary of old acquaintances you haven't seen in years. So when Liu just revealed his identity, So Qingyu still maintained a certain degree of vigilance towards Liu. But after So Qiaovu was healed by Liu, her betrayal rate plummeted. Because of this, Liu saw her ability. No wonder the flame released by this chick is blue. It turns out that her ability is 18 changes in the female college. So Qingyu interrupted Liu's thoughts with a smile, aren't you different from before? You were so thin before. Now you dare to draw a knife if you disagree with me? Even I was startled by you just now. Hehe, that's right. Seeing So Qingyu's ordinary face showing a hint of flattery, Liu also smiled. No, I forgot one thing. What's up? There is another person's meal, I forgot to deliver it. So Qingyu suddenly thought of something, hurried back to the previous room, and took out the remaining 2 boxes of lunch. There are 4 lunch boxes in total, 2 for rice and 2 for vegetables. This is clearly a meal for 2. Since Liu was helping So Qiaovu to heal his injuries just now, she took the initiative to block other things. An hour has passed now. That person is important. It's not very important either. So Qingyu opened her mouth to explain, it's a person we just rescued yesterday. Because when we rescued him and came back, we found that he seemed to be in a bad mood, so we didn't take him to familiarize himself with the environment. I heard that he didn't leave the room all morning, so I thought about sending him a meal. Oh. Why don't we go together? Okay, lead the way. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 344 I live in the end times. After So Qiaovu's fractured hands and feet were healed by Liu, So Qingyu arranged him in a room in a community next to the medical care area. Since the 2 places are not far away, So Qingyu went back and forth very quickly. So Qingyu, who put down her guard against Liu, didn't know whether it was out of gratitude or because the 2 reunited after a long absence. He took the initiative to invite Liu to go with him. Of course Liu would not refuse. Anyway, before the beast tide, he only had the task of hunting and killing summoned sacrifices. There is still about a month before the beast horde, so it can be said that there is plenty of time. Liu just took advantage of this time to take a rest. Came to the top floor of the community, looking at the empty room, So Qingyu looked puzzled. Throwing the 2 lunch boxes on the table, he took Liu to the next door and knocked on the door. Uncle Wang, where is the young man who was rescued yesterday afternoon? Before the meal, I heard that he never went out. Why did he disappear after a meal? Uncle Wang is the manager of this building, and he can also be regarded as the security guard in the last days. Hearing So Qingyu's question, he replied casually, I just saw him go downstairs with a crossbow, saying he wanted to see the environment outside the base. Crossbow? Where did he get the crossbow? I don't know about that, go down and look for it, it shouldn't go too far. Okay, sorry to bother you, Uncle Wang. Fine. Uncle Wang waved his hand. So Qingyu didn't say much, and led Liu downstairs. After a few minutes. Ding, congratulations on discovering the new protagonist Zhang Xiaodong, the plot is being read, please wait later. Ding, the plot has been read, please check with the host. Liu. Now the general base has its own protective measures. But the city wall is not available in every community. Bricks, sand and cement all require a lot of manpower to transport, and the general sales points will not appear in downtown areas. If you don't have enough strength, what can you use to deliver it? Therefore, the base of this community did not expand the wall, but used the power of the earth-type supernatural powers to demolish the concrete in other places. Spelled together something like a watchtower, let the survivors of the base stand guard. At this time, Zhang Xiaodong had already learned about the general situation of the end of the world from a sentry with his 3-inch tongue. On the grounds that he didn't want to hold back the base, he took over the position of the sentry and killed the zombie wandering on the street with a crossbow. Due to his unique live broadcast content and unconventional live broadcast title, he soon attracted a large number of viewers. He now has more than 500 people in the live broadcast room. Brothers, did you see it? The movement of the zombie falling to the ground, the reaction after being hit by the arrow. Do you dare to say that this is a special effect? Fuck, Brother Dong won't really time travel, right? It's not like making a movie, is it? I don't think so either. The anchor has traveled to the end of the world? It's exciting to think about it. Hey, is there a praying mantis over there? I wipe, really? No, isn't it? 2 meters long praying mantis? I'm damn. Zhang Xiaodong's eyes can be connected to the phone. What he saw was what the audience in the live broadcast room saw. The feeling of being on the scene quickly convinced the audience in the live broadcast room what he said before. Zhang Xiaodong has really time traveled, and to the end of the world? And Zhang Xiaodong can also watch the barrage in the live broadcast room at any time through his evolved eyes. Seeing the barrage in the live broadcast room, Zhang Xiaodong grinned. Hehe, do you believe in Brother Dong now? Come on, audience masters, let's go with the gift again. As long as you give a little more effort, Brother Dong will perform a live broadcast of hunting mutant mantises for you next. As soon as Zhang Xiaodong said this, shhhhhhh. All kinds of gifts, flowers, lollipops, flying all over the sky. Occasionally, a plane flies across the center of the mobile phone screen, making the whole live broadcast room lively. This time the gift was obviously much more decisive than the last time. Coupled with the growth of the audience base in the live broadcast room. In just a few minutes, he got a reward of more than 1,000 yuan. 10 points can be exchanged for a black iron non-attribute crystal nucleus again. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaodong laughed so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. Brother Dong, how did you travel through time, can you reveal it? I also want to time travel, I don't want to pay the mortgage anymore. Same as above. I envy those who can pass through. Okay, don't force me, if it were really so easy to travel through, I would have already passed through. That is. Brother Dong, hunt and kill the mantis, let's go. The live broadcast room began to chatter, and Zhang Xiaodong was also ready to fulfill his promise. At this moment, 2 figures in the distance appeared in his sight. Zhang Xiaodong quickly stopped his live broadcast. Brothers, let's talk about hunting mantis later, I'll deal with some things first. Zhang Xiaodong, why did you come here alone? Didn't I just want to come out and get some air? Holding a crossbow in his hand, Zhang Xiaodong walked down from the sentinel tower with a smile, and looked at Liu, Ching, this is the one with the knife. His name is Liu, my friend. So Cangyun looked at Zhang Xiaodong suspiciously, looking at you, you seem to be in a good mood today. Hehe, it's okay, I just figured out some things. Where did you get this crossbow? I remember your bag, it shouldn't fit in it. This. Zhang Xiaodong hesitated to speak, playing tricks. The crossbow came from the mobile phone system, so of course he couldn't tell others about this information. But through the explanation of the live broadcast system, he knew that there is a storage ring in this world. And things like storage rings can be regarded as a kind of treasure. So he was going to use this reason to explain. Really? Seeing Zhang Xiaodong's hesitant appearance, So Cangyun didn't ask any more questions. Forget it, don't say it if you don't want to. I'll put lunch in your room for you. I have something to do and I'll leave first. After So Cangyun finished speaking, she ignored Zhang Xiaodong and left with Liu. Sister Ching, go slowly. Zhang Xiaodong didn't care either. After a few polite words, he continued his live broadcast career. For him, the live broadcast is his only hope in the last days. At this time, Liu, who left with So Cangyun, was very speechless. I just came out to hunt a few summoned sacrifices, so how could I meet the protagonist? This villain's aura is really awesome. And I live in the end times? Seeing the name of Zhang Xiaodong's script, Liu frowned even more. If this guy can start a live broadcast in the last days, does it prove that he has the same system as himself? Quickly glanced at Zhang Xiaodong's plot. What the hell? This thing actually has a system? As we all know, among all the protagonists, the system protagonist is the most unreasonable existence. No matter what kind of waste it is before getting the system, it can soar into the sky after getting the system. Just like the current self. He is obviously a dick who fights against the five scum, but with the help of the system, he has made it to where he is today step by step. It can be said that without a system, I really am nothing. But now, this Zhang Xiaodong actually has a system? No, you have to deal with it first. Thinking of this, Liu looked at So Qingyu beside him. Qingyu, you just rescued that young man from outside yesterday. Yes. Saved from a wind wolf. What's the problem? Of course there is a problem. Liu said very casually, don't you think there is something wrong with him? Not right. Hearing Liu's words, So Qingyu couldn't help being stunned. What's wrong? A rookie who can't even beat the wind wolf, it's okay to have treasures stored in the items, and it's not strange enough to appear alone on the street full of monsters. And the clothes on his body don't look like they have been displaced for a long time. Hearing what you said, it seems that there is a problem, but what does it have to do with us? Liu. I rely on. Is the protagonist's aura of subduing intelligence so awesome? Aren't you afraid that he is an ogre who came to this base just to eat people? So Qingyu. After a while, So Qingyu found Lu Chuanan and reported the situation. Lu Quinan brought a few people and surrounded Zhang Xiaodong. Chapter 345. Zhang Xiaodong is a protagonist, and he is not a hidden protagonist. This kind of protagonist is born to be Liu's enemy. Liu didn't know why Zhang Xiaodong appeared in this way. I don't know what conflicts I will have with Zhang Xiaodong. But he knows that the protagonist of the system cannot be judged by common sense. The other protagonists, whether it is Chu Feng, Xiao Fan, Su Chen, or Ye Bai, are even stronger than Lin Feng. Basically rely on their own awakening ability to rise. Sacred Body, Hidden Abyss, Duplicated Items, Property Pickup, Abyss Call. These abilities, no matter what, have certain rationality. After all, this is the end of the world, so it is not surprising to awaken any kind of ability. But the protagonist of the system is different. The source of their power mainly relies on the system. These systems are full of strange things, and the way to gain power is completely illogical. Some systems rely exclusively on being cute and cheap, collecting negative emotions from others, and can raise the host to level 999. Therefore, even if there is no conflict between the two sides, Liu still decided to test each other first. Although So Qingyu is an awakened fighter, her knowledge is not as good as Liu's. Didn't know what an ogre was. With Liu's patient explanation, she finally understood what an ogre is. While looking surprised, she felt a little disgusted in her heart, and then she decisively notified Lu Chuanan. Next to the observation deck downstairs, Lu Quinan surrounded Zhang Xiaodong with several people. Zhang Xiaodong has a system, and there is some food in his backpack, so he didn't go back to his room to eat. At this moment, looking at the few people surrounding him, his head was a little dazed. Brother Lu, what do you mean by this? Hehe, it's meaningless. Lu Chuanan smiled honestly, it's just a routine inspection of the base, you just need to cooperate. In the last days, there is no way to use an ID card to prove your identity. Zhang Xiaodong is indeed a time traveler whose identity is unknown. But he's not some ogre. Coupled with the protagonist's aura of subduing intelligence, everything that is unreasonable can become very reasonable in the eyes of others. So it was easy for him to prove his innocence. Storage baby? That's just my luck. As for my clean clothes, it's because when you met me yesterday, I just took a shower the night before and changed into these clothes. What's the matter? Is there any problem with this? This is Zhang Xiaodong's explanation to Lu Quinan's question. Hehe, no problem, no problem. After hearing these words, Lu Quinan smiled awkwardly. Brother, don't think too much about it. We did this only for the sake of everyone's safety, nothing else. I understand, Brother Lu. Don't worry, I will definitely not be the ogre you call me. Well, I see, you have a good rest, we won't bother you. Brother Lu, go slowly. Lu Chuanan took the people away, and Zhang Xiaodong's live broadcast room exploded. Fuck, is this world so dangerous, there are even ogres? Isn't it incredible? Brother Dong, this world is so dangerous, you have to be careful. Yeah, Tajal is scary. Anchor, it really doesn't work, let's just travel back, otherwise, it will hang up one day. The audience in the live broadcast room talked a lot, and some of them were still worried about Zhang Xiaodong's safety. Even those who have good intentions directly helped him to call the police. The police in that world quickly contacted Zhang Xiaodong himself through the chat window of the live broadcast room. Faced with a series of questions from the police, Zhang Xiaodong was also very helpless. Go back? I want to go back too, but you have to tell me how to go back. According to the prompt of the live broadcast system on the mobile phone, there are only two ways for him to go back. One is to get more points through mobile live broadcast and unlock more mobile phone functions. At that time, there may be a way to go back in the mobile phone system. The other is to search and master the power of space in this world. The two methods, no matter which one they are, need to rely on him to continuously improve his own strength to complete. Want to go back now, it's just an idiot's dream. The other side. Liu, who was walking with So Qingyu at the base, did not expect to be able to deal with Zhang Xiaodong with a few words. After all, he is the protagonist of the system. But Liu was not in a hurry. Because the two haven't clashed yet, and the plot belonging to Zhang Xiaodong hasn't officially started yet. What's more, Zhang Xiaodong has a system, so does he himself. He really didn't believe that a mere live broadcast system could kill his own villainous system in just a few days. If this is the case, then you don't have to mess around. A live broadcast system is so awesome, so if I encounter a stronger system in the future, won't I have to directly sacrifice my knee? So Liu didn't panic at all. While thinking about the countermeasures, I decided to brush the summoning sacrifice first. Hey, it's a pity that Shi Yu is not here, otherwise he can help me keep an eye on him at any time. Who is Shi Yu? Hearing Liu muttering to himself, So Qingyu beside her looked curious, is that your girlfriend? No, it's a girl I saved before. Then do you have a girlfriend now? So Qingyu asked and answered herself seemingly casually, it's so dangerous outside, and you're so handsome and powerful, shouldn't you have it? Of course there is. Several. When So Qingyu asked this question, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and her tone was very natural, obviously used to such things. Liu didn't hide anything, and said directly, about 4 or 5. Currently, there are only 4 of Liu's girlfriends, Yan Yun, Li Wanning, Luo Kikai, and Xiao Manli. Like Lu Ruobing, Qin Xiao, and Xiao Xiu, these 3 special heroines, Liu hasn't slept yet. As for Shen Tingting, not to mention, she is not qualified at all. So much. So Qingyu looked at Liu with a look of surprise, but a look of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Yes, disappointed. In Zhang Xiaodong's script, So Qingyu is the absolute #1 heroine. And when the two met, it was Zhang Xiaodong who exchanged the healing ability from the system, healed So Qiaovu's injury, and then made So Qingyu develop a good impression of him. Although this goodwill does not bring the two together, it is also the key to the two coming together. If Liu came 2 days late, perhaps this opportunity would have been snatched by Zhang Xiaodong. But now, I don't know if it's the butterfly effect or the villain's aura that made Liu walk ahead of Zhang Xiaodong. A lot. Liu noticed So Qingyu's emotional changes, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In ancient times, when wars continued, it was not uncommon for ordinary families to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, let alone wealthy families. Now we are also in troubled times. I think it is normal for a man as handsome and flamboyant as me to have 3,000 beauties in the harem. Can you stop being so narcissistic? Why am I narcissistic? What I said is the truth. Liu emphasized, if you don't believe me, look at the other base leaders. How many of them can stick to the monogamy system before the end of the world? This seems to be the same. Hearing this, So Qingyu sighed helplessly. After experiencing the end of the world for so long, of course she knows these things. Otherwise, he wouldn't have directly asked how many girlfriends Liu had. Right? This is the general trend. It cannot be stopped by personal actions. By the way, Qingyu, do you want to join my harem group? What? The sudden question made So Qingyu's eyes widen. Obviously didn't come back to his senses. What is this guy talking about? After harem group? He actually let himself join his harem group? Liu ignored So Qingyu's surprise, and said to himself, although you do look a little anxious, but because we have known each other for many years, I can reluctantly accept you. Don't be in a hurry to thank me, who made me be so affectionate and righteous. Chapter 346. Puff. Seeing Liu's serious look, So Qingyu almost sprayed Liu's face with a mouthful of salt soda. Liu, why do you like to make such jokes now? Let me join your harem group. It's still difficult? I have to thank you. Please, if you don't pretend like this, we can continue to be friends. If this continues, there is really no way to talk. She is 3 years older than Liu. When he came back from studying abroad, he also heard from his father that he wanted to meet Liu himself. But it's just a meeting. In her heart, she always regarded Liu as a little kid, and she didn't take this meeting seriously at all. Later, when the end of the world came, this matter would be over. At this time, fate made the two reunite in the last days, and Liu's image changed drastically, so why did he say such a thing? Belonging made her a little overwhelmed. Hee, okay. Let's change the subject. Liu shrugged indifferently, it's so chaotic outside now, have you thought about what to do in the future? Take your grandfather to stay with these people all the time? Or do you have any other plans? After Hearing Lu's question, So Qingyu was taken aback for a moment, and then answered honestly with a sad expression, to be honest, I really haven't thought about your question. The word later is a luxury for most people in the last days. In this era when everyone is in danger, it is already very happy to be alive to see the sun the next day. Who has the leisure to think about the future? Before, I just wanted to heal my grandfather's injury and live a good life in this troubled world, but now. Now grandpa is cured, but you have lost your purpose in life. Okay. So Qingyu nodded slightly and looked at Lu. If possible, I hope to reunite with my parents, but this idea seems a bit unrealistic. With the end of the world coming, looking for relatives is a very common phenomenon, but most people choose to give up in the end. There are many reasons for this. In addition to the main strength problem, the biggest reason is that it takes too long. In the end of the world, every day is suffering for human beings. In this difficult process of survival, a person's will be repeatedly rubbed on the ground. What if after finding their loved ones, they hear bad news? That would make things worse. That's why So Qingyu said it was unrealistic. Dreams are always necessary, what if they come true? Hehe, what is your dream? My dream is grab a phone. What? So Qingyu looked at Lu, but she didn't come to her senses again, steal the phone. These days, does anyone still dream of grabbing a mobile phone? No. I just suddenly thought of something else. Lu said quickly, Qingyu, you've been here for a long time, do you know where there are more fierce monsters around? It's better to be a group of monsters. What do you want to do? When Lu heard this, a smile rose from the corner of his mouth, of course it's for the people. People from harm. In the last days, it is a disaster for a woman to be too beautiful. If the beautiful woman is not strong enough and has no one to rely on, there are only two ways to protect yourself. One is to hoard enough food and stay at home. The other is to be ugly. Qin Weiwei, Corpse King Tang Cheng's first girlfriend, used the first method. So Qingyu, on the other hand, obviously adopted the second method. Lu doesn't know how beautiful So Qingyu's true self is now, but she is the #1 heroine in Zhang Xiaodong's plot. Throughout the ages, how could the woman who could become the #1 heroine of a novel have such an ordinary appearance? That's why Lu teased her about her appearance. But when the two were talking about their dreams just now, Lu suddenly thought of a way to deal with Zhang Xiaodong. Why didn't he just kill Zhang Xiaodong before? One is because there was no conflict between the two sides, it was not easy for him to attack Zhang Xiaodong. The other is the uncertainty of the system. Protection device, transmission device. It is even a device that directly turns the host into a super scion in a short period of time when the host is in danger. These are all likely to appear on the protagonist of the system. Therefore, Lu needs to slowly test Zhang Xiaodong's system functions. But if what I'm dealing with is not the protagonist, but the system itself, is it possible for these functions to be triggered? According to Zhang Xiaodong's system plot information, he still used his mobile phone for live broadcast in the early stage. As long as it hasn't evolved to the point where it can be implanted into the opponent's consciousness space, then you can try this method yourself. No, just the two of us. So Qingyu, who was running towards the gate of the community after Lu, just came to her senses at this moment, and pulled Lu to ask a quick question. Is this guy crazy? Looking for mighty beasts, or in groups? Then you want to rush in with the two of you? Even if it is sent to death, isn't that how it is sent? To be precise, I'm the only one. You're only going to show me the way. So Qingyu, Let's go, don't stand still. Lu, it's not that I don't want to help you, but that there are some things like this. Don't worry, with me here, you will not be in danger. Lu knew what So Qingyu was worried about, and patiently explained, do you know why I was alone when you met me this morning? Why? It's not because I got separated from the team, but because I want to come out alone. In other words, I'm very strong now, so strong that you can't imagine. But... So Qingyu wanted to say something, but Lu had already walked away. She had no choice but to bite the bullet and follow. At this time, a group of people came in at the gate of the community. There are 13 or 4 people in this group, the leader is a man with flowery arms, a gold chain, and a big backed head. Others are also vicious. After entering the community, he yelled at the guard with an arrogant face. Hey, you trash, let the boss of your base get out of here quickly. Seeing those who come is not good. The 4 guards did not dare to be negligent, and at the same time as they let them pass, one of them hurried in to inform Hu Jiang. But So Qingyu, who followed Lu to the gate of the community, changed her face when she saw these people coming in. Lu couldn't help being curious when he saw So Qingyu stopped in her tracks and had a strange expression on her face. What? You know them? I know you. Of course I know you. So Qingyu clenched her fists tightly, her body trembling slightly, and there was obvious hatred in her eyes as she looked at the few people. My grandfather was injured by them. Oh. Liu squinted his eyes, and looked again at the dozen or so people who came in. The flower-armed man who happened to be the leader also looked at Liu. The two sides make eye contact. After confirming the eyes, it is the person I want to bully. Hey, you two, come here for me. Hearing the arrogant words of the flower-armed man, So Qingyu's body couldn't help but tremble. It is obvious that there is a heartfelt fear of these people. What are you looking at? I'm talking about you. Hey, what the hell, are you pretending to be deaf and dumb? Didn't you hear what our Go brother said? Get out of here quickly. Damn it, what kind of eyes do you have, you brat? Believe it or not. Swish. Before the flower-armed man could finish speaking, his voice stopped abruptly. After image, strong wind, sword light. Blood spurted out, and people's heads fell to the ground. Liu's cold voice also sounded. Kneel down, or I'll die. Chapter 347 Bloody Life Streaming Room. Sword light, blood, human head, cold drink. Boom. Brother Go's headless body fell heavily on the ground, and blood flowed all over the ground in an instant. The sudden scene made everyone unable to react. Even so, Qingyu next to Liu is the same. In this chaotic end of the world, it has become a norm for people to bully the weak and bully men and women. Brother Go was originally the captain of a large base. Not only is it strong in itself, but there is also a huge force behind it. With his current strength and power, ordinary forces dare not provoke him. When you come to a base like So Qingyu, which is not a third-rate base, you can naturally walk sideways. So Qingyu was still thinking about whether she should resist if the other party bullied her or Liu later. If after the resistance, what kind of consequences will they face? But just as she was thinking briefly, Liu had already disappeared in front of her. When she came back to her senses, Brother Go had already spurted blood and his head fell to the ground. You know, people's reaction speed is very fast, especially after becoming an awakened fighter. When the two sides are separated by a certain distance, no matter what kind of attack you launch, the other party has enough time to react. If you can't even take a move, it can only explain one thing: the moving speed of others far exceeds your reaction speed. In this case, even if the physical fitness is doubled, it is impossible to do it. It must be matched with some abilities. Damn it, you killed Brother Go. You boy. My little bastard, you are going to die today, what the hell are you doing? Hey, bang. What? The younger brothers who came in together were inexplicably horrified, and one of them was blown away by a powerful wind blade before he could finish his sentence. With Liu's current mental strength, the cutting ability of the wind blade released is extremely exaggerated. Without any protective measures, even a silver-level enhancer would lose half of his life after being hit. For example, the bronze rudimentary dog leg with only the arm guard wrapped around his arm in front of him was cut into 2 pieces by the wind blade. The moment the blow flew to the ground, it fell into 2 pieces with a snap. Bloody intestines flowed all over the ground, and the dead couldn't die anymore. I don't want to repeat my words a second time. The icy voice and terrifying murderous aura made the remaining 11 people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Everyone's legs trembled uncontrollably. Run, run! I don't know who suddenly roared, turned around and ran towards the gate of the community. Brother Go is the strongest among them. Even Brother Go couldn't catch a move, how could they be Liu's opponents? So run first as a respect, without explaining. Unfortunately. Boom. The power of thought was activated, and the gate of the community was instantly closed. Before the fleeing man could react, he felt himself being grabbed by an invisible force. Then it flew up in the air and landed back in front of Liu. Liu didn't even look at him, and slashed at his neck casually with the tang knife in his hand. Puff. The sharp blade easily slashed across his neck. The man covered his neck and looked at Liu with a disbelief. Blood gushed out from between his fingers unstoppably, and his whole body was twitching non-stop, obviously he couldn't survive. Run. Why don't you run away? Killed 3 people in an instant. The shot is clean and neat, and the movements are smooth and smooth. Boom. A man finally couldn't bear the terrifying pressure emanating from Liu's body, his legs softened and he knelt on the ground. Brother, don't kill me. Seeing this, the others also knelt down one after another. Because they have already seen that, with their strength, even if they disperse and escape, there is no chance of survival. And Liu said just now that only by kneeling down can he save his life. So get on your knees, without hesitation. Looking at the arrogant and domineering Go boss and his party wherever they go, they are like a few humble reptiles in front of Liu. So Qingyu hasn't fully recovered yet. Liu said just now that he is very strong, unimaginably strong. So Qingyu still didn't quite believe it. Because she felt that Liu had just awakened the abilities of the medical department and some melee abilities. A person who strengthens abilities. Awakened ability or medical department. How could such a guy be so strong? But now. Humph, what a bunch of trash, who of you said I was pretending to be deaf and dumb just now? Lu's understatement sent chills down everyone's spine. The remaining 10 people, you look at me, I look at you, but they dare not speak. Seeing this, Lu couldn't help but sneered, don't you want to say it? Very good, since you guys value friendship so much, let's play a game. Play games. That's right. There are exactly 10 of you here. Now slap me in groups of 2. I didn't tell you to stop, so you are not allowed to stop. Who dares to stop? The 3 of them will be your end. I will give you 10 seconds to prepare. Now the timer starts. Hearing Lu's words, several people panicked and had no time to think about it. They quickly found their companion and started slapping each other. Although slapping each other is a very humiliating behavior. But in front of life, what is this kind of humiliating behavior? At first they didn't dare to use too much force, for fear that the other party would use the same force and make themselves suffer from flesh and blood. But how could Lu give them this chance? Not only were they ordered to slap them hard, but they were also not allowed to keep their hands back. So within a few slaps, they started to hate each other. Pop, pop, pop. One stroke after another, each heavier than the one before. Soon these 10 people began to fight each other, and all of them were beaten with bruises and swollen faces. I'm going, what's the situation? They are. Seeing the scene in front of him, Hu Jiang, the boss of the base who rushed over, was dumbfounded, and Lu Qinan also followed after hearing the news. When they understood the situation clearly, the way they looked at Lu suddenly became different. This guy actually killed Go Zhengli in seconds? How can it be? Go Zhengli is a low-level dog-type metamorphosis user of Bian, and he was killed by Lu in seconds? Looking at the 2 corpses in the crowd with their heads separated and bloody intestines flowing all over the floor, Zhang Xiaodong, who came over in the chaos, also had a stomach churn. He had just heard that there was a fight here, and he wanted to come over and rely on the live broadcast to attract popularity. Did not expect. Vomit. When he saw the dead head on the ground, Zhang Xiaodong finally couldn't hold it back, and hurried to the nearby green bell to vomit. But his live broadcast room exploded at this moment. Fuck, did you really kill someone? Has his head been chopped off? Fuck, that blood, that gut, wow, I can't take it anymore. Human head, it is a human head, I see a human head. Tajal is scary. I will definitely have a nightmare tonight. No, no, I can't take it anymore. This live broadcast room is too bloody, quickly contact the official platform of the live broadcast software and ask them to block this live broadcast room. Already contacted. The official staff of the live broadcast software said that this live broadcast room cannot be sealed at all. What? Can't it be blocked? Then close this app quickly, and absolutely don't let this bloody picture spread. No way, Captain. Even if the live broadcast software is turned off in the background, the live broadcast screen will still appear when the user clicks in. What? Chapter 348 The Plot of Dog Blood. Is it possible that the Doomsday live broadcasting room will be blocked? Of course not. The system is a very unreasonable existence. Doomsday Live is also a software that is even more rogue than rogue software. At the moment when the Doomsday Live broadcast room appeared, the app to which the live broadcast room belonged could only be downloaded and could not be uninstalled. Even the developer of the live broadcast room cannot ban the live broadcast room. People sense something is wrong, but what can be done? Can't be banned, can't be uninstalled, even turning off the background is useless. In this case, they can only watch the number of viewers in this live broadcast room increase rapidly. Although the content and pictures in the live broadcast room are very bloody and cruel, it is undeniable that most human beings have a certain degree of violence in their bodies. After the initial discomfort, all that is left to them is thrills and thrills. Pop, pop. At the gate of the community base, 10 men whose heads were swollen into pigs' heads were still slapping each other. Hu Jiang and Lu Chuanan saw this scene, but they didn't dare to go forward. Because the opponent even dared to kill Go Zhengli, how could they have the right to speak? In the end, So Qingyu walked behind Luu. Luu. What happened? I want to intercede for them. It's not. So Qingyu looked at a few people, without the slightest pity in her eyes. These guys are bullying others, it doesn't matter how you deal with them, I just want to remind you of the forces behind them. In fact, So Qingyu's strength is not weak. Although he has not experienced systematic combat training, it is not so easy for Brother Go, who is a beginner in silver, to deal with her. The reason why she was afraid of this group of people was because there were many awakened fighters around Brother Go, and the power behind him was also extremely huge. Not everyone can fight against 100 like Luu. That's why she and the people in this base dared not offend the dozen or so people like Brother Go. The forces behind them. Liu was taken aback when he heard the words, and then he couldn't help laughing. Hee, if you say that, then I want to see it. Hey, all of you, stop for me. Hearing Liu's words, several men with bruised noses and swollen faces, with blood on the corners of their noses and mouths, quickly stopped. Although their heads have begun to dizzy, they have not yet lost consciousness. Brother, what are your orders? Due to the red and swollen cheeks, it was a bit leaky to speak for the first person. It shouldn't take more than an hour for the few of you to return to your base, right? Liu pointed to 5 of them and said, give 5 of you 2 hours, and let your boss come here to see me. If your boss doesn't come. Liu sneered at the corner of his mouth when he said this, then you come here to collect the bodies of the other 5 people. Identity background is something important at any time. Bullying people with power, beating dogs to see their masters clearly shows the importance of identity and background. Because Liu wanted to grab Zhang Xiaodong's phone without revealing himself. That's why he decided to summon the 2 abyssal brothers first. But he didn't expect to meet a dozen bullies like Go Zhengli when he went out, so he could only deal with them first. Liu, will there be no problem if you do this? Seeing the backs of the 5 swollen pig-headed people leaving, So Cangyun was still a little worried. Judging from the combat power Liu showed just now, Liu is indeed very strong. But the other party is not a fuel-efficient lamp? What's more, 2 fists are hard to beat 4 hands. Liu is alone, what can he use to fight against the other party? What's the problem? Or, you better go. They really have a lot of people, if you are alone, I'm afraid. Go? Where to go? He can't go. Before So Cangyun finished speaking, the 2 captains of the Hujiang base interrupted one after the other. Yes, you just want to leave when you get into trouble? How can there be such a good thing? He's gone, what shall we do? That's right, he can't go. Hearing the words of the 2 captains, the others followed suit. Although Go Zhengli came to this base to collect protection fees from the core members such as Hujiang. To some extent, Liu protected their lives and property. But there is a powerful force behind Go Zhengli. If Liu just left like this, the forces behind Go Zhengli would definitely make trouble for them. So they naturally didn't want Liu to leave like this. You. The words of everyone's discussion made So Cangyun feel a little chilled, but at this moment she was helpless. Because that's what human nature is. When facing a powerful enemy, it is the last word to protect yourself wisely. Do you expect them to help Liu, a stranger, against that powerful force? This is obviously not very realistic. But Liu didn't care about it at all. When he does things now, he often pays attention to doing whatever he wants. If you want to do this, then do it, there is not much reason. If he really wants to leave, can these rotten sweet potatoes and rotten bird eggs stop him? So the current situation is just that he doesn't want to leave. Hujiang, why did you kill my people? If you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, I will raze your place to the ground. At this time, Liu was staying in a temporarily remodeled meeting room in the community. The 5 younger brothers who left before brought back a dozen more. The scarred man walking in front yelled loudly before entering the door. Hujiang quickly brought a few younger brothers to meet him. Boss Su, this is none of our business. Yeah, we didn't kill people. You didn't kill them. That kid killed it, it has nothing to do with us. They nodded and bowed, and quickly separated their relationship with Liu. I'm afraid that the other party will blame me for this matter. Hearing the report from Hujiang and the others, Boss Su stood aside, turned his head and said respectfully to the man behind him. Boss, look at this matter. Let's go and have a look first. The man is tall and straight, with a deep voice. Coupled with Boss Su's respectful attitude, this Nima looks like a big shot at first glance. Realizing this, the people at Hujiang base were surprised. Boss Su was already the boss of a base, and he was someone they couldn't afford to mess with. And this man is Boss Su's boss? So how awesome is he? Thinking of this, they didn't have time to think too much, and hurriedly led the way for Boss Su and the others. But just when they felt that Liu's death was imminent, they took Boss Su and his party to the conference room to find Liu. The plot of dog blood appeared. Seeing Liu sitting in a chair talking and laughing happily with an ordinary-looking woman, the tall and straight man was stunned for an instant. Hee, who am I? So it's you. Seeing the person coming, Liu raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Those bastards are your little brothers. Yes and no. The man walked up to Liu and stood still, looked at Liu with a complicated expression and said, I just incorporated their base yesterday. You came to avenge them as soon as you incorporated the base. Don't dare. Don't dare. Liu laughed mockingly, then what are you doing here? Take your little brother and get out, a waste like you is not worthy of being my opponent. Every word of Liu was full of sarcasm, but the man gritted his teeth and did not dare to attack at all. Is there anything I can do for you? Oh. Hearing the man's words, Liu was a little surprised. After hesitating for a while, he still smiled, hee, you are quite interesting. Okay. Since you said so, then I will find something for you to do. I'm going out right now. You go and help me protect a man named Sokuavu. By the way, help me find a reliable assassin. If possible, let him wait for me at this base. Is that all? Well, no problem. What's your last name? My surname is Liu, just call me Liu. My name is Xiaoyuki. Understood, that's it, I'll go first. Chapter 349 Live Exchange System. Xiaoyuki, the magic stick of the 5 elements, will be ranked 5th in the future Magic City Master list. When Liu went to the military in the east of the city to exchange weapons. Because he made a bet against Liu, he broke the contract after being abused. So he has been brooding over this matter. You know, not everyone in the last days is extremely vicious. Most people just become more vigilant, and the basic moral bottom line is still there. Especially the boss of a large base. If you don't even have the most basic morality, then why can you form a large base? No matter how strong the leader is, if no one is willing to follow him, he will only be a polished commander in the end. So although Xiaoyuki was not a good person, he was definitely not a wicked person. He grew up in Shaolin Temple, and he valued reputation more than anything else. For him, losing the contest is already embarrassing enough, and he broke the contract in the end? At that time, he wished he could find a crack in the ground and get in. During this period of time, he has been thinking about whether he should fulfill his promise. If he fulfilled his promise, at best he would no longer be the boss. But if you don't fulfill your promise, you will always feel a thorn in your heart. This thorn made him feel uncomfortable all over. It's also the kind of stain in his life that he thinks he can't even wash off. But Liu left immediately after changing the weapon, and the two did not leave each other's names and contact information. He couldn't get in touch with the other party, so he could only give up in the end. He came here today because he happened to hear that Boss Su's younger brother had been killed while the base was being rectified. As the new boss of the base, of course he wanted to see the ability of these new boys. So this scene happened just now. Old boss, who is he? How do you feel about you? Looking at the backs of Liu and So Qingyu leaving, Boss Su suddenly felt, did he follow the wrong person? Xiaoyuki is so awesome, shouldn't he deal with the problem with a domineering attitude? Why do you feel inferior from beginning to end? You'll find out later. Xiaoyuki didn't want to talk nonsense with him, so he said in a low voice, I can only tell you, don't become an enemy with him, otherwise you will die in an ugly way. What? Hearing this, Boss Su had a look of disbelief. He has always thought that he is a very powerful existence. But after meeting Xiaoyuki, he knew what it means to have someone beyond someone else. But now, Xiaoyuki didn't care about Boss Su's reaction at all, and walked out of the conference room after saying this. Hu Jiang and others were waiting outside the door at this time. Seeing Xiaoyuki coming out, they rushed to meet him. Your name is Hu Jiang, right? Yes yes. Who is Sokuavu? Take me to see him. This way, please. Hu Jiang didn't know what was going on in the conference room, but he didn't know what it meant to say no to someone as big as Xiaoyuki. On the other side, outside the gate of the community. Looking at Liu who was walking slowly ahead, So Qingyu's face was full of weirdness. Before Liu appeared, Go Zhengli was an insurmountable mountain in her heart. Even if her grandfather Sokuavu's legs were broken by the other party, she never dared to seek revenge from the other party. One is that he is afraid that his strength is not enough, and if something happens, his grandfather will not be taken care of. Another one is that they are afraid of hurting Lu Quinan and others. Anyway, Lu Chuanan is a pretty good person, he shouldn't die because of himself. As for the forces behind Go Zhengli, that was an existence beyond her reach. But now, even Boss Su, who is called the boss, is shorter in front of Liu? What exactly is going on? After the end of the world, what happened to Liu? Liu, what's going on? Why didn't that person have any temper in front of you just now? It's just a defeated general, what kind of temper can you have? The defeated general is such that. Liu briefly talked about what happened at the military base before. Soon So Qingyu had a new understanding of Liu's strength. Make a bet and go head to head with the opponent, and after winning the game, the opponent breaks the contract? Oh my god, are you so good now? Didn't I tell you that I was great? I just didn't expect you to be so powerful. Hey, I'm stronger in another aspect, do you want to see it? What? So Qingyu was taken aback for a moment, but then she realized that her face turned red in an instant. You bastard, you're outspoken, and you're still taking advantage of my sister at this time. Ho ho. A sudden roar of a beast interrupted their flirting. So Qingyu followed the prestige. A 2-meter tall, red and yellow fire-clouded leopard appeared at the corner of the street ahead. A silver-level fire leopard? Luu, be careful. This fire leopard. Before So Qingyu finished speaking, Huo Bao had already rushed towards Luu. Not waiting for her to come forward to support. Hara root. A rising dragon fist with lightning had already hit Huo leopard's jaw. Boom. The fire leopard was punched by Luu and flew into the sky, and then fell heavily to the ground with a muffled sound. Heavy punches plus lightning, directly making it lose the power to resist. It just happens to be our temporary mount. Take a mount. So Qingyu was dumbfounded watching Luu drop the silver-ranked fire leopard in one blow. The silver-ranked fire leopard was so punched by Luu that he couldn't fight anymore? Is this too exaggerated? At this time, Luu ignored her. Instead, he bled the fire leopard first, and then took out the dark contract scroll from the ring. In a moment, the hostility in the eyes of the fire leopard, who was a beginner in silver, disappeared, and turned into a docile kitten lying at Luu's feet. So Qingyu, This guy is outrageous. This world is too terrifying, I must improve my strength as soon as possible. When Luu took So Qingyu to hunt and kill the summoned sacrifice. Zhang Xiaodong also secretly swears in his heart. After Luu killed someone just now, he could wait for the other boss to bring someone to the door, and then leave calmly. This calm style of dealing with things left an extremely deep impression on his heart. At this moment, there is more urgency in his heart. Desperately want to get stronger. Only by becoming stronger can he do whatever he wants like that person just now. Anyway, I can't go back, so I might as well put my mind on this world. Although the end of the world has started for more than 5 months, I developed later than anyone else. But I have a doomsday live broadcast system? Anything is possible as long as there is a system. This is what Zhang Xiaodong is thinking at this moment. With this thought in mind, Zhang Xiaodong hurried back to the room and took out his cell phone. I was too busy looking for information about Luu and Xiaoyuki just now, so I didn't have time to ask about the situation in the live broadcast room. At this time, Zhang Xiaodong took out his mobile phone and looked at it, and Zhang Xiaodong was ecstatic. The number of people online in the live broadcast room has exceeded dash. The amount of the reward gift is already 6,000 yuan. 5 or 6,000, that is, 50 or 60 points. Let me see what 50 or 60 points can be exchanged for. Zhang Xiaodong talked to himself, and quickly clicked on the exchange system in the live broadcast room. Elementary fighting skills, 10 points. Elementary swordsmanship proficiency, 20 points. Light system crystal nucleus, black iron level 40 points. Black iron essence, 50 points. Fire ability, 80 points. Water system ability, 100 points. Ice ability, 300 points. Magma ability, 500 points. Psychic power, 200,000 points. Fuck, why is this mind power so expensive? Chapter 350 The 2th Summon. Seeing the exchange list of the live broadcast system, Zhang Xiaodong couldn't help but complain. Water-type powers are more expensive than fire-type powers, which he can understand. After all, in the last days, water is more important than fire. Especially for a team, killing 2 more monsters is really not as good as letting everyone drink 2 more glasses of water. But the magma ability only needs 500 points, so why does the mind power ability need 20 points? After a series of research, Zhang Xiaodong figured out the whole story. Those abilities that don't need to be upgraded with specific crystal cores are more expensive. Such as illusion, healing, animal trainer, mind power, summoning, etc. Most of the prices are between 5 and 50. The reason why magma is sold cheap is not because it is not strong enough. It's because awakening it requires not only fire, earth, and gold 3-line abilities as prerequisites, but also requires physical strength and these 3-line abilities to be upgraded to the first level of silver. Otherwise, the body may not be able to hold it, and the supernatural energy cannot support things like magma. The most important thing is that after awakening the magma ability, I want to increase the ability level of this ability. It also needs to continuously use the fire, earth, and gold crystal nuclei to strengthen it, and there is a lot of follow-up investment. Unlike abilities such as illusion and mind power, one-time buyouts do not require deliberate upgrades. Hey, the road to strengthening has a long way to go. After figuring this out, Zhang Xiaodong couldn't help but sighed. It would cost 2,000 million yuan to convert a mind power ability into money. How much does it cost to strengthen all these abilities and abilities to a high level? If a few local tyrants don't come to the live broadcast room, I'm afraid. Hey? Local tyrants? Speaking of local tyrants, Zhang Xiaodong suddenly thought of something. An anchor doesn't necessarily have to rely on live streaming if he wants to tip a reward. Is it okay to tip for offline private chat? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaodong immediately regained his energy, quickly took out his mobile phone and searched for his big brother. But soon he became angry. Because of the Doomsday live broadcast system, there are 2 iron rules. 1. We cannot reveal everything about the Doomsday live broadcast system. Second, only by watching the live broadcast, the rewards from the heart can be automatically converted into points, and the rewards in other ways are invalid. The first rule, which is easy to understand, is that the existence of the system must not be revealed. The second rule means that he can only rely on the live broadcast content to attract the audience and let the audience tip from the heart. Gifts requested in private are invalid. Damn, it seems that we can only live broadcast honestly. Call out. A rocket flashed across the screen with a long tail flame, making Zhang Xiaodong, who was a little discouraged, become passionate. Thank you boss for the rocket, thank you boss. In Hujiang's base, Zhang Xiaodong was still earning points live. On the other side, the western suburbs of Modu. Liu is ready to start killing. The place where he is now was originally a pharmaceutical factory. According to the information given by So Qingyu, there were originally a large number of survivors here. Later, these survivors were wiped out by unknown monsters, leaving behind a large amount of survivor supplies. Awakened people have come here to search for supplies, but most of them have no way out. Only a small number of lucky ones survived to bring out the news here. The monsters here are a group, and there are many of them. Some of the surrounding powerhouses knew that this place was too dangerous, so they didn't dare to come and take risks. Now it has become a place of death. Liu asked Fire Leopard to protect So Qingyu, and after leaving her in a residential building not far from the road, he pulled a piece of her hair just in case. At this time, he had come to the inside of the factory alone. Some bones left by humans and animals after being eaten came into his eyes. These white bones were scattered all over the place, and there were several large beasts among them. Swish! Chi chi chi! With a sound that made teeth sour, a large number of monsters with sharp mouthparts and thick black carapace appeared in Liu's sight. And quickly surrounded him. Liu glanced quickly. They range in length from 1 foot to 2 feet, and the tentacles on their heads sway gently. The magnified compound eyes looked extremely terrifying. Mutated man-eating ants, worker ants, alien ants. Mutated man-eating ants, soldier ants. Man-eating ants. Seeing the true colors of these monsters, Liu's eyes were slightly cold. Are you turning this place into an ant nest? Yes, the hoarding monsters here are a colony of man-eating ants. These man-eating ants are similar to the giant ants in the large rift, except that they are black in color. They are not high grade. Worker ants are about a foot long, and only black iron is middle level to high level. The soldier ants are nearly 2 feet long, about bronze to intermediate level. Judging from their size and movement speed, a random bronze rank enhancer with a weapon would probably be able to kill 3 or 5 of them. But there are not only a few man-eating ants here. Dozens or hundreds, no, it's the same number as a normal ant nest. At least over 1,000. Male ants, worker ants, soldier ants, flying ants. There are even some corrosive acid ants. The general survivor team, unless they are willing to pay a huge price, will come more or less to deliver food. Very good, the quality is not enough, the quantity is enough, I hope you sacrifices, don't let me down. Boom. As soon as the words fell, a huge fireball with a diameter of 3 meters appeared out of thin air. Holding the King's E-sword in his hand, Liu followed the fireball into the ant colony. Ants were originally synonymous with weakness. Whether it is water or fire, they have extremely powerful lethality. However, the reason for this phenomenon is that the size of ants is too small to withstand too much energy impact. If ants can grow to a length of 1 or 2 feet, their defense will become extremely terrifying. Just like now. If at least one fireball is thrown out, it will not see much effect. The defense is quite high? If so, then... Liu also noticed that something was wrong. In order to increase the efficiency of killing monsters, he threw out several wind blades and killed several soldier ant queens, and snapped his fingers directly. The space fluctuated for a while, and the pitch-black space cracks slowly opened. A burly figure wearing metal armor and holding a giant steel knife stepped out of the crack. The armor dented by Liu on his body has become intact, and he knelt down on one knee in front of Liu after he came out. Owner. Kill these monsters. Yes. The Dark Warrior didn't say anything else. After receiving the order, he clenched the giant steel knife in his hand and stepped forward with his right foot. Boom. A man-eating ant exploded in an instant, splashing white disgusting slime everywhere. Followed by... Boom. A terrifying slash close to the ground, as if the air was torn apart, chopped all the ants in a line in front of him in half. In addition to the steel knife, there is also a distance of about 5 meters overflowing. After this blow, a large amount of blood-red mist poured out from his dark red armor, directly covering his entire 5-meter radius. To become a terrifying killing machine on the abyssal battlefield, the attacking methods of the Dark Warriors naturally cannot only have armor and steel knives. Dark erosion is one of his core abilities. He can replenish his own energy by killing non-stop, and then release this energy into blood mist. The blood mist was heavier than air, and after pouring from his body, it all flowed to the ground. The speed, strength, and defense of all the man-eating ants contaminated by this layer of blood mist were weakened by 3 points. The dark warrior raised the steel knife in his hand and began to fight these ants in close combat. He was already huge, and with a heavy armor, basically every movement could cause the death of several man-eating ants. As time passed, the dark warrior was out of breath, and the corpses of the mutated man-eating ants piled up into mountains. In the middle of this group of man-eating ants' corpses, there is also a silver high-ranking ant queen whose stomach has been cut open. Liu arranged everything and started his second summoning. Dark Abyss, hear my call. This time, his eyes were no longer red. Instead, it was full of bloodthirsty and rage. There is also a barren grassland in front of me. A group of weird creatures are walking aimlessly on the grassland. This is a group of human beings with strong muscles and wide noses. Unlike humans, they have fangs that only beasts have in their mouths. Yes. This is a group of highly discriminated creatures in the abyss, half-orcs. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Thank you.